thinks because we say water finds its own level that we somehow believe if the earth is a ball that there has to be an escalator out to space of water because water finds its level. This is ridiculous, Dave. Could you try any harder to strawman our argument? Seriously.
Yeah, he couldn't.
Project into space at some arbitrary angle. In fact, level just means as close to the center of the earth as
Let's go to the next point. This is useless. Oh, wait, hold on. Look at this. He uses an air bubble to say that water curves.
What's the air inside that bubble doing? It's pushing outwards in all directions to cause a bubble. So what's the air in the atmosphere doing? Is it being pushed outwards in all directions, or is it being pulled downward by the gravity? Because you can't have both.
Yeah.
Around that bubble. It curves. It is absolutely astonishing how the things you repeat from flat Earth videos are incompatible with even the most trivial everyday observations. You should acknowledge that.
Everything's so tiny that he's showing us.
Earth's atmosphere can exist next to the vacuum of space. This one is rather amusing because what's happening is that since you have no science education, your only context for the word vacuum is a vacuum cleaner. And again, because you have no science education, none of you understand how a vacuum cleaner works, which is a problem because you seem to think that outer space is a vacuum cleaner. Let's take a moment and clear this up. A vacuum is any region where there is no stuff. Here, there is stuff, like air. In space, there is no stuff, or at least very, very close to no stuff. Space is essentially empty. That's a vacuum. It is not a thing that sucks. Vacuums don't suck. Everyone say it with me together. Vacuums don't suck.
So I just want to point out, if you were to type in the definition of suction, you would find a surprise there.
Yeah, as well as you can replace the word that he's saying suck with they will seek equilibrium. So you can't have high pressure next to low pressure without a container. The air pressure will equalize with the container. You can do a simple thought experiment where, say we create a vacuum chamber the size of a room, put a shoebox full of air pressure, nitrogen, gas, other gases in it, have a remote control so that it opens up the box inside of the room that is a vacuum chamber. What's going to happen to the gases when we open up said box that's surrounded by a vacuum? It's going to seek equilibrium. The gases are going to seek equilibrium omnidirectionally, immediately, violently. They will seek equilibrium. But we just magically have an atmosphere sitting next to a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. That is insanity to believe. You can't have, and they'll just say, oh, but we have a gradient to our atmosphere, so it gets less and less and less as it goes more up. Guess what? You can't have a gradient of atmospheric pressure or pressure at all as far as air pressure without a physical container, and gravity is not a physical container. Hope you learned something.
Well, they'll invoke gravity as the container for the atmosphere, and then they'll point out the ocean or a storm system to show how these things can exist. Gravity or the ocean's contained regardless of what you want to believe. So it's in a container, and storm systems equalize around. That's what wind is. So if there's a high pressure system out in our atmosphere, guess what it's doing? It's equalizing with the pressure around it, and it's causing wind. This is what our atmosphere would be doing upwards. It would be doing that upwards because the further up you go, the thinner the air gets. So the pressure would equalize in an upwards direction. It'd be like Marilyn Monroe's dress all the time as the air is flowing up. It's hilarious.
Atmosphere displays a gradient because gravity exists. There's a lot of atmosphere right near the ground, and then as you rise, because fewer and fewer molecules will have enough kinetic energy to go so high, it gets thinner and thinner and thinner until there's none left. Then you're in space. It's that simple. Number 5. One of your favorite little gotcha challenges is to request that we demonstrate how water can stick to a ball spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. The implication is that water and everything else should fly off of it like a child getting thrown from a merry-go-round. Well, it's very cute that you get overwhelmed by numbers with 4 digits in them, but in actuality, the Earth spins once per day. One time in 24 hours. Get on a merry-go-round and have someone push you one time around over 24 hours. Not a very thrilling ride, is it? The issue is that the Earth is really, really big. So if instead of using rotational velocity to describe a rotating body like a normal person, you try to use linear tangential velocity, you're going to get a pretty big number. But to be honest, it's still not really that big. Planes go more than half that speed, and sitting on a plane at cruising altitude with no turbulence is just like sitting on a chair on the ground.
They're trying to confuse you by saying that the ground's not moving 1,000 miles an hour because it rotates once per day. We call a day because of the rotation of the Earth. So that is our reference frame for time. It's not relevant when you're trying to figure this kind of thing out.
Yeah, as well as just do a thought experiment. Remove the spinning out of the equation. You cannot make a ball, no matter what the scale, where water will convex around the entire thing and just sit there. Not just remove the spinning. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to nitpick the arguments and say we get the model. We understand that it would be a very slow spin due to the sheer size of the Earth if it were actually a magical Masonic ball spinning through space. But no, just remove the entire spinning out of the equation. Try to get a bunch of water to stick to the outside of a convex surface and watch what happens. It will just roll off.
Flat Earth priests cite these big velocities associated with the Earth and the solar system purely for shock value, and you're falling for it. Stop doing that. Furthermore, this little water doesn't stick to a ball challenge is the strawiest straw man that was ever made of straw. The Earth is huge. It generates an enormous gravitational field. That's why everything sticks to it. A ball is very tiny. It does not generate an enormous gravitational field, so things don't stick to it. Also, unless you're doing this in space, the ball must be very close to the Earth, which, as we just said, generates an enormous gravitational field. So when water drips off the ball onto the ground, your desired demonstration of gravity fails because gravity exists. Stop asking for ridiculous and impossible demonstrations like having to build...
Pause. So to believe in the things that this guy is purporting right now, he even admits you would have to create an entire another quote unquote planets, which planets don't exist. We're just seeing orbs in the sky. That doesn't necessitate that they're physical objects that are actually rotating around us as rocks when they're literally giving off more lumens than any star in the sky, most of them. So no, like he's literally admitting here that you'd have to create an entire planet to prove his model. That's a problem. We should be able to terrestrially repeat, observe, and prove that water can convex around a convex surface.
Well, and that's why all of his arguments and all of the globe people's arguments are the way they are, is because it's to scale too big. We can never replicate it. So they look upwards instead of at the ground beneath their feet to prove what they're standing on. And that's a problem because the thing we're standing on is in question, not the lights in the sky, not anything other than the ground. So why are we not looking at the ground?
Yeah.
To show you how water sticks to something as big as the Earth. Number 6, lots of you say that moonlight is cold. This is astonishing for a number of reasons. Thank you for a flat Earth. But the second, much more important detail is that it is the perfect demonstration of the fact that you have no clue how science works. Some flat Earth priest measured the temperature under the moonlight and then again under some...
So he's implying that we measured the moonlight and then we measured the shade underneath an umbrella that was sitting in the heat all day. And they're saying that the heat from the umbrella caused it to warm up. But all of the experiments that were done, they were placed out at nighttime and they had controls and they had tested everything. Nothing was sitting out during the day that was causing shade to collect heat. These experiments were done under control. And listen to how Mr. Dave here thinks these experiments should be done.
Providing shade. Wow, moonlight makes it colder. But does it? Shouldn't you add some element of control to your experiment? What's a control, you ask? Fair question. You see, your measurement isn't evidence of anything. You now have to repeat the experiment when there is no moonlight to make sure that the moonlight was indeed the cause of the discrepancy in temperature. This is something you should have learned in middle school, but don't worry, I'll finish the experiment for you. Take the measurements again on a night with a new moon so that there is no moonlight. Look at that. You'll get the same result. So the moonlight absolutely wasn't.
He's literally saying the control is measuring it at different days. He's literally saying that the control in this experiment is to measure it at a different day. The control would be the same day measurement in different ways, not a completely different day. Tomorrow could be 100 degrees and yesterday could be 80. And this guy here is saying that 20-degree difference is his control in this experiment.
As well as if the moon was actually reflecting the sun's light, it should be of some warmth. Yeah. It wouldn't be exactly, what the moon is because it's supposedly reflecting it, but it definitely would never come up colder in the moonlight rather than in the shade. That's a huge problem.
Well, and the transfer of heat that they say comes from the sun, if the moon's in the vacuum and there's nothing for that energy to transfer to, it would make it to the earth and warm us up from the moon reflecting. So it certainly would not show up cold. And the fact that it does show up cold tells you that it's not reflecting the sun's light.
Yep.
For the discrepancy in temperature. What was the reason? Well, that thing that is providing the shade from the moonlight is also trapping in heat that is emanating from the earth while it faces away from the sun. So, case closed. I'll link to at least one empirical demonstration of this fact in the description below. See how important it is to know how to do a science experiment? Maybe you should actually learn science rather than just repeating what you hear on flat earth videos. Number 7, many of you say some unintelligible nonsense about water flowing uphill or that on the globe model some rivers flow uphill. This one is so stupid that I genuinely can't believe any human could fall for it. You'll look at a globe and say that a river flows this way and that this is somehow uphill because you seem to think that up on the screen is some kind of universal up in space. Well, how about if I turn this a little bit? What do you know? Now it's down. Listen up. There is no up and down in space. This is not up. This is not
Let's
down.
Pause. This is nonsense. Again, you have to immediately deny all of your senses and say that there's no up and down. There's a great video on Mindshock of Runzi Cow. He's an academic scholar. He's won like 3 different Olympic academic competitions in 3 different fields. And he literally does a 2-hour video debunking relativity that says that there's no up and down. So again, he's asking you to deny your senses that there's no up and down for rivers to have to flow up and down on the ball. The Nile River is a good proof of this. Like if we're supposedly on the ball, the Nile River would be running the complete wrong direction. But again, you do have to put yourself into their model and realize that they just say there's no up and down to suffice for this. But if you look at like building plans for canals and things like that, they admit that they don't account for curvature over 100 miles.
They don't need to.
Let's say for Dave what he said earlier, water seeks its level, Dave. Fluid statics proves this, buddy.
Unbelievable.
As dumb as thinking that on Earth, whichever way you happen to face is north.
I was looking for my ball. I wanted to show you what I meant.
Up on Earth is away from the surface of the Earth, no matter where you are on the Earth. Rivers flow from higher elevation to lower elevation, which is a measure of how far away you are from the surface of the Earth.
So not only is the Earth curving, but the elevation's also changing. So this perfect ball has to not be perfect in order for water to flow thousands of miles over the surface of this ball.
And even saying, because that's how we do measure elevations, is from sea level, not sea curve. So it's just saying that things flow from higher elevations to lower elevations. Even you can see on his picture, there's still curvature in between those 2 points. So it would have to run up and down a ball.
With flowing in any particular direction along the surface. This is also why people who make videos acting confused about why elevation doesn't change between various sea level locations around the world are among the dumbest people alive. This is sea level. This is sea level. This is above sea level.
Nice ad hom.
Sea level. That's what elevation means. Learn the definitions of words before you try to use them in a sentence. Number 8, many flat earthers remain dumbfounded by the idea that the Earth is slightly closer to the sun in winter than in summer. As I've said before, winter up north is summer down south and vice versa. So your confusion is one of northern hemisphere narcissism, but it is also one of complete ignorance. Here's the Earth. Here's the light coming from the sun. Look at this portion. It hits the Earth straight on. Look at this portion. Because of the curvature of the Earth, the light hits the surface at an angle and is therefore distributed around a greater area. Same amount of heat distributed around a larger area, lower average temperature. This is absolutely trivial to understand. It's why magnifying glasses can focus light to a point.
Okay, so you guys have to think about this. Because of the Earth's tilt, the northern hemisphere gets summer, and then the southern hemisphere on the other end of the year gets summer. We're closer during the southern hemisphere summer to the sun, but it's hotter in California than it is in Australia. Just let that sink in. Even though we're further away from the sun, the angles are going to be identical because of the tilt. It's hotter in California when we're 3 or 4 million miles further away from the sun than it is in Australia when it's in its same position, but closer to the sun, getting the same angle of sunlight, but it's colder. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, if you just look at, I'll throw up some graphics on the stream right now to show you guys kind of what we're getting at. But yeah, to think that the heat distribution map makes sense on the globe by just saying that one's tilted so it distributes the heat on a more broad surface, causing it to be less hot or whatever these guys are trying to purport. This isn't what happens in reality. The sun moves between the tropical Capricorn and Cancer. Over the course of a year, it oscillates closer and farther away from the North Pole. On its most northern declination around the level Earth that we live on, you will have summer in the northern hemisphere flat. We all hate spheres here.
Well,
and then on its most southern declination, it will be winter in the northern hemisphere flat and summer in the southern hemisphere flat.
Well, real quick, the definition of hemisphere is a half of a sphere with a flat surface. Okay, so in order for there to be a hemisphere on the globe, they have to make an imaginary flat surface to cut it in the middle. But on the flat Earth, it's got a flat surface and then it's got a half of a sphere, a dome over it. So it's kind of funny how that works out, because a hemisphere literally requires one half. It's a half of a sphere with a flat surface. So one of them has an imaginary flat surface that cuts through an imaginary ball, and then the other one has an actual level surface with an actual hemisphere over the top of it. So
yeah, the last 2 points that he's gonna make, I don't even want to go over. It's just about like how they're all brainwashed. You know, a lot of flat earthers will say that the heliosexuals are just indoctrinated. He just strawmans a bunch of if you want to go watch those 2 points, you can watch them, but we're trying to keep this video as short as possible, so I think that will end here. I will throw up on screen what seasons actually are, and seasons and tides in and of themselves completely debunk the globe. You cannot have tidal nodes on the globe's model form of how tides work, where the moon is literally superseding the gravitational pull of the Earth supposedly and pulling oceans away from the surface of the Earth, when the gravitational pull of the moon is admitted in their model to be 1/6 of the gravitational pull of the Earth. It's a complete joke. But other than that, as usual, the heliosexuals did a lot of straw manning here, He literally mixed our model with space here. He just said a lot of stuff that you're going to get from Google. He just reified all the things that you're going to get from Google. He didn't actually prove anything. And I hope that the points and the counterpoints that me and Derek made sense. And I'll try as the video is going on, I'll probably add graphics to help people understand what we're trying to get across. But other than that, I think we're good here. We'll definitely be seeing another Professor Dave video again. And I do just want to make one more statement before I ask you guys to like, subscribe, and share the video, is that Professor Dave will never debate me and Derek. He's been running from Witsit for like 2 years. The reason that there's only one debate with Professor Dave debating David Wise is because he got completely logically eviscerated. When you actually look at the logical fallacies that were coming out of this dude's mouth, it was a joke. Appealing to humor, appealing to credentials, appealing to scientific consensus, when he doesn't take into fact that there could be human error in all of the things that he's saying. So again, Professor Dave's not a professor, first of all. He literally admits in interviews that he pays people to write his script.
Including topics I know nothing about, but I hire experts in the field to write me the scripts, and then consultants to look at the scripts and look at the finished animations and make sure it's all good, right?
This dude is misleading millions of people. So I hope that, like, if you guys do have family members that have been misled by this guy, you'll send them this video and they might feel a little bit wheezy about just blindly believing Dave from now on. But other than that, I'll let Derek close out with the outro, and then we'll roll the outro, and we'll see you guys in the next episode.
Yeah, guys, as always, thank you so much. Please do like, share, subscribe this video. We need you to help push this through the algorithm. But yeah, Professor Dave here, we would love to have a debate with you. We would love for you to come out on to any platform with Caleb and I and have a discussion about the things that you believe we believe, and to see if your straw man arguments will stand up when somebody who knows what they're talking about is sitting in front of you. Because as Mr. Dave admitted in his interviews, he was trying to not prove Flat Earth Dave wrong. He was trying to humiliate him to the point where he never wanted to do this again. And that's their tactic. They try to attack and ridicule people. So we are afraid to come out here and show our face to help fight this nonsense. And you know what, Dave? You're not scaring anybody. We're ready for you whenever you want to. Go ahead and drop a comment on this video. We would love to schedule a debate, and we'll see who's running from who. Other than that, guys, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. We're going to roll the outro. Please do like, share, and subscribe this video, and we'll see you next time.
Later, guys.
That's fine. But that's not a citation. A reference is not a citation. Okay, so if you want to use these words, go find a reference for what they mean, and then bring us back the citation of what they mean. Thank you.
So, can you tell me why relativity says that it would be equal if the sky was moving or the Earth was moving? Sure. So, the definition of citation, a quotation from a reference to a book, paper, or author. And the definition of reference, number 2, is the use of a source of information in order to ascertain something. So I'd say those are synonyms. You disagree?
No, not even close.
Awesome.
Dude, have you taken any collegiate or university level courses?
Yeah, I have, but why does that matter? Are we in college?
Have you done references and citations? Well, have you done references and citations?
I'm sorry, I didn't know that I was currently doing a college course on flat Earth in this Discord server. So can I not use synonyms? Is this like whoever said, what was it before? Someone said the colloquial...
A reference isn't a synonym for a citation, dude.
What was the colloquial term for space. Someone used a colloquial term for space instead of using the actual physics term of space, right? So am I not...
Why should they use a physics terms?
Well, we're at a collegiate level to debate right now, aren't we?
There's no debate, you just flailing.
So we're not. So I can just sort of like give the references a wiki article that has a list of the actual copies of the scientific paper. I can do that, can't I?
Right. That's not a citation, though, friend. That's the difference.
Oh,
you're offering references while asking for citations.
To reference something is to point at some source of information, like a...
Right, that's not the same as citing it. That's not the same as citing it.
I can cite a reference and I can reference a citation. Are those two sentences equal?
No, they're not.
So if I cite a reference, if I say, oh, my reference for this is my friend Jason X, who this is his phone number. And if I reference a citation, I say, oh, my citation is the one written by Jason something, here's his phone number. Is that not equal? This is just...
No, because now you're mixing categories.
Do you guys have any reason why Michelson-Pierce scale didn't show the Earth was in motion?
Oh, yeah, because they had to apply a mathematical transform to fit their bias in order to get the conclusion that they wanted.
My boy just realized he goofed up and tried to run away from his own little example.
No, I'm just tired of the semantics. It's pathetic.
It's not about semantics, dude. It's about earlier you were asked to cite something that you offered as a reference, and you just told people to just read it. And I was just pointing that out, that you're a hypocrite.
How? I read out the results.
Okay, look, fair enough. Okay, maybe you're not a hypocrite. Maybe you just are ignorantly think that references and citations are the same thing. We'll forgive you.
You haven't given an argument why they're different. You've just said, are you doing a course? And I said no. Do you want me to read out dictionary definitions again?
Dude. Okay, for example, if he asks you for a specific piece of information about something, right? And you say, I'll give you the wiki in total.
Yes.
You're referencing the wiki. Now, if he says, I want this specific piece of information, you go to the wiki, pull out the citation, give him the citation from the reference that has a specific piece of information. Those are entirely two different things. They're not synonyms.
You think that citation has some different meaning?
Dude, I just explained it to you. Very simply.
From or reference to a book, paper, or author. That's for citation. For reference, the use of a source or information in order to ascertain something. Provide a book or article with citations of sources.
Oh my goodness, dude. Dude, you're wrong.
You're stupid.
You forgot the word specific.
To specific. No, it says or a specific reference.
Oh, a specific reference.
Yeah.
Not a general reference.
Citation definition.
Oh Holy fuck, bro.
Quotation from or reference to a book. So that's the noun definition for citation.
Yes, and where's that
This
in?
is used in the definition of citation. You understand that, right?
Dude,
Quotation from.
if you're asked for a citation, yeah, you need a citation is a specific.
Have argument for flat Earth.
Yeah, you already conceded down is down, and water's flat and level. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Welcome.
Tower bridges show that Earth is not flat and level.
How?
Quarry tanks show Earth is not flat and level.
No, wrong. You failed to provide the citation that you were asked for about the tow tanks, how they specifically measured curvature.
No, string line.
You failed to provide the citation, friend.
No, you just didn't like the citation.
No, you didn't have a citation. You just generally said the term string line, just as you did again now.
And?
Watch. Ask me how, just ask me in the reverse. I want to play role play so you can see how stupid it is.
Yeah, sure.
Ask me how to prove, or what proof I have that the Earth is flat. Ask me that.
What proof do you have the Earth is flat?
Lasers.
Cool. Do you have a reference for someone claiming that lasers show the Earth is flat?
I do.
Awesome.
I have an 120-page PDF and an accompanying documentary of the methodologies and the practical tests that they did. And I also have a citation from their document that says the WGS 84 model is not found in the field.
Great. Link that and I will read it. See how that works?
Okay, perfect. Now, let me, actually my friends are going to link it because I'm going to speak. So, links, FE Core, for my friends who are using the bot, and then exclamation point videos laser short, exclamation point videos laser long. The short version is a condensed version that you can watch, and then the long version is the long version, obviously, that you can watch when you have more time. Now, I'm going to give you the practical methodology because I'm capable of... Hold on, friend.
I wanted to... Oh, no, it's a PDF. Okay, we're all good.
Oh, my fuck, dude. Did I not tell you what was coming down the pike? I said a PDF.
But then you spoke about long and short videos, and I wanted the PDF.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was being linked as well. But someone linked a PDF.
Yeah, fair.
I do.
No, all right, good.
Where?
Oh, yeah, it's my turn to calm down, bro. Were you not on calm when you began? The answer is yes, so fair is fair. Yeah, anyway, let's move on. When you were asked for a citation of the methodology that they used with the string to prove curvature over the distance, you weren't able to provide it. You didn't cite from the text, and you didn't articulate the methodology. You didn't cite it from the text, nor did you articulate the methodology. But I'll tell you the methodology from this laser test, right? If you want to listen, I'll tell it to you. But you can also validate it from the document. So this is actually multiple tests, culminating in the final biggest test of 25-mile sample size over water, right? So there's 14 or 17, I can't remember correctly. But the longest one they shot was 25 miles. So what they did is they set up what's generally known as a laser transit, right, methodology, which is you have a laser, you level the laser, you shoot the laser across, and then you use what's called a storyboard or a receiver that's at the same relative height. And then when it hits, you see where the laser hits, and then you can tell how off it is. We use this in construction all the time to level foundations, excavate, all kinds of stuff. Very practical methodology, very simple. So if you have the laser set up on one side, right, about 2 meters, 6 feet off the ground. And on the other side, you have the story or the target about the same, 2 meters, 6 feet, right? The globe Earth predicts a differential between the off angle that the laser should continue into the sky if it's perfectly level and the target at that distance to be 90 meters, right? So in other words, the big hump of Earth curve water and the level laser, right, can't shoot through the hump of Earth curve water, so it shouldn't hit the target. It should go over the target by 90 meters. Now, when they set this up, right, they took into account the ambient conditions They took into account the millirad divergence of their laser. They created, which is in the documentary, a very accurate aiming device and leveling system. And if you watch it, you'll see how precise it was. Very precise.
Type of laser was it?
Well, you'll have to look into there. It's a big old laser. A laser sufficient to shoot 25 miles with a very limited millirad divergence.
Yep, I read that.
So sufficient to the task. And they might talk about the type of laser, because they actually had two. I think the first one failed or they destroyed it. But anyway, they talk about that in the thing. And they give the specs for it. So they did the test.
It doesn't matter. Refraction wasn't accounted for.
Says who?
Them. As light travels in a straight line through a homogeneous medium, light angles due to different refraction indexes in a non-homogeneous atmosphere. We calculate direction and amount of refraction to show how much laser beam deviation affects the measurement outcome. In a non-homogeneous atmosphere where the index of refraction increases with height, rays of sufficient small initial elevation angle of refraction.
Holy crap, dude.
Is proportional to the rate of increase of the bidirectional index of refraction.
Yeah, you just said they didn't account for refraction, and then they went on to say we accounted for refraction in the very text you just quoted from.
Yeah, but they accounted for it wrong. And well, actually, they didn't. So they're saying that it's a homogeneous through a homogeneous medium. We calculate direction amount of refraction in a non-homogeneous atmosphere with the index of refraction. Blah blah blah. This curvature is proportional to the rate of increase of the bidirectional index of refraction.
Yeah. Anyway, so they set it up. They set it up, and the laser hit the target. Okay. Now, you may claim they didn't account for this, they didn't account for that. That's fine. But at least they have a practical example of their methodology.
Here we go. This is because I've read through this before, actually. Here's the problem. So the lake is partially frozen, therefore walking along the beam on the ice or using a boat was not possible. There's no data on the ambient conditions along the laser beam were available. We measured the conditions at the measuring.
Yeah, which site, which shot is this? Which shot are they talking about?
I don't know. I'm just reading out of the text document for refraction conditions, the PDF.
Which test? Which test was it? What location?
Point of laser beam.
I told you there was about 14 or 17 different ones, dude. You can't just pick one at random.
Well, this is their heading for refraction conditions.
Oh my goodness, dude.
So they said when they measured refraction between the
which location? Which location?
Why does that matter?
Maybe because, listen, friend, maybe because over time and at each location they learned things and improved their methodology.
Then why wouldn't they add that in under the refraction category or subheading?
Dude, how many different shots were there? How many different conclusions?
Right now.
I don't know, dude. How about you read the whole entire thing? How about that?
Yeah, I thought so. You'd run away from this discussion because you don't actually...
I'm not running away from it. I'm asking you specifics about the thing, and you're not giving them. Bruh. Now, by the way, in the final 25-mile shot...
Temperature was 2 degrees, the air at night was 3 degrees. Humidity is always high the closer you are to the lake surface, which indicates a lower refractive index. They just assumed a low refractive index. They didn't actually measure one. The ambient conditions showed that the refractive index...
Yeah, which location?
...the two sides of the lake. So it didn't measure the difference across the lake. They just measured one side of the lake, the other side of the lake, and said, yeah, good enough. Am I wrong?
Yeah, maybe at that site that's what they did. But which site are you talking about?
The refractive, measurement number 1.
Measurement number 1.
Find the actual spots where like,
oh my god, dude.
Balanton Villegas observation points. And
is it observation
laser position?
Yeah, is location number 1 the one where they state that the WGS84 model hasn't been sort of upheld?
No, that's just their first one they did, dude.
Well, that
anyway. He won't even make it onto the rest, dude. He's just going to look at number one, say they didn't account for refraction. Refraction curves light.
Was still at 0 degrees, and the air of the light was down to -11 above the air. Air temperature at the time of the measurement was -6. The ambient conditions showed refractive index were about the same at the two sides of the lake. So they're just on the same thing, two sides of the lake.
Yeah, so the point I was trying to make is that if it's the first measurement that doesn't state that the WGS84 model is invalid, then what they did there isn't relevant to this argument. Cricket.
My argument was their methodology was incorrect because they didn't measure the refraction across the lake. They measured it from 2 points, the start and the finish. And if the beam was to curve, it would curve between the start and the finish, not starting at the start and ending
Fantastic.
at the finish.
So is that location 1?
Yeah, and location 2, they use the exact same methodology.
Is location 1 the let's just call it experiment?
Stop for a second and listen to what I'm saying.
No, I'm not going to
stop. Location 2, and they use the exact same methodology.
I'm not going to stop talking, right? So the issue is that if they are not using location 1 as the quote-unquote evidence for the WGS84 model being invalid, then it's a waste of time to analyze the methodology there.
The second one did the same thing. All of their measurements, they just measured the temperature at the start and at the finish. They didn't measure the refraction between them. Do you understand that, Crypto? Do you understand what I just said to you?
Location 2 being used to invalidate the WGS84 model.
It doesn't matter because they use the same.
Fantastic.
They use the same way of calculating refraction in all of their experiments.
The conversation. You're just wasting everyone's time.
What did I just say to you, mate?
AI, I heard what you said, bro. It's irrelevant. AI, can you tell me which location was actually used in this argument in terms of the WGS84 model, and then maybe we can read that.
Oh, man, the only one I was talking about was IDSIL, the biggest one.
Fantastic.
Calculation of third measure.
So we're going to look at the methodology there, or we're just going to ignore that?
Condition shows the refractive indexes were about the same at the two sides of the lake. The same methodology. It's a failure because of that methodology.
Which location was that?
No, I mean not really, dude. You can interpolate the lake, bro.
Lake Isle or whatever that.
I mean, unless you think that there's going to be a dramatic change in the middle.
Yeah, of course there will.
Okay, let's say that's true.
The middle is over water. Do you understand that? The start and the finish are both land, and the middle is water.
No, they're not just like in the middle of land, dude. They're on the coast.
You idiot. They're both on land, and the beam goes across water. Those are two completely different, sets of air they're going to be going through. One's going to have
a frozen
constant...
lake?
Sorry?
Isn't it a frozen lake?
Partially frozen lake, but you understand that
frozen water,
exothermic and endothermic effects.
Dude, do you really think that you're just going to use 4-syllable words and that's going to frighten anyone here?
You know what exothermic and endothermic means?
The frozen nature. So the frozen nature of the lake obviously changes the refractive properties of the air above the lake, doesn't it?
It does, and they should have measured that, but they didn't.
Wonderful. Yeah, but obviously you're saying it's water, which is being dishonest because it's partially frozen.
I'm sorry.
Also, we don't have the burden of proof.
I was wrong. I'm sorry.
Also, we don't really have the burden of proof there because your side has never proven that the light is bending around the globe to make it appear flat.
That's true, brother.
That would happen.
What the? Yeah, you do.
We say refraction would change it so that any observation we can have a certain deviation. If you take refraction into account, it will always fit the globe.
Yes, dude. Did you not just hear the words that were coming out of your mouth? Hold on, friends. What did he just say? He said, no matter what observation you make, it will always fit the globe. Wow, very scientific. You just ceded that any observation that supersedes the globe geometry, you just add the word refraction and it magically cures it.
Yeah, sure. It's like when will water boil? If you add pressure, suddenly it'll change, won't it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. We have an unfalsifiable tautology that begs the question and inputs values up into 60 billion mile radius to account for refraction.
What question am I begging? What question am I begging?
Listen instead of talk. Maybe you would know.
What question am I begging?
The globe in the first instance, brother.
No, we've measured it.
How?
I just told you there's tow tanks, there's tower bridges.
No, stop right there, friend. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. The tow tanks, you didn't give us the methodology of measurement. The towers, you didn't give us the methodology of measurement. You just claimed them as a positive assertion. And then when I asked you what's the methodology, you simply said the word line. Fishing line, I think, was the actual word.
You're choosing to ignore all the times I read it out and just focus on the one time where I said string line.
No, I listened to you read it out, and that wasn't a sufficient methodology to see that the entire bar was curved, dude. It was segmented. You didn't even explain to the person who asked you. You didn't even explain to the person who asked you how they did it.
As you guys like to make globers do, you're willing to concede that I didn't just say line in all instances. Can you concede that?
No, I'm saying when I asked you.
So you're not going to concede something that you just admitted to?
Dude, when I asked you, it was correct. You just said line. Previously, you read something out about a line. Listen. Previously, which I already had just said, you read out something about a line. You were asked to clarify how it was done over the entire thing. You were asked to point to it, and you didn't.
I didn't what? What was I meant to point to?
How they applied the fishing line to prove that the entire structure was curved.
I read it out a couple of times. They put it at 2 points with a microscope pointing at the fishing line.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And what did they do then?
A reference that they could then move the beam so that it had the correct amount of curvature according to that reference.
Okay, hold on, friend. Pay attention now. If you pull a line taut without the catenary curve in existence, you'd have a straight line.
Yes.
Right? So unless you have a benchmark, all you have is a straight line. So if you then...
You can have a calculation of the amount of curvature that you want in that thing according to the reference.
Bingo. I want everyone to stop right there and notice how if you take a straight line and just calculate how much curve should be there, you can then make the claim that curve exists and that you've measured it. Slow clap. Slow clap, friend.
They did correctly.
No, friend, stop. You're assuming the water's curved, bro. You have flat water.
And then you
hold on.
The thing that you're making.
Right, so my friend, hold on. The previous guy who you asked 30 minutes ago, he critiqued you that you just assumed the water's curved, put the line parallel to the water, and then put the beam parallel to the line that's parallel to the water and assume they're all three are curved, and then call that a measurement. That's what you did, brother.
No, I never said the line was curved. Remember catenary effect? I said specifically it wasn't curved. I read that out to you multiple times.
Okay, so let's be clear. If the line isn't curved and you parallel the metal to it and it's parallel to the water, then that means the water's not curved, and that means that the rail is not curved.
A reference didn't parallel it. You ever used a straight line before?
I build things, brother.
Great. So I built a fence not long ago, okay? And my fence, it was a picket fence, and that picket fence went up and down, up and down.
Correct.
Do. Right.
Absolutely.
So line, and then I referenced the amount that the middle picket would be up off this straight line. And from there, I could reference out the curve.
Perfect. So where did they do that in your example?
I just read it to you. They had a microscope that pointed at the string line and at the beam thing, and then they calculated how much they'd have to have of curve on that beam to match the water on an earth of a given radius. And they referenced the distance between the string line and the beam on the road.
What was the length of the string line?
I don't know.
Well, that done fucks it up, doesn't it, brother?
No, a gap in knowledge doesn't mean that the whole thing can be thrown out.
No, I'm saying if the string line isn't known, right?
God, what's the name?
And it's not sufficient to the task, and then you give us the answer that's not sufficient, that's going to screw up your argument. So how about you go get us that information?
Well,
How does that
he
spread the
also
argument?
he also just
Knowledge
justified
doesn't
all
mean
of the
that the
laser
rest of knowledge
laser
can be thrown
measurement
out.
he just got shown, because like a gap in knowledge does not disqualify the argument. So apparently he just justified all of the laser measurement. Thank you very much.
What did I justify?
You said there was, if you have a gap in your knowledge, that doesn't disqualify it, and you said that we don't know the exact temperature over the water in between the measurements of the lasers, and so according to your logic, that still stands.
That is almost a smart argument. It's close, but not quite there. So the problem is that I have a gap in my knowledge. That doesn't mean that they have a gap in their knowledge. So the people that actually built the tow tank didn't have the gap in knowledge. I just have a gap in my
Right,
knowledge.
so you haven't provided the
The
methodology.
experiment had a gap in their knowledge. The people doing the experiment, the laser test, had a gap in their knowledge, which does invalidate their experiment because they didn't account.
Not
for
really.
variable.
It doesn't really. You're assuming that if there's
that we've
a
measured
massive
refraction
temperature differential, then the light's going to be able to travel around the ball and hit the target.
Yeah, it is. When we account refraction in
Yeah, no, you don't have the conditions required when you measure the temperature on both ends.
Sorry, so
Dude, I don't know why it's so hard to get, like...
we can get the conditions in the middle. Is that what you think?
I think you should get us the knowledge that you're gapping on, because that would be the thing that would validate your entire claim.
Yeah,
No,
you know, like the length.
I don't need to be 100% fundamental.
No, it's not, dude. Right now, it's an assertion.
A reference to a piece of evidence.
Look, listen, friend. Guys calculating the curve they should expect, and then forcing that expected calculation into a piece of metal doesn't prove the Earth is curved.
Of course it does. The tow tank works. So that's
Holy frick, dude. No, let's be clear. Let's be clear, dude.
That's a logical fallacy, dude.
No, it's not. What logical fallacy is it?
It's called appeal to pragmatism. It works, therefore it's true.
I haven't heard that. Appeal to pragmatism.
Right. It also assumes...
You haven't even heard what your own argument is.
Correct. It also assumes that the variable and difference that they needed to account for would have made the object in question unusable had they not accounted for it. But when you look at the tolerances necessary in those machines, and you look at what the alleged curvature is over that distance, it's negligible, inconsequential, irrelevant.
So it doesn't seem to be that it's a pragmatic fallacy.
It is. You said it works. Therefore, the reasoning is correct. That was your claim that you just said to try to rebut me.
Well, no, it works because it physically exists. So a pragmatic fallacy would be something...
My truck... Oh, well, dude, my truck works. My truck works.
Right?
My truck works.
I believe X is true. Believing in X results in practical benefit... results in practical...
No, dude.
Therefore, X is true.
Dude, no, that's not how it works. Here, let's put it properly. Hold on.
Consult my horoscope, things always go wrong. So it seems like when there's actually like a physical thing, then the appeal to pragmatism is...
Dude, you're trying to say the tow tank works, therefore the Earth is curved. You're not trying to say the tow tank works.
Let me give an appropriate analogy. Epicycles work, therefore they're true. Epicycles work, therefore they're true. That's the actual physical situation. Epicycles, yeah.
What are they?
It's a Ptolemaic model of orbits.
Do they work?
Yeah, they work. Yeah, they work great. They work better than frickin' Newton's model or Kepler's model. Yeah.
Can you reference that?
Oh, sure can.
How do you spell it?
Never heard of epicycles? Jesus Christ, man.
No, I haven't.
Some elementary shit.
Do you speak any English?
Epicycle model.
Yeah, they use them in a planetarium when you go there. When you go to a planetarium, they project the planets and the stars on the ceiling, on the dome ceiling. They use epicycles. They don't use the heliocentric model to model. Just because you have a model that works doesn't make the model physically real or have some ultimate reality there. This shit is well known. It's not even an issue.
What do you mean by works? Do you mean as if we model something out, we get a result? Or do you mean as
and you got a result. Yeah.
Build things based on it or measure things based on it?
Yeah. That's called engineering. Yeah. It's awesome.
Yeah. What it's called is predictive evidence.
Okay. So
what they did is they predicted that the water would curve. They predicted in order to get their rail to match the water, they would have to make their rail curve. They then predicted that a string line would have to deviate at certain points by X amount in order to fit that curve prediction. And then it was all true. That's called science, buddy.
No. First of all, that's not called
So
science.
I'm not saying anywhere
that all would be like post-dictions. Those are all like post-dictions. Because they had to alter the string. I'm reading it right now.
No.
They had to adjust the string until it so-called aligned.
What part? Where's that?
I'm going to read it. A 0.33 millimeter dynamine fishing line was attached to one bespoke winch at each tail end. The line has a breaking point of about, that sounds precise, about 25 kilograms and very little stretching. Oh, that's scientific too, man. Very little stretching. It's not even like they have two things here that they didn't even quantify.
Sorry, you haven't validated your claim, mate. Go back to your claim.
Listen, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. Don't worry, man. There's more here. So, but I'm just saying, this does not sound like precision. Okay. Anyway, which allowed it to be pulled very tight and reduced the catenary effectively. A microscope was mounted on the rail to look down at the line and perform the adjustment with high precision. Right, so they adjusted the string until they got it to match really where they wanted.
That's really sad.
So this is your repeated thing I've been listening to over and over again. When you get cornered in this box, you start talking about us and how our argument is and how sad our argument is, and you start talking about us. The way we're talking, the way we're arguing with you. Shut the fuck up. You're here for round 3 to get knocked out, dude. This is like, Hearns versus Haggard. There was never fight 2 and 3.
Where'd they move the string?
Anyway, this is not a precision measurement. This is garbage, dude. Garbage.
Yeah, I'm referencing some experts that built something according to the curvature of the Earth and it worked. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Are they lying? Do you think they're lying?
I think it's confirmation bias. That's what I think.
Okay, so they specifically machined and came up with a system to make the rail curve to fit what they thought the water would do, and it was correct. And you think that's confirmation bias? How does that work?
Yes, I do.
So if I was to think something like no, like if you just use like a base iron to make a camshaft, that'll be fine. Like it's great. I believe that. Someone told me it had worked before because I used it in an old steam engine once. And then you do it and it fails because it's not the correct metal to use.
Yeah, and how is that analogous to this?
So confirmation bias failed in the practical, didn't it?
Yeah, because that's why engineering, you do things by trial and error.
No, you
right. So things are manufactured all the time that fail, break.
Engineering is doing things by trial.
It is.
That's the dumbest thing I've heard. Honestly.
Well, then you've never actually made anything. Have you ever made anything in a manufacturing process? Have you ever worked in any manufacturing environment?
Yeah, I've worked in a couple of factories. They're shitty jobs, but yeah.
No, a like an actual manufacturing environment where they actually engineer, design, and make the product, and then have samples, and then the samples are gone through tests, and then you have the production line, and you start making it in production, and then you have to have quality control because not even that is a perfect process. It's called trial and error.
Yeah.
So you start with an idea, right? You maybe apply some models. And then you engineer some prototypes. Some of those prototypes will work. Some of them won't. Right? So if they could just do it by equations, then they should just be able to fill out the equations, do the math, start pumping out the products without ever testing them.
The one I worked in made fire-resistant suits for firemen. Right? Mm-hmm. And well, it was for firemen working with the army, so it was like armed personnel, fire-resistant suits. And what they did is they got the known tolerances for the fire-retarding capabilities of certain fabrics, and then they got their heat sink capabilities of other fabrics. Okay.
Yeah.
They added all that in with the dimensions of a human being, and then they modeled that out so that any stitching would be covered. And then everything was cut, everything was manufactured, and they tested it at the end to make sure that everything they'd done was correct. But everything they'd done was correct. They then updated it depending on user needs. But that fabric had known properties, and they
How did they know the properties?
That they
Did they use equations, or did they test the fabric? So they got the fabric secondhand from somebody.
Someone else did.
Exactly. So they got it from somewhere in that place that manufactured the fabric.
Steel, do you? The manufacturer tests the steel to make sure the grade is correct and then sends it to you.
Yeah, they have test samples. They test samples, right? So they manufacture fabric samples.
Engineers buy things of known properties. They don't test everything.
Yeah, it's known because they tested it to trial and error and figured that stuff out.
Yeah, a long time ago, and now they're known properties. So engineers can make things using those known properties, like the engineers.
Yeah, so they're just using trial and error.
They knew the known properties of that fishing line before they started.
Not within any certainty, obviously.
Yep.
About 25 kilograms with quote unquote very little stretching. Not the stretching was not quantified. The break point wasn't actually quantified.
And
it could listen.
And
the catenary curve that they calculated existed might not have existed.
How do you know that? You're just coming up with that. If they've had some monumental failure.
Because you think this is a precision, some sort of precision. Listen, because you think this is a precision measurement of curvature.
The precision in that document. How do you know they didn't have the precise properties of that string line and just vaguely referenced it because they couldn't be bothered going and looking it up again?
How do you know these people weren't fucking aliens from Mars and didn't just fucking throw a bunch of random words on the paper? I mean, come on, dude.
We've never seen aliens in existence, but we've seen people in existence. We've seen engineers in existence. We've seen the properties of certain string lines in existence.
We don't see curved bodies of water in existence.
We've seen that when engineers calculate as much stuff as possible and it all works, then it's reasonable to assume these engineers are competent, aren't they?
We don't see curved bodies of water in existence, so no, that's stupid.
Where, heretic, where? Is that all we got?
You're just assuming shit, right? You're just assuming shit, which is par for the course.
Yeah,
it doesn't shock me.
Induction. I know it's scary to you guys.
Yeah. Inference and induction. Yeah, great. Affirming the consequence.
Oh my God. Can you say it again? Inference and induction?
Yeah, inference and induction. Yeah.
What's the inference?
Inductive logic is hinged on making inferences from observations. Is that not true? Is that not a true statement? Is that not a true statement? Yes or no?
You get, sorry, did you say inferences?
Yeah, dude, how come every time, see, the problem, one of your problems is you talk too much.
You said properly.
You talk too much. Do you know how many times you have to say, I didn't hear you? Because you're fucking flapping your gums?
People. We're on Discord, mate.
Yeah, because you can't listen and talk at the same time. That's why you can't hear people.
Induction also doesn't lead to concrete conclusions. It only leads to strong or weak potentials.
Well, he didn't even do that. He just assumed his conclusion in the first place.
Well, no, I didn't. I gave.
Yeah, you did.
So what I had
no,
was a
you didn't.
And
you already admitted
my
it.
My hypothesis is either
you assumed a curved water level, you matched some railings to the curved water level that you assumed, and then went, good, it's all curved. That's all you fucking did.
No, I didn't. What they did was they made the railing.
You're right. I misspoke. You didn't do that. That's what you think someone else did.
So we're at the point now of just muting me all the time? We're finally done? Do you want me to just go now? Are we done?
You can do whatever you want.
I can leave if you want. If you're just going to mute me anytime I'm halfway through a sentence.
Well, you can sit here and cry or you can leave. I don't care.
We just told you that, basically that you're over talking. I tried to tell you what the problem was, why it's not a good thing. Because it means you're not listening, right? And we're just wasting our fucking time, which I'd rather not do. Right. So
no, I was listening. I just think you're wrong. The reason I couldn't hear some people is because some people are low. So I'm trying to figure out who's talking, whose sound is low, so that I can turn them up so I can hear them better next time. Make sense?
Anyways, Linda, feel free to be a beta and leave if you want, but that wasn't what we were trying to do here.
Why would I be a beta if I left?
And you still haven't proven curvature or anything else. All the stuff you said is crap.
Why do you use the word prove?
I can't even read
evidence, which can never prove anything. It's called the problem of induction.
Trying to figure out why they need to compensate for curvature for this design.
Why
the rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth. Vertically?
Vertically?
Yeah, the rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth. Horizontally and enroll in Southampton, Sagittal, oriented tank of 138 meters.
Yes, that's talking about
is about 0.6 millimeters.
That's talking about the rail, in this case, has little like jacks under it to move it up and down before they set it. So they have to be aligned vertically. Those jacks have to be aligned vertically so that the horizontal lines up with the horizontal curve of the water. What's wrong with that?
Doesn't seem necessary for what they're doing.
Why? They're trying to do
I'm reading it,
measurements of different hull shapes.
Well, do you know what uncertainty and precision is?
Yes.
Okay.
Uncertainty is an unknown, and precision is to the highest degree of measured known. So for this tow tank, they need to know if there's a deviation in the railing, because that deviation in the railing would cause the hull of whatever thing they're testing to push further down onto the water, causing more drag and changing the results, or to go higher up over the water, which would reduce drag and ruin the results.
Okay, and if they didn't do it right, what would happen? Let's say they did all this process and they did something wrong and they didn't know about it and it's not in this document. What would happen?
What would happen would be that the boat, when they move it along the railing, would experience more drag in some spots than other spots, which would mean they would.
You mean so they're trying to model drag? So this is a tank that's trying to model drag,
amongst other things. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what the even purpose is. It just seems like just some nonsense.
I can answer the question. It's very simple.
And you get a hull design of that boat.
You're saying
hull designs go faster than others.
Brother, you're saying the same thing, so we're going to break it down to simplicity. All you're saying is that the rails must be parallel to the water surface. So this entire procedure is to make the rail parallel to the water.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Of Earth curvature is in calculations. Thank you.
That's my case. Again, because you were too upset and you cut out.
Well,
Or they measured the curvature of the water level that they assumed.
All right, I'll say it
talking again while he was talking. So let me translate in normal speak.
Oh, I wasn't normal speak was, but I'm talking while you were talking because it's kind of sad to start off like that. So, Arden, do you want to just say what you said again? Because I couldn't hear you because you got too upset.
Yes.
See, once again, talking about how we're talking, you're being exposed. You're a chump, dude. You're just a chump. If you're going to talk about us, I'm going to talk about you. You're a chump.
Anyway, I'll validate my position, which is this. I'm driving a truck, which has axles, which make noise. And I have auditory feedback in my ears to my voice, where I increase the amplitude of my voice based on how much roid noise. Right? It's not that I'm upset. So again, you failed. But anyway, I'll say it very calmly. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so here we go, friend. The entire methodology of the rails, the only thing that must be accomplished for the principle in question is the rails must be parallel to the water. It's all that has to be done.
I agree.
And all you need is a methodology that makes the rails parallel to the water. And all that is a distance from the top of the rail to the water's surface. And that's all they have to do. All that other methodology and including calculations for Earth curvature is superfluous.
Sure, if you look at the document, they didn't actually measure it off the water surface. If you were to look at figure 4, you can see that tank isn't full. They're not measuring off it. And figure 7 shows that they're using the microscope and the string line and the rail to check the deviation.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about this particular setup, but the other setup, which we already critiqued the last time a guy came in here with tow tanks, is they have a water channel next to the rail, and they use that water channel as the leveling channel. It's not the water in the channel.
Well, I'd love to hear about that. So which tow tank was that?
They're assuming the equipotential would be equivalent in both instances. So what they're doing is really, truly, they're just making the rail parallel with the water. That's it.
Yes.
You said so yourself. That's the ultimate goal, is that the rail is intended to keep the same drag line on the boat, continuous over its entire journey on the rail. Now, in order for that to be true, it must be what? Parallel with the water's surface. Which that's all they're attempting to do. No, which is assumed to be curved in your worldview.
No. Well, yeah, they assumed it to be curved. We gave them the prediction that if they set the rail at a certain curve, it would match the water, which came true. And predictive evidence is the only good evidence.
How, listen, how are they making the curve on the rail, friend?
They get the string line and they
listen, do you know to curve the entire rail?
Based on their model.
What's the length of the line?
They adjust the rail, though. They adjusted the line.
Wait, no, they adjusted the rail. They didn't adjust the line. You were wrong about that. Remember, you
so what I read was wrong.
They adjusted.
So what I read was wrong. That wasn't me freestyling. I was reading.
What you read didn't say they adjusted the line. If you look at figure 7, you can see that on the rail where they have 2 pins and they have a microscope pointing at the string. Okay. So that means at any given point, they can look at their model and they can see how far should the pins be from the string at this point.
So they didn't measure it in between the 2 points, right? Just like the laser test?
Say again?
So they didn't measure between the 2 pins, right? Just like the laser test?
They did, yeah. They measured between 2 things.
Right, but I still haven't gotten the answer to 2 questions.
In between the 2 points, because if you have a curve, then you need that the hump in the middle of the curve. So you're supposed to have
That's what the strings for.
The strings to measure the hump.
Yeah, the string is a reference. It's completely horizontal reference, right? So from 2 points, it will be.
Yeah, he also claimed.
2 points.
Yeah, before you continue. We got a caveat before you continue that the allegation is that they. Go ahead.
Excuse me, Indio. I'm trying to listen to Arden right now.
Yeah, well, no. So they presuppose the.
I yielded the floor, brother.
Just wait, Indio. Arden.
Yeah. Great. Stop moderating our fucking chat, douche. Okay.
Yes, if you were paying attention.
They took the rail.
I yielded the floor to Indio.
I know. I don't know why you have to say it again. Stop humoring this clown, okay?
All right, my apologies.
So, listen, I'm not bawling for the distractions, man. So they have this beam, right? This rail, and they can adjust the rail, and they pull the string. And so, what are they adjusting both at the same time until they're within
Why do you think they're adjusting the string?
Because they think the string has to be within a certain distance of the rail, right?
No. The string just has to be a reference, a horizontal reference.
But they don't know if the string's horizontal.
Yes, they do. If you get
How do they know that?
You pull it taut between 2 points with very little catenary effect, it is a horizontal. It is a straight line.
How do you know there's very little catenary effect? That's what I'm asking you.
Because that's what they say.
Yeah, but very little is also some. They're only seeing a small deviation, which is very little. So they're seeing the very little catenary curve. What are you talking about?
How do you know? You're assuming that because you're biased.
You just said so.
You just assumed that there's very little catenary curve. Your answer was because they said so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me ask a question.
what is the value for the catenary curve? And then, like, how did they measure this? Because you're going to have two inverted curves, right? You have the curved rail, and then you have the curved string. And the curves are opposite to each other. So one's curving down and one's curving up.
And it's a very...
Yeah, but I also want to know how long...
It's so hard they can't even measure the amount of catenary curve in the string.
That's not my problem. That's your problem.
Right,
No,
but also I just want to quick qualify.
Some catenary effect doesn't mean that catenary effect is enough to screw up their model.
They have to measure it, brother. Otherwise, they wouldn't know. By the way, also, you were asked... Hold on. It doesn't matter, dude. I just said they would have to. I'm trying to get to a different point.
The entire problem is that there's a catenary effect. Isn't that your entire problem at the moment?
Listen, the catenary effect is a constant in physics, bro. It can't be negated.
Yeah, but there are all sorts of problems that anything that you physically do, like there's some form of like tiny 0.000000001 problem in every single thing you do. But if it's not enough to screw up that thing, then who cares? It's like saying...
Right, so friend, for goodness sake, stop talking.
That thing can still work.
We all know that. Okay, what I want is the brass tacks. How long was the string? How was the... Shut the fuck up, kid.
Why?
Thanks.
All you're going to do is you're going to ask...
Because I'm trying to complete it, dude.
When the...
Alright, I'm just... Dude. These things matter. So stop frickin' sidelining. For goodness sakes. You were asked how they know it was horizontal. You just said they affixed it to 2 points. Being randomly affixed to 2 random points in free space doesn't prove that anything's horizontal. You then said they got rid of the catenary. That's how they knew it was horizontal. But you didn't prove how they knew it was horizontal.
Didn't have a great
Dude, I'm speaking. Thank you. You then said that they got rid of the catenary problem somehow for whatever methodology they used, which you didn't quantify. You didn't give us the length of the string, so we can't even calculate any of these problems to even begin to say. So far, all this is a fanciful assertion with no data and no quantification to it.
Yeah, the engineers made it. It worked. They referenced they referenced the methodology they used. You just don't have the actual numbers in front of you, so therefore it's wrong. That makes no sense.
Dude, you haven't presented them. And your appeal again is just to the pragmatic that worked. Dude, listen, the methodology they used got, let's just say for lack of a better term, it got the rail parallel with the water. Great.
Right.
What does that prove? Nothing. It just proves that the rail is pretty parallel to the water. That's it.
Pretty parallel?
Yes, because of the sentences that you just talked through, everybody, about error bars and all this other nonsense. You know it's not perfectly parallel. Good grief, dude.
So, Heretic, you said it's a pragmatic appeal again, but it isn't actually a pragmatic appeal.
It is. You said it works.
No, a pragmatic appeal would be for something unknown and unmeasurable.
What?
Where's the measurement?
It's for something unknown and unmeasurable, something abstract, like astrology work.
It is unknown. You already told us it was a gap in your knowledge, dude. You already told us the measurements that we needed were a gap in your knowledge, so they are unknown. And you don't have the measurements. Yeah, okay. How do you know they don't know what they know?
You also admitted it was a gap in their knowledge because they didn't add it in there and have it nowhere presented. So.
Yeah, so let's link their engineering specs for this whole thing. Do you not understand that?
Right, but the other one that we did, bro.
Find a flaw that you can exploit in this when you guys don't have a single measurement of straight. Like, I gave a glaring flaw in your laser test. A glaring
you didn't. Actually, you just showed your ignorance. You actually just showed your ignorance.
Did I, Indio? Do you want to talk about that? Do you want to? If I get 2 points across a bay and I just measure what point A and point B's temperature are, does that tell me the refractive index across the bay? 1, 2, 3.
No, it does not tell you the refractive index across the bay.
It could,
because
possibility.
You
could you explain how it could?
You could apply modeling and you could assume it.
They didn't apply modeling though.
Yeah, why would you?
So
You need
they
to
didn't
first
calculate a
establish that
value?
there is refraction. You need to establish that those models are correct.
But you can't establish if there's refraction unless you measure a difference across the bay, can you?
They
Yeah, that
didn't.
would be
They
something
had two.
different.
They did have two meteorological stations at each end.
Yes,
You
of
know
course
that,
it'd be
right?
something different, Drace, you fucking idiot.
So you
No,
do know
you're
that
the idiot
two
here,
meteorological stations, right?
Yes.
You know.
And they said meteorological station 1 and meteorological station 2 show X, but all that distance in between, they didn't measure any points on that and then map out the refractive index. Refraction doesn't happen between point A and point B. It happens the entire way in between. As any sort of change.
No,
any
that's not how
deviation in the
refraction
atmosphere
works.
happens
That's
between
not how
point A and
refraction
point B.
works.
Of course it does.
No.
Light goes
Show
from
that.
one dense medium to another dense medium. All that has to be is a change in temperature, pressure, or like humidity of that air.
No,
Any
it's
change
not.
at all, any
It's
deviation
called
at all will
optical
cause a beam of
density.
light to
It's
move.
not just the density
Yeah,
of the
we
medium.
covered this with him before. Yeah, we've been over this
Yeah.
optical density. He
What
was
about it?
furiously Googling or something.
Yes, you guys say it's optical density. Optical density can be changed by factors like temperature, the density.
Yeah,
It can,
the amount
but you
of
also
Can't
require
it?
you also require the correct boundary conditions to those temperature gradients to be able to refract things, and you don't
So-
have those
You don't-
conditions all the
there's no
time. And it
boundary
also
So,
it depends on those angles and the optical gradients.
So
which
you know what,
direction the
like,
light goes. The
ISO
light can go up and down.
So you know what, like ISO, not only did they horizontally pan it, they vertically panned the laser, and on top of that, they did it twice. They did it twice 3 weeks apart. And they got the same result. So what they just have like,
what does that mean?
so they have to have the same magical refraction conditions, the same 2-3 weeks apart.
And in different directions at different ranges. They didn't just horizontally pan the laser. They panned the laser horizontally.
It seems like they had different outcomes.
See, here you go again.
I'm
Stop
speaking,
talking.
brother. Okay?
AI, please.
Yes. They panned the laser to targets at different ranges. So, for example, in the 25-mile shot, the 25 miles was the final target, but they panned it through like a 4-mile target, a 14-mile target, etc.
And this was done 3 weeks
it seems
apart.
like they've got different. It
The
seems
firing line is hot.
It
It seems like they have different what?
they have different measurements for every single laser test that they did.
What does that mean?
Well, considering
Different
that
measurements of
they say-
what?
They say refraction exists. Yeah. And they say that the laser is hitting different points, but it's just within the tolerance that they set based on the refraction that they think, to fit a flat Earth model, right?
No, they're
So it
tested.
seems
They
like-
tested the WGS 84, and it's outside those values by 2 orders of magnitude.
Because they didn't look at the refractive index between the 2 points. So
Oh,
the 2-week change would cause a small change in refraction in the refractive index, right? It wouldn't be
okay. So how
massive.
much refraction does there have to be to get the result they got?
Well, we could look at that if you'd like.
Yeah, let's look at that. Give us the model that can make that prediction.
Let me know when you're done with
Walter Bislin Advanced Earth Curve Calculator.
That doesn't. First of all, there's no predictions in that. I said a model that makes predictions, not post-diction.
Yeah, so the Walter Bislin Advanced Earth.
Yeah,
Earth Curve
those are
Calculator.
post-dictions. I want
If you put
predictions.
Observation data, and then you just change the refractive index.
Yeah, that's a post-diction. That's not a prediction.
I just
Yeah, hold on.
for a second. Let me know when you're done with this point so I can jump in because I wanted to ask him a question, but I'll unmute him.
Yeah, but I want to. I want to. No, don't unmute
An
him.
amount of time, Miggy. I'll just yield for you.
Yeah, just. I will let AI because I don't know. You guys were in the point right now, but I don't know. AI.
Yeah, we can wrap it up very quick. So what he did there is he has an ex post hoc solution because he's going to go to this calculator and just change the dial until the dial fits the observation, which he already said he will do, which is no observation can debunk the globe because you can always input refraction to be sufficient ex post hoc, which is not proper reasoning or proper anything. All right,
And, and basically, the calculator doesn't simulate anything. If you look at the Black Swan so-called simulation. Okay, if you look at the rays, they invert. So the image that you should be shown should be half inverted. But he doesn't show that, right? So all he's doing is adjusting pixels up or down, but never adjust the orientation. So that calculator doesn't simulate anything.
Well, it does simulate one thing, so let me finish up with this, is that it simulates an increase in the radius of the Earth to lower the Sagittar via the circle segment formula. In other words, it models a lower hump between point A and point B, which means it's effectively flattening out the Earth to account for observations that debunk the globe, conceding that the Earth looks flat. I yield.
Okay. I'm going to unmute him. Dogs, if you can hear me, I just need to ask you a question before you go on. Or maybe you just want to respond real quick so I can ask you?
Yeah, it'll only take me 2 seconds to respond.
Yeah, go ahead.
The problem is what you said about Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator flattening out the Earth is that it flattens out the apparent geometric horizon, not the actual one. You get that? And there's no problem with a post hoc falsification of an experiment. The problem is if you have a positive claim and you want evidence for that positive claim, you then need to make it predictive. So I'm not saying the Earth is a curve because I can post hoc use refraction to account for a flat Earth like experiment.
Man, I want to respond, but go ahead, Miggy. I'll bite my tongue till later.
Yeah, we'll just, I guess you can respond. I just need to ask you maybe 2 questions. Can we know 100% sure that the Earth is a globe in any way?
No.
Okay. Second question. Has anyone directly measured surface curvature?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me who?
Transcontinental arc, the parallel.
Who? No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying who directly measured it? Was there, what persons were there, or people? Was there a group of people?
I could find the people that did it, but
I know that, but I'm saying, do you know?
That's called a genetic fallacy, so it doesn't really matter.
No, I'm asking you a question though. Either you know or you don't, right?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so you don't know. Yes, it's a problem. It's definitely a problem because the whole topic and the debate surrounds the information of a baseline of knowledge that you do not have, which right now currently seems to be stemming from.
How does the knowledge of who made the?
Okay, so I'm trying to tell you, unless you want to interrupt me and then form your own conclusion. It's up to you. So the knowledge base of what you have right now.
You lagged there, so I interrupted while you were lagging.
Oh, all right. So, can you hear me now? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. So basically,
go ahead.
Okay, so the knowledge base that you have right now is built on derivative topics that's surrounding like a giant puzzle piece that you're trying to put together. So like all these little clues are going to equal to like curvature. That's what I've been listening to for the past, I don't know, hour and a half that you've been in here. That's what it sounds like to me. You have a lot of evidences that are going to equal to your answer. Is that correct?
That is correct. What's wrong with that?
Because it's not one single direct measurement of the thing in question. So let's put it this way. I'm just going to give you an analogy, right? Like the ones you've been using. So basically, if I have a basketball and I tell you it's a cube, you would be telling me that it's incorrect. And I would be saying, how? You said, because we can directly measure this thing, which it turns out it's going to be a sphere with a radius, diameter, and circumference. And you could show me how in math, also in principle, how this actually operates in reality. So if I was to tell you to do the same with the geometric shape that you're actually standing on, it would not be the same. And I would ask you why? Because it's the same thing in reality, something tangible, something you can actually look at, and you can actually apply maths and then directly measure the thing that you're in question, right? So in this instance, it feels like it's a bit more obscure, and all these little clues that you're talking about don't seem to add to the single direct understanding that we know that the Earth is curving with the set rate that they're telling us with the diameter and radius. So what we're doing right now is we're going round and round and arguing about derivative topics, never getting to the underlying premise that the Earth is indeed measured curvature, because we have all the metrics, as you may or may not know. They're made public to everybody, so we can pull those up and we know what they are. So what I'm saying is that it's a fruitless endeavor that you're on right now, this quest to actually try to prove the thing that you're actually trying to prove, but without proving it directly, but indirectly. And so maybe to you that makes sense, but to everybody here, I know, but I'm saying, but to everybody here, it makes more sense to directly measure the thing in question, and that hasn't been
done.
Can
you directly measure something that is as large as the Earth?
Yes, absolutely. With the variable. Listen, because I'm going to tell you.
Can you do it the same as a basketball in your hand?
Yes, absolutely.
No, you can't. You can't, because you're big, and you can have bigger things to use as measuring tools for that Earth, right? For that basketball, sorry. But for the Earth, you can only measure a small patch of the Earth at a time.
So that's the thing, though. How did we do it in the first place? Because we have these metrics.
Transcontinental arc, the parallel.
Okay, so is that how we derive the metrics of the Earth? Yes or no?
Well, no. What we did is we have tested it many different ways. Some haven't been exclusive to a globe Earth. Some could be experienced on a flat Earth, but we have then done some that are conclusively for a globe Earth over a flat. Did you hear what I just said, or did you start talking after you'd rambled for like 4 minutes?
We have the metrics. You don't want to look at the metrics.
Did you hear what I just said? Do you hear what I just said, buddy?
No, because it's not the actual direct measurement of the Earth's curvature by which we have.
Did you have a direct measurement of flat Earth? Yes or no?
I don't need to directly measure something.
Exactly. You're a fucking hypocrite.
Okay, so now you're resulting to insults because you're losing. You don't know how to provide evidence for the direct measurement of the Earth's curvature, so you want to spiral.
Transcontinental arc of the parallel. What's wrong with that?
Is this your out? Because it's not directly measuring the surface curvature. That's why. And I asked you, is it? You said no. You conceded. That's great.
No, it is. Transcontinental arc, the parallel, directly measures the curvature of the Earth.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Does it do we derive the metrics of the Earth's size from that?
Yes.
Show me where.
Great. I will link you the document.
It's a document that you didn't read.
Yeah, the one I did read that you didn't understand. You thought that
dude, you can listen.
That they listed as direct measurements. You thought they'd already applied some form of transformation.
They did.
Read page 47 this time.
They did.
They didn't, Indio. Remember, you linked it to me and you read it, and it said that they had put the data in and then they put the calculation.
Sorry,
it's called a horizontal reduction.
So, listen, I asked him for direct measurement. He said no. Now he's saying yes. He's going back and contradicting himself. But what he's going to post, because we've all seen this document, right? This PDF. I think is it page 19? Is it on the 4th paragraph? He's going to be astounded to know that it's not. They didn't directly measure anything. They actually pulled it out the Clark spheroid model. That's what they're using. So they didn't measure the curvature of the Earth.
He's denying that that's what they did.
Right, but that's what it directly says on the PDF that he's probably going to post if he hasn't posted it already.
He's denying it means that.
This dude is infamous, though.
In his own meaning.
He's infamous for denying his own references. That's all he does here.
So the thing that I asked him were 2 questions. Can we know if the Earth is measured to have curvature? He's for 100%. Can we know that? He said no. Second one was that has it ever been directly measured? And the answer was still no. It was because he's trying to use all these derivative topics to ruffle feathers and try to make it seem like he has a point when he does not. And he starts to get angry and starts to put out insults because he doesn't have an answer. But that's all I wanted to say, just to expose him that he doesn't have an answer. And he wants to dance around and that's all he knows. And that's all I have to say. I yield the floor.
I did notice he had a lot of direct, pointed personal insults. Now, I did swear at him to say shut up because he was constantly over-talking and through-talking.
Okay, can I talk about Mickey for a second? And how he started off with a genetic fallacy?
We'll talk about him, or do you want to talk about the arguments?
No, his argument. His argument was a genetic fallacy. His argument was, I didn't know who did the measurement, so therefore the measurement is wrong.
That's not a genetic fallacy.
No, he was talking about you. He wasn't talking about the argument.
I don't know who measured the transcontinental.
No, he's pointing out that you have a belief. That's what he was pointing out.
Yeah, you just have a belief.
That's exactly how he started his argument. Is that how you started your argument? Because I wrote it down.
Yeah, that's okay. If you think about his first question,
I said no because we can't be sure of anything. If you studied epistemology, if you knew anything about knowledge, you'd know that.
Oh my goodness, dude!
You said that because I don't know who did it, I'm lacking some knowledge that makes that an actual like a good argument. When that's
that was your interpretation, but he never said any of those words.
He specifically said I was lacking some fundamental.
Yeah, that's right, but he didn't.
Own sources that would make my sources incorrect.
No, You're adding that yourself. The incorrect part, you're adding that. He never said that part.
Okay, so for everything
You're
I've argued so far, what have I done that have made my arguments incorrect?
Okay. He wasn't arguing against your arguments. He was illustrating the fact that you have a belief.
He was using a genetic fallacy, yeah.
No, dude, what don't you understand? He was just illustrating the fact that your claims about whatever measurements exist out there, the results of which that you don't actually know are just a belief. Oh my God, dude.
Anyway,
it's about you, dude. This isn't about the measurements. It's about you. Are you like some weird narcissist?
Page 19 of the Arc of the Parallel. Isn't that great?
Dude, listen, before you read that, you need to specifically rebut the claim that they pulled that stuff off of that model.
Well, how about this? I can get right to the heart of this. Why do they use a reference ellipsoid? Why do they use a reference ellipsoid in the first place? Why is this even used? They're just measuring curvature.
We have previous information that tells us the Earth is a sphere. So based on that previous information, people now assume it because it makes sense to do so.
But why is it used in anywhere in any calculation ever? Why do they need it? Why is it necessary?
We have previous evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, that's awesome. But why do they need it? You're not answering the question. Why do they need it in the equations? Why does it exist?
For the
why not just use the raw measurements, right, and then just come up with it like that? Why use the measurements and reduce them to an ellipsoid? Why are they doing that?
They have the raw measurements and they have the ellipsoid measurements.
Okay, so why are they reducing their raw measurements to the ellipsoid surface, the sea level? Why are they doing that?
Because they want to fit the measurements that they've made onto one larger, grander set of maps or measurements.
Okay, that are based upon old measurements. Were they reduced to another ellipsoid?
No idea what you're talking about.
So you just said the ellipsoid is based upon measurement. Dude, don't overtalk me. Don't overtalk me because you know you're fucked now. You're fucked and you know it, dude. Yep, that's right. You're fucked and you know it. You're fucked and you know it, dude. Sorry. You know you're fucked. That's why you're trying to fucking rabble-rouse right now. Listen, you said the ellipsoid's based upon some previous measurements. So these new measurements, arc of the triangulation, they reduce the measurements to the horizontal directions to the surface of this Clark ellipsoid. Where'd they get the Clark ellipsoid from? And when they took those measurements, did they reduce it to some other ellipsoid? How far back does it go?
Assumption upon assumption upon assumption.
To the first measurement of the radius of the Earth, you fucking moron.
When was that?
Do you
When was
understand
that?
how stupid you are?
When was
that?
I don't know. Maybe I don't.
Oh, you don't know.
That's probably prior to Eratosthenes, but Eratosthenes did the first one, and then we worked out
sorry, I missed that. I missed that.
Actually correct using different styles
He's going to talk about Al-Biruni?
We've done it dozens of different ways. How do you guys not understand?
When was this measurement, dude?
Hey, the radius of the Earth's never been measured and can't even be measured in your paradigm.
His whole argument is based on he doesn't know. That's it. I've been saying I don't know this whole time, dogs.
You blow your father with
That's
that?
embarrassing, bro.
Look, you know what the answer is.
Look. Should we just
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself, dogs.
Yeah, you're so emotional, man. What you talking about? AI's emotions?
Go back and learn some more.
Let's have a good cry.
Yeah, I got a shoulder you can cry on. Go on. Go back to McToon and go get some more information from him because you're not up to date, bro. This is weak sauce, bro.
You guys haven't given a single argument for flat Earth.
Bro. You don't know about I don't know. I don't know. Are you 100% sure? No, we can never be. Well, you don't know anything, bro.
Dude, it's not.
Anyone that knows about epistemology knows you can't be 100% sure about anything except.
Well, then you don't know the Earth. Thank you for admitting that.
Yeah,
and
that's nonsense. It's provisional knowledge. It's knowledge that isn't 100% complete, but it is still knowledge. You have two competing hypotheses, and one has over 50% probability of being correct based on predictive evidence, then you should go with the hypothesis that has a greater predictive evidence. This is epistemology 101. It's
Dude, you just don't know. That's
your lack of fundamental knowledge about knowledge is the problem. That's why you're all fucking flat earthers, because you're too dumb to understand.
You don't know anything, dude. I love it. I love that you don't know. Please.
What he basically said is that if
tell me why fallibilism is incorrect.
If something has a greater than 50% probability and you have no other alternatives, you should accept it as true until something new comes along. Then it becomes false. Hooray.
Great. That's great. So give me something new that comes along that disproves the globe.
You don't know. That's all.
Nothing's come along that proves the globe.
That's all, folks.
I just gave you like 4 different things, didn't I?
Yeah, 4 different things that don't prove.
Yeah, 4 different things that you don't understand.
From towers is one. Yeah.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't, dude. Towers. Bridge towers are not evidence of curvature. You're a clown, dude.
Go try to make.
We need to find some way to disprove these things instead of just saying.
You haven't proved it in the first instance, you weirdo.
And I didn't add in this specific number.
You haven't proved it in the first instance, dogs. So don't even be saying that you got all this evidence. You got shit, bro. You ain't proved nothing.
Can you tell me
you're over here saying that I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's what you said, bro.
We got to do that again.
Jesus. If you read that document, there's not enough information in that document to make an evaluation. And
but
you
that
claim
doesn't mean
that
it's wrong, does it? The experts, the people that built it, say
the experts, exactly. Exactly. You just said it all. Your actual true epistemology, the experts.
Oh, by the way,
you talk all highfalutin.
By the way, that's a genetic fallacy. The experts. It comes from the experts, therefore it's true. It's a genetic fallacy.
A genetic fallacy would be because they are the people that did it, it must be correct. But the problem is that they did it correctly using the methodology that they chose.
Are you keep saying I don't know, dogs? We're used to you saying that already in here, so just keep saying I don't know. That'll win an argument anytime.
What's the correct methodology? How do you know the methodology is correct? Give us the methodology then.
I don't have to. The toe tank works.
Okay, so you don't know the methodology, but you know it's the correct methodology. How does that work?
The same fallacy. This is crazy.
The methodology is correct.
Works, dude.
The toe tank works.
And because the experts worked on it, and it works.
Because the rail and the...
So nothing to do with their methodology, just the experts, exactly like these guys just said. Cool.
No, the thing itself, the toe tank works. That's evidence that the engineering works.
Yes.
Works because the thing works. That's how engineers work, you idiots. Do you not understand this?
Yeah. So I got a PDF from an engineer from Australia that says just because it... Oh, do you want me to... Okay. Now, hold on.
I read your last PDF. Do you remember what happened there?
No, I don't. Well, you read what PDF?
Big failure in them not calculating refraction across a body of water?
Yeah, they don't. They don't need to because it's an unproven quantity. Gee, that's why I asked you. Let's actually go back to that.
Wait, is this a YouTube video?
Let's go back to that.
Video? This is the calculus they won't teach.
Listen, don't mute him anymore. Let him talk. Right? Don't interrupt me. We're going to have a real interchange. Fucking interrupt me, I'm just going to kick you the fuck out of here. Okay? It's going to be like that. So check this out. I asked you, what model for refraction should we use to make predictions? You are aware that there are probably a dozen to maybe 24 models of refraction going back 150 years. Which model should we use that makes predictions? Which one?
Snell's law.
Snell's law doesn't work.
Why?
Because it doesn't preserve the angles.
It doesn't preserve the angles. That's the whole point of refraction. Refraction is the angles changing.
Okay, so in a gradient index medium, you can't use Snell's law because the angles are not preserved. Okay, so hold on, I'm describing.
The angles are not preserved. Can you explain what that means? Because the angles aren't meant to be preserved. The angle is meant to go from A medium to B medium. The angle is to change. The inference angle.
Yes, that's right.
C medium is meant to change again. Then from C to D, it's meant to change again. Then from D to E, it's meant to change again. So at what point?
Sine theta is a conserved quantity in Snell's law.
Say again.
Right.
I didn't hear
Sine theta. The angle is a conserved quantity. Okay. So the angle of incidence and the angle of refraction have to sum to 180 degrees. Right? Because they have to be normal.
Sine theta has to be 180 degrees.
The sum of the angles. The sum of the angle of incidence to the medium's interface, right?
Yeah.
And the angle of refraction have to sum to 180 degrees.
Okay, and?
Okay, so in a gradient index medium, that's not the case. If you apply Fermat's principle, I just posted a PDF that runs through the mathematics. I don't expect you to go through it now.
Live stream text?
Is yes, right? I even posted the PDF, right? So it says sine theta conserved along the light path. And it goes on. Snell's law states that the quantity sine theta is not changed in the refraction of light passing from one medium to the other. We acquire whether this is true in a general case where the speed of light varies continuously within a medium. That is a gradient index medium. Right? So you have to apply Fermat's principle, right? The principle of least time. So you understand that. Final result of these exercises is that, contrary to initial expectations, the answer to the question in the title is negative. So there's problems with using Snell's law and a freaking on like some gradient index medium, because you would end up having weird ducting, weird reflections, right? So if you modeled, right, so a medium with n number of indexes of refraction mediums, how many freaking layers are you going to use, right? So what you could end up happening is the light being trapped within one of these layers and never exiting, especially if the light ever ends up going horizontal. So if it ever ends up going horizontal, it's never going to transition some barrier, right? Some interface. So if you look at Andrew Thomas Young's website, he admits this, that results in a singularity if you use Snell's law, right? If you use Snell's law and the Earth is flat, right, and you have a medium at that level, so 6 feet, right, and you even have a gradient, right, you can even have a temperature gradient, that light, if it's horizontal, will never transition into any other refractive index medium, because it's horizontal over a flat plane. So if you model out mathematically, yeah, it'll just go on forever, right? The only reason you all say there's bending light, right, is because you have a curving gradient. I'm not gish galloping. Just because you can't comprehend what's being said, because this is above your pay grade, ain't my problem. That's your problem.
Well, I'm reading through this, and I'm not seeing the part where they conclude. So what page is it where they conclude?
The conclusion? Scroll down. Yeah. The conclusion is literally in the abstract. You don't even have to read the conclusion. You can scroll down to it.
So in the introduction.
So you see, you've never read actually any scientific material, so this is just like fucking Chinese to you.
Well, the conclusion is usually.
Oh, I've been reading this shit for 20 years.
It's in the abstract.
The conclusion is in the abstract. The answer to the question in the title is negative. Is sine theta conserved along the light path? That means, says, Snell's law states that the quantity and sine theta is unchanged in the refraction of light. Is sine theta conserved along the light path? The answer to the title is negative. The answer is in the abstract. They don't use Snell's law to model in physics, gradient index medium. Abstract, I posted it literally in the chat.
It also provides.
Look.
The final results of the exercise is that, contrary to an initial expectation.
Let me ask you this. Does Walter Bisgund's simulator use Snell's law?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It uses Fermat's principle.
Okay, if he uses Fermat's principle, who cares?
Okay, so does Mick West.
What's the difference? What's the applicable difference between the two?
Is that there's no boundary.
In Fermat's principle?
Yeah, there's no boundary. You integrate over the light path, basically.
No. Yeah.
If you use the calculus of variations of integrate over the light path. Whereas one is just simply algebraic or trigonometric, if you want.
And?
That they're not mathematically equivalent, dude.
They are. You understand? The outcomes are still generally the same.
No, Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
They're still.
Where you have a well-defined deity. Okay. No, they're not.
Yes.
Snell's law is a special case, right? Snell's law is a special case. You have two well-defined mediums with a well-defined boundary.
Snell's law and Fermat's principle, would they be roughly equivalent?
In one case, where you have a medium where you have two mediums with different refractive index that are homogeneous, isotropic, and have a well-defined boundary. That special case, that's what it models. Which is great for designing lenses. Right? You can use the thin lens equation, no problem. Easy peasy. Then you still get to the engineering.
That's principle, which states the light travels the path which takes the least time. By taking the derivative of the optical path length, the stationary point is found, giving the path taken by the light. And there are situations of light violating Fermat's principle by not taking the least time path, as in reflection or a spherical mirror. In a classic analogy, the area of lower refractive index is replaced by a beach, the area of higher refractive index by the sea. And the fastest way for a rescuer on the beach to get to the drowning person in the sea is to run along the path that follows Snell's law.
Yeah, because you have a well-defined boundary. Sand in the water. You go one speed over the sand and another speed over the water. So you want to find the path which is the most efficient to reach the person. Well, the principle of least time. Which one takes you the least time? Should you run through the sand more? Should you freaking swim more? Which one should you do?
Great. So they both use the principle of least time.
Fermat's principle, or Snell's law, is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Does, right? Okay, great. So why doesn't Snell's law work?
I told you, because it's a gradient. So now you have the sand, right? So the sand is continuously varying. In the water, your speed through the water is also continuously varying. Actually, there is no sand and no water because there's no well-defined boundary. It's just all sand. And your velocity through any given point in the sand, like at point, there's 0.0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, but there's a continuum. It's a continuous change. It's a continuous change, right? It's not a discrete change, like at a boundary, which is Snell's law.
Why is that a problem? So think about it like this time. You have X speed on sand, X and Y speed on water, and then you replace that water, and you have the speed across just sand being equivalent to the average speed between X and Y. And all it is just
I don't know how to explain this to you. Like, if you don't understand basic mathematics, I just don't know how to explain it to you.
Well, I just explained to you what Snell and Fermat's law, the difference in the principles. One says you go from X to Y, and the other one says there is a gradual change between X and Y. But if they both end up with very, very similar end results based on, the different optical...
Do they end up with similar results?
Of the mediums. Yeah.
Yeah, where's your evidence for that, dude? Like, seriously.
The paper you cited. They only found very, very small deviations using different calculations. In your paper that you cited.
Well,
every FLIRF paper disagrees with them.
What did you say?
Every FLIRF citation disagrees with
them. Dude, okay, you just said that there's a difference. Previously, you said they were the same. Okay, it doesn't disagree with me. It disagrees with you. That's a crazy projection. Now it's close enough. Before you were saying it was the same.
I'm waiting for evidence that it isn't. Can you tell me why Snell's law wouldn't work across a lake?
Because it's not a well-defined boundary. It's a single medium, so they have to...
You can take all the different mediums, and it's not a single medium because optical density changes depending on the temperature and the amount of air, the amount of water in the air, and the density of the air and the pressure in the air. So you can.
So tell me, in reality, how would you model this out? How would you model this out? This gradient, right? This air gradient. How would you model this out?
I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge in maths for that, but I understand the concept.
Yeah. So you would have to use an infinite amount of
to B density or X density to Y density.
How many layers
Fermat's
do you need?
law is that there is a gradual change between A density and B density. That's all it is.
How many layers until you approximate Fermat's law?
I don't know. I don't care. But that doesn't matter.
I know you don't care.
And this is amazing. This is amazing. You're doing a reification.
Yeah, now you're going to talk about me again. How predictable.
You're doing a reification fallacy.
No one is reifying it.
You know
I'm asking you. You say refraction exists. I'm looking for the evidence that it exists. I'm looking for the model that makes
mathematical
so that we can.
Is it something that exists in reality?
Yeah, refraction as a general phenomenon exists. Refraction bending light around the curve of the Earth. Does that exist? That's what we want to determine. Does that exist? What is the evidence for it?
What is the boundary in Snell's law? Does that reference something actual? Like an actual boundary, or does it reference a mathematical?
Yes, it's an actual fucking boundary. Yes.
No,
it's where one medium becomes another medium. The atoms on one side is.
I've ever heard. It doesn't.
Oh, so water. No, Elijah, please don't. Please. I'm asking you, please. I want to finish this. He's going to try and get off it. I'm not letting him get off of it.
Snell's law calculates the optical density of A and the optical density of B, and then it arbitrarily pops in a boundary between them.
Where do you think they would pop in that boundary?
What?
At the end of A, at the spatial end of A, and at the spatial beginning of B? Do you think that's where the boundary is? So if you have two substances, one's water and one's glass, the water's not the glass, and the glass is not the water, and where they meet is what we call the boundary.
They can both be water with two different optical densities.
So water can be water, and glass can be water and glass at the same time?
No. Indio, listen to me, okay? You can have air, just air, but if the optical density of air is different at 2 points, in Snell's law, you'll take those 2 points of measured optical density, so the different temperature and pressure, and you will put a boundary in the middle of that calculation, and that boundary calculates the deviation, the refraction.
That's why I asked you how many layers,
going from A to B. Whereas in Fermat, it will be a gradual change. It won't be a defined boundary they put into the calculation. It will be between A and B, there is this amount of change, not it changes at a defined boundary. Abstract, it's all mathematical, and it's called a reification fallacy when you say that there's an actual boundary in spatial reality.
No, what I said was there is a continuous change in Fermat's principle, and you just made my argument. Thanks you very much. Snell's law. Snell's law has a boundary. Snell's law has a boundary.
I've ever.
Yeah, dude. Snell's law. Oh my God, the fucking spiral. Snell's law has a boundary. You said that you can make an arbitrary boundary. Where do we make that boundary? How many boundaries? That's why I asked you how many layers. You didn't even understand what that was talking about. Like, how would you model this? How many layers do you have to do? If I take six feet of freaking air, right? How many layers of Snell's law of different refraction index to model this gradient do I use? Do I use 10,000? Do I use 1,000,000? Do I use 1,000,000,000,000? Do I use an infinite amount? Right? When we use an infinite amount, well, oh my God, that's fucking calculus. And we use a continuum. And look, the continuum's more accurate than the so-called simulation of boundaries. I don't know why you don't understand this. Oh, because you don't know anything about mathematics. But your whole idea of refraction is based upon mathematical models, which don't work in reality, which make no predictions in reality. That's why I'm going to ask you again. I know someone muted you. Give me the model of refraction that makes accurate predictions that we can test, so that we know which one to use, so that when we make our post hoc claim, we can be using a model which has some predictive power. You even said we need predictive power to tell us what's likely true. Give us the model with predictive power.
Both.
Give me the exact model with predictive power.
Both.
Okay, so those are models. How are they tested?
I can find some journal articles if you'd like me to.
Yeah, I'm sure I've read them all.
Awesome. But are you willing to admit that the boundary is just what they put in? Like it's the maths that they add in to say that there is a defined.
They don't use Snell's law for a gradient, you clown.
A defined point between the refractive index of A and the refractive index of B, right? So all they've done is they've said there has to be a boundary here instead of it being a gradual change.
Okay. No.
So you're saying that
Snell's law if it was
is bullshit.
No, when they model it, listen, when they model it in reality, right? Like if they model it between glass and water, they'll use Snell's law. But if they have a gradient, they're not going to use Snell's law. So when I say the Snell's law is an actual boundary, that's what they're modeling. They're modeling an actual boundary. They're not going to use it in a situation you're talking about. They're not going to use it for a gradient index medium. They're just not going to use it. So it's
if
like,
it works, why not use it? If it's easier, because Snell's law is
because it's inaccurate.
Principle, isn't it?
Because it's inaccurate.
To what percentage? To what percentage?
It probably depends on the application.
Oh, okay. So we can use Snell's law if we want, say, a couple of percentage points of accuracy. And then Fermat's if we want, say, a couple more points of accuracy. It's the same with Newton's and Einstein's, isn't it?
Well, it depends on the distance, right? So it depends on how long the light is within the medium, right? So that's the defining factor. How long the light is inside the gradient versus, or how many layers you model. So there's all different, depends on your model, right? So that you could probably make a situational Snell's law model and use Fermat's principle and get them fairly correct, probably for good enough for practical purposes and make it quote unquote work, right? But it's not what's used in the common practice. They just use Fermat's principle because it's more accurate. That's just what they do.
So they both would work. One's just more accurate.
But the fact of the matter is, you can use Snell's law. You can use whatever the fuck you want.
You thought that this boundary was a physical boundary, you fucking goose.
No, listen, in the use that they model it, it is. Yeah, in the use that they model it, it is. Whether you actually use Snell's law to model something,
it's real. When they model it, it's an actual boundary.
No, listen, they don't model gradients using Snell's law. Only dumbass fucking anti-flat earthers use it for that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Only you fuck clowns use it for that. Nobody uses this. If you go read all the literature, no one uses Snell's law for this shit. Nobody. Not a fucking person. Only Dunning-Kruger
Does it still work?
Does
it still work?
No.
Why? What's the percentage difference? How many decimal points are different?
I just told you. I already answered that question. Depends on the application.
You don't know the verification fallacy and you don't know, and you're trying to lecture me about the maths. At least I was big enough.
No. Listen, I told you the situation. It depends. It depends on the situation. It depends on what you're modeling. The error depends on what you're modeling. If you're modeling how long light's in fucking 1 millimeter of a gradient, dude, yeah, they're going to be almost identical. But if you're modeling how far, like if it's going through fucking 1 trillion miles of air, that's something else. You're going to it depends. It depends on the application.
I think we're done with this now.
No, you're going to give me the predictive model. Dude, you're just going to give it to me because we want to know when we do our post hoc, ad hoc bullshit at the end, right? So we can't falsify the globe. I want to know what model we have to apply.
You're obviously too
I want to know what model, dude. I want the evidence. No, I want the evidence for your foregone conclusion. I just want the evidence. That's all I'm asking for. What's the evidence, dude? What's the evidence? What's the evidence any of these models work? What's the evidence that that light is bending around the curve? What model predicts that? And then that model has been validated by observation.
Great. I'm looking up
really simple.
Theoretical and experimental study of refractive indices of water, acids, and nitrile and salt systems.
Yeah, so I'm talking about terrestrial refraction.
They calculated the refraction.
I'm talking about terrestrial refraction. This thing that's supposed to be like bending around the curve, making everything look flat.
If you apply it to the surface of the Earth. No, these are physical constants, buddy. Do you know what a physical constant is?
Dude. Okay.
Dude.
That's a cool story. Physical constant. Yada, yada, yada. Cool story, bro. I'm asking for the model that makes predictions that we can apply in real life.
I propose a simple theoretical formula for describing the refractive indices in binary liquid mixtures containing salt ions. Our theory is based on the Clausius-Massotti equation. It gives the refraction index of the mixture in terms of the refractive indices of the pure liquid and the polarizability of the ionic species by properly accounting for the volume change upon mixing. The theoretical predictions are tested by extensive experimental measurements of the refractive indices of water, acetonitrile salt systems for several liquid compositions, different salt species, and a range of salt concentrations. Excellent agreement is obtained in all cases, especially in low salt concentrations with no feeling.
Are you almost done, like doing nothing?
Expression of the refractive index for low salt concentration is also given, which can be a theoretical basis for determination of salt concentration using refractive index measurements. So it seems like they've come up with a very, very simple equation for refraction based on this one specific liquid, and it's been correct. They tested it, and it was correct.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're going to apply that to the air. What model is used for the air?
Just a second.
It doesn't matter. There's not a big deviation.
It doesn't matter.
What I love is they're using a tank and a solution and allowing it to set so it becomes homogeneous and isotropic.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are they? Because what I just read out.
Because when you stir the solution, I've seen many demonstrations of this.
Okay.
When you stir the solution, you see no deviation.
Look, I'm just looking for the justification for claiming that there's terrestrial refraction fucking up all our measurements with a laser. I want the justification for that. And you can't seem to come up with one. Other than because I said so.
Experimental determination of the refractive index of Snell's law. This experiment uses a narrow beam of light passing from air into glass and then into air. The experiment is practically easier using a hemi-cylindrical prism of glass with a beam entering the curve.
But these are inapplicable to what we're talking about.
Why?
You're just Googling random shit on refraction, dude. Terrestrial refraction. Google that, brother.
There's
Dude,
literally
you think I don't know you didn't look for this?
An experiment showing refraction works, but you don't like it because you don't seem to understand that Snell's law, being a model, means that there has to exist things in real life.
You can claim it works in different applications that have nothing to do with. We want to see it works in this application.
In what application? Through air?
The application of a laser or a ray of light through air, dude.
Great. Refraction over water experiment. Have you never typed these things in?
Look, dude.
No, you haven't, have you?
What are you talking about?
It's much easier to just sit here and go around in
Snell's
circles about things that you don't understand. Rather than
Snell's law
yeah. Talking about me again. The old standby.
Hey, so anyway.
No. We're gonna finish this point. I don't care how long it fucking takes, dude. I don't. So we're gonna finish this. I want the predictive model for refraction so we know that there's a justification for saying that it exists. We need a justification. We can't just say, hey, willy-nilly, we're just going to throw in this phenomenon that we say exists. We need a justification for saying it exists, right? And one justification would be a model that's been tested and makes predictions. But that model doesn't exist, and you know it doesn't exist. That's why you're bringing up all this ancillary bullshit. And you know what? By bringing up ancillary bullshit and
predicting atmospheric refraction with weather modeling and machine learning.
Yeah. Okay. I've read that.
Would you like to read this?
I've already read it.
Have you?
Yes, I have. I read it about 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. What do they do in it?
I think they're looking at the side of a mountain, if I remember right. It's in Arizona. It's like in the desert.
White Sands, New Mexico.
Yeah, I got a pretty good memory. Seeing I only freaking skimmed it freaking goddamn 2 years ago, 3 years ago maybe. Yeah, but even if listen, so check this out. I'm pretty sure the AI successfully made predictions, but AIs are black boxes, so we don't know how they actually make predictions.
So you've read something that confirms that.
No, it doesn't confirm anything. They just.
Weather model data results were computed for 10-minute intervals and ray tracing procedure was applied. The data is interpolated in time to align with the time-lapse image frames. Shows results of the experiment as a function of time of day, blah, 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 blah. Where is it? Measurements are only available for daytime. General downward drift through daytime hours is an effect we commonly observe in clear weather, and this corresponds to a reduction in the average refractive index gradient of the atmosphere along our line of sight.
Yeah, claiming something and showing the actual mathematics to support it are two different things.
Well, they've got the mathematics in this.
Not for that specifically. That specific claim you just made, they do not have the mathematics.
I'm looking at it right now.
So what model do they use?
They have a machine learning model.
Well, you said it just matches the grading of listen, you just said it matches the grading of the refractive index. What is it matching? What is the machine learning matching? What model is that?
So the machine learning takes the image and then the ray tracing, whatever it is, and adds that into the known distances, and then takes all of the weather data and then calculates a refractive index based off that.
Okay, so what model is it comparing it against?
I mean, I can just link the paper. It's got all the maths for it here.
What model does it compare it against? So what you have is you have a model, and the machine learning looks at the images, right? And then the machine learning goes, if this model existed, how would this image match that model? And now I'm going to make predictions. When I take an image, how does this image fit this model?
It doesn't matter. It works.
What's the model, dude?
Refraction exists, and it's between Fermat's, Snell's, and this model, they would have similar outcomes, right?
No.
And the deviation doesn't matter because the deviation can be changed by any of the variables changing. So the refractive index should actually just be like a range, okay? So if you have like the black swan image and then you apply refraction to that, you don't just add a set refractive index. You can make that a range of refractive indexes based off the measurements you have and the variables that could change. That's how science and data works. And then from that, you can see whether that image can fit the predictions based off refraction, which would be the range of refraction.
What predictions? That's what I'm asking you. How do we make the predictions? What model do we use to make the predictions?
It doesn't matter. For math, this machine learning,
I'm going to use chicken bones.
Be fairly similar, right?
No, not really.
Not really. Okay, so what's
depends on what model you use. They'd actually. They've tested models, in the literature, they've tested these models against each other, Well, then so you actually don't know anything about this topic. I'm asking you this for a very specific
literature, champ.
Because they're so, dude, do you want me to link hundreds of PDFs that say, dude, we don't know?
I want you to link one.
Hold on.
Here, look, I'll add this in showing that machine learning can predict refraction.
So what? Machine learning is black boxes. We don't even know how it's doing the prediction. If you knew anything about machine learning, no.
That's genetic.
The machine learning is at modeling anything. You don't understand how machine learning works. So let's not talk about it. Until you know how machine learning works, then there's nothing to talk about.
It's a genetic, fellas.
No,
isn't machine learning where the machine takes in multiple sources of data and then it comes up with an algorithm based off that data that would predict any two sets of data outcomes further on?
Okay.
Let's look. Machine learning, subfield of artificial intelligence that deals with systems that are able to acquire their own knowledge by extracting patterns. There we go. Extracting patterns to get new data. Great. So, have you found that study yet?
Yeah, I'll just read you a whole bunch. How about that?
No, just link one.
Where should I pick?
Have you linked one? Have you dropped one in voice chat yet?
Yeah, I'm going to link like 10.
Well, I just want one, so link your best one. I'm going to just look at the top one anyway. Top one's going to be your best one.
So what? Just so I get the right thing, and I give you the right thing. What exactly do you want?
Show the difference that an observation using Snell's law refractive index versus Fermat's law refractive index.
I already did that.
Deviation.
I'm not doing it again. They don't use Snell's law, and they don't use Snell's law in any type of surveying, anything to do with
they use Fermat's
terrestrial refraction. They don't use it.
Why'd you ask which one's best?
No, oh my God, dude!
So why would you ask?
This is what you don't understand. There's models for terrestrial refraction. They involve temperature, humidity, CO2, yada yada yada.
I explained all this to you, you fucking idiot.
Listen, no, dude.
Yes,
there's
I did.
multiple models.
10 minutes ago, I went through all the things that can impact refraction.
That's right. That's awesome. Yeah. That's awesome.
Explain it to you already. So every single image you guys have of a flat Earth can be explained using refraction. We know to exist.
Okay, cool.
Is that true? Yes or no?
Yeah, cool. No, it's not true. Okay.
Great. Give me one image that shows that the Earth is flat that can't be explained using refraction.
Using assumption, you mean?
No,
refraction. Okay. I just went through machine.
You just have assumption. You have no evidence that there is refraction happening on those days.
Machine learning was able to calculate a refractive index.
They're not calculating anything.
Yes, it did.
No, they're not.
You're just assuming things. You have no values, so you're just assuming things. There's more values in the laser test.
Data goes in, it calculates, it comes up with an equation.
It doesn't calculate, it does. It doesn't come up with a fucking equation. You don't know what you're talking about.
When you get data and you run data
dude, machine learning is basically a lookup table, dude. That's basically what it is. It's a lookup table.
It isn't.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Dude, I got a degree in computer science. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
X equals C, depending on some variable.
It's not. They use gradient descent, dude. In this machine learning model, they use something called gradient descent. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Stay like you don't know what you're talking about with refraction. You really don't know what you're talking about with machine learning.
Even if I don't know what I'm talking about,
I'm not going to explain it to you.
I can understand.
Look, I want to go back to these variables.
Someone who's been doing this for years.
I want to go back to these variables, right? So these variables that you say exist, it's cause refraction. Right? You think they exist because there's models that exist that use these variables to make predictions about refraction. Well, none of these models actually makes accurate predictions.
They do.
No, okay, where is that?
The Fermat's law. You just explained yourself that surveyors use it. Surveyors get accurate data over land masses, don't they?
I'm not talking about. So listen. Okay, so to apply Fermat's principle, you have to know the refractive index at any given point. How do you calculate that?
No, you can average it.
Temperature, humidity.
Snell's law assumes that there's some set boundary, but Fermat's law can say that given like the known variables, you can average it out over a distance.
Well, they don't do averaging, but whatever. That's
what Fermat's law is. It may not be an average, but what it is it's going from A to B using a function rather than going from A to B.
That's right. And so there's different variables that they use in these different models to model terrestrial refraction.
So
none are accurate. That's what I'm trying to tell you. None are accurate.
As a function, it would be centimeter 1 is 9 from 1, centimeter 8 is bloody 2, centimeter 2 is 8 from 1, centimeter 3 is 7 from 1. That's how the function would work.
Yeah. Great. Fantastic. How do they figure out what the refractive index is at any given?
Maths. I don't know much advanced maths, and I was able to explain to you how that would be.
You don't have to explain it to me. You're just you're trying to convince yourself of something, dude. You're not understanding what I'm saying, or you're deliberately being obtuse. There's a model. There's a model that uses these variables. So you're still going to talk over me again. There's a model that uses these variables, and none of those models make accurate predictions. These variables that you say exist, which cause refraction, to validate whether these models cause refraction, you need a model that makes predictions which are tested and known to be accurate. You don't have that. You're putting the cart before the horse. Where's the fucking horse? Where's the model of refraction that makes predictions so that we know these are the variables that matter? These are the variables that cause uncertainty in our observation. These are the variables that we need to account for so that we can come up with a refractive index or a change in the refractive index from which we can make predictions with. That doesn't exist. And do you know what? It's been tested. So there was an experiment, this laser experiment across the Hawaiian Islands, and they took 3 lasers. And they went from one Hawaiian island to the other, and they did this experiment. They were measuring turbulence in the air. They picked up all 3 of these laser frequencies through their telescope. Then what did they do? So there was other research students there. So for his master's degree, he tried to model it, and when he applied the model of refraction, right? Gradient, standard US temperature. When he modeled it across this same distance using the same laser frequencies, he found out the experiment should not have worked. at all. Because the divergence, because refractive index is wave dependent, right? You have, what the hell did I call it? Can't remember the name of it. Dispersion of light. That's where the wavelengths separate.
Why are you still talking? Have you linked the PDF about it?
Oh, I will if you want.
Yeah, of course.
It's going to make fucking spiral into oblivion, but whatever. So, so what happens is the spread of the wavelengths of the laser are greater than the width of the telescope. So when you model it, right, when you model it in this refractive index air, the spread, so you have 3 frequencies of lasers all starting at the same point. They spread out because not all of them refract the same. They refract differently. It's wavelength dependent. So they're spread out by some spatial distance. That spatial distance is greater than the width of the telescope. But somehow they picked up all 3 beams in the telescope at the same time. The only way that can happen is if there's no refraction.
How do I find this? How do I find this?
Hold on, I'm gonna post it.
How do I
you want the underlying experiment? Yeah, hold on. So I'll find the underlying experiment. So this was there's experiments based upon, it's done by the Air Force. So the person that wrote this master's thesis, he tried to model what the results were. And when he modeled the standard, terrestrial refraction, using the same shit Bisgan uses, using the same shit Mick West uses, found out that, like it says, I'll read it to you. For the 150 kilometer path simulated, the rays are misaligned by about 4 meters.
Okay.
With respect to the point, the telescope's 3.4 meters wide.
And?
That means they should not have, if the refraction model was correct, they could not have picked up all 3 lasers simultaneously in the telescope. But they did.
What did they say about it?
I mean, what did they say about it?
What was their conclusion? What was their conclusion?
Well, see, they did the test first, and then after the fact, they applied the model, and then realized our test should not have worked. If they would have applied the model before the test, they probably would have never did it. They would have probably designed a different test.
Okay, so they came up with there is some variable or phenomena that we cannot explain. Is that what they came up with?
What they were testing was, okay, so was
but
the test
was their answer? The presented experimental results on intensity scintillation characteristics reveal complexity of the observed phenomena that cannot be fully explained based on the existing atmospheric turbulent models.
Yeah, so there's turbulence models, there's refractive index models, and he tried to use a mixed turbulence refraction model. None of those models worked, but the turbulence model, called a non-Kolmosov model or some shit. Can't remember the name of it because there's actually 2 of them. There's the non one and there's the regular one. Anyway, so the turbulence model fit more closely than the so-called terrestrial refraction model. The terrestrial refraction model says that the experiment should not even have been completed. Because you can look at the simulation. He simulates it the same way Walter Bisgan simulates it, using the same methodology. So the fact that, and I have more stuff, right? So I have more. They've done terrestrial laser measurements using 2-frequency Lidar. I can post that. And what they measured was the deviation.
What's that going to prove? What's that going to show? What's that going to show?
It shows that when they so-called measured the refractive index, right, they measured the angle of arrival of a beam of light of 2 different frequencies of light. And then they measure the angle, like how much deflection they are measuring, right?
Yes, but the argument. And
they're measuring they're measuring a max 4 Mgon deflection, which is equivalent to 0.009 degrees. So if you extrapolate out to 25 miles, that's 8 feet.
And?
That's an 8 feet deflection at the max.
And?
The laser, like ISO laser test, would have to be a 420 foot deflection. A 440 foot deflection. You don't understand that the observation at Lake Issel is 2 orders of magnitude off the prediction, right? Even if you say you use 7.6R, it's 2 orders of magnitude off that prediction.
And what was their conclusion?
Bruh. Dude, for FE core? Yeah, that does not fit the WGS84 model.
Oh, you're talking about FE core again. They didn't add in any refraction, you fucking idiot.
And I'm trying to justify adding it in. So don't you get it? We're trying to justify adding it in without just saying, yeah, it exists.
The surveys use refraction.
Let's say we use 7.6R.
Surveys use refraction.
Surveys use refraction. How much refraction
do they accurately measure the surface of the Earth in distances?
For practical purposes, yes.
Great. Do they use optical measurements?
Yes.
Great. So why didn't FE core do the fucking same?
We can do the same. We can use 7.6R.
Then do it.
We can use. So if you look, so I'll give you an example. We in the United States, different states build roads. If you look at the surveying manuals for the transportation departments in different states, they all use different refractive index ratios. They use different values for terrestrial fraction. So, for instance, in Massachusetts, they use 0.17. In Washington State, they use 0.13. In Europe, they use 0.13. So different places use different values. Listen, the point is, the largest value anyone uses is 7.6R, which is 0.166, right? So you take this 0.16 that they use in surveying, right? It only takes 5 meters off. You have to, and the value is 137 meters off. The measured value is 137 meters off, dude. So, okay, we'll give you refraction. We'll give you terrestrial refraction model. We'll go 7.6R. Yeah, now you have to make up another 132 meters.
I didn't say this FE.
Now we can go, okay, there is even extra special refraction. We'll multiply it times 10.
Drop in the FE laser measurement link again. I'll look at it again using the highest and lowest refractive indexes.
What does that even mean? First of all, you just quoted surveying.
If I'm right,
they use a 7.6R value.
Stupid rambling way. If we were to add in the standard refractive indexes into the FE core measurement, it still would.
Yeah, the ones you just appealed to, surveying. Those are the ones you just appealed to. You said surveying, they use refraction. That's what they use. They use 7.6R.
Big fella, if you add those into the FE core data, it still won't explain the data. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying, if you add that value listen, I'm explaining it to you. If you add that value into the data, it only moves the laser down 5 meters.
Okay, great.
You have to move it down 137 meters.
The FE core thing again. I'm gonna download it. I'm gonna go away. I'm gonna do the maths. I'm gonna come back. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Fine with me. I want you to keep in mind that they didn't this isn't a one-off. They did it 3 weeks apart. So make sure that you read the dates.
Don't care if they didn't add refraction. I don't give a fuck.
You don't even know why they should be adding it, other than somebody told you they should add it.
No, I know why they have to add it. They have to add it because as light moves through a medium, if there's any change to that medium, then the angle of incidence changes.
And that means what?
And that means that the light can make things look further up or further down.
Okay. Yeah, you're claiming that. But you're claiming that. But what's the evidence? Dude, that's what you don't understand. You don't understand there's a difference between claims and evidence.
Open the fridge, mate. Have you ever opened the fucking fridge and looked at it? You cold air when it hits the warm air and things get all goofy behind it.
Well, that would be evidence.
What about experiments? But there's one where some dude pours cold water over or I think it's liquid natural gas over a propane tank, and you can see some. I don't know, colours that you couldn't see before, some bands of colour.
Thank you for proving. You just proved flat Earth. Thank you very much.
Affecting what you see.
Yeah, that's great, dude. Do you know what that proves? Because you have to use this butane. Listen to me. Because that proves
No,
that
it works with cold
applying
air. Fridge as well.
Listen, you don't get it, dude. Butane has a okay. Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Okay. So the refractive index is butane, by the way. And the refractive index of butane is 1.33. Right.
I don't care. I don't care.
So check it out. The fact that you have to use, listen, the fact that you have to use an extreme, non-physical, unequivalent demonstration to simulate what you say is happening all the time demonstrates that it's not happening all the time. The fact you have to use butane to show it to happen demonstrates that it's not happening all the time.
It happens with cold air. It happens
with
cold air.
Yeah, with cold air, but that has a temperature gradient of something like 70 degrees per centimeter. Is that physical? Do we experience that in the real world? Do you ever have your feet get frostbite while your knees were burning off? I didn't think so. The fact you have to use extreme examples of demonstrations, non-physical to what we experience in everyday life, proves that it's not happening.
Oh my God, that's because the demonstrations are done in people's houses, you fucking moron. You fucking idiot. If you're going to demonstrate something in your house, a very small area, then you have to use extreme refractive conditions because you can't have the massive change over a long area. It's numbers, you dumb cunt. It's numbers.
Oh, what numbers?
What's the language on you? You blow your father with that mouth?
Oh my God. So you have, say, I want to test something in a very small area. Okay, and I want to test some variable that usually happens over a very long area. I have to make that variable much bigger in the small area to make sure that I can observe that variable in action. Because over the very, very, very long area, that variable can have very insignificant changes, but because it's such a long area, those insignificant changes can cause a massive change over that long area. I'm explaining this to you like a child because so far you've shown that you may be a child.
This is actually pretty humorous. So what you're saying is,
look, here's a video.
We have to scale down the experiment to demonstrate that the phenomenon, which should be happening all the time in the air, is actually possible. And to do this, we need extreme conditions. But the underlying phenomenon, you can't actually demonstrate is happening.
Extreme conditions, just people show that it's possible using extreme conditions because they're doing it in their little house.
But they're not equivalent.
Of course they're equivalent. It's just scale, mate.
Okay.
If I want to make a square, I can make a square 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter or 1 mile by 1 mile, but those fucking squares will still be square.
Okay. It's not equivalent, and the scale's not equivalent, okay, because the refractive index of air, I'm going to explain to you why. I'm trying to explain to you why the emotional child. Irony of you calling me a child with your spasming, dude. That's hilarious. Anyway, so the refractive index of butane is nowhere near equivalent to air. Air's refractive index changes. Yeah, you don't give a. I thought it was math, dude. I thought it was numbers, but now you don't give a fuck.
Past butane onto air, but you're stuck on butane.
No, I'm going to cover them both.
You consider anything that goes against your biases.
So I'm going to cover them both. See, don't presuppose what I'm going to say, dude.
Well,
I'm going to cover them both.
Don't talk about butane because I don't give a fuck.
No, you don't give a fuck. Okay, so let's talk about the air. The temperature, the extreme temperature gradient, right, that you're demonstrating. So I've seen the dry ice demonstration, the refractive index of CO2 is not the same as air. And then I've seen, I think they use a cold plate or something like that, or ice. I think it was Mick West used ice. Was it Weiss? What did he use to make everything cold? Was it turbulent air?
No, he didn't use Barry Weiss.
What was used to make the temperature gradient?
I don't know, because I'm not obsessed with people that do these experiments like you retards are.
So you cited an experiment that you don't even know what happened. Great, let's go with that.
I've watched. I cited an experiment that I've watched, but I don't remember the people that did it because I don't give a fuck. Look, I found.
So what if they use dry ice?
Let's look at the Mick West.
What if they use dry ice to
I found the one you wanted. You wanted me to talk about Mick West, didn't you? Because you have pre-prepared.
No, I don't care about Mick West. He already got smashed in here. You can fucking listen to the video on the YouTube channel.
Yay, there's Mick West. I finally found the thing you were talking about that I wasn't.
I don't care about Mick West. I'm asking you, if you don't know the details, If you don't know the details of the experiment, you don't know if they use CO2, if they use some equivalent. You claim they're equivalent, they're just different scale, but you don't actually even know that.
Mate,
I'm asking you, if they use CO2, why did they change the air? I'm trying to figure out the
iron.
See, you make claims that there's no evidence for. That's the hilarious part. You just keep
What claim?
You claimed that these demonstrations are equivalent and they're just a change in scale. So I'm asking you details about them, and you don't know the details. So you're just talking out your ass.
What detail do you want? The guy put up
what
an
they
iron,
used to cool the air. What did they use to cool
it? Changed it.
What did they use to cool the air? What substance? How did they create this temperature gradient?
Nothing. They warmed up the air using an iron.
They warmed up the air using an iron? What?
Are you just going to repeat back with a dumbfounded?
I don't understand what you're. I don't understand what you mean by they warmed up the air using an iron, like an iron for ironing clothes. Iron, like
you
what?
Don't seem to understand anything. I linked the video.
Because you suck at explaining yourself.
You know, an iron, like you iron your clothes. Yeah, it heats up the air. Look, here's one of nice wavy air patterns in front of a heater. Why would that happen?
Turbulence. It's called sensible heat flux.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's called sensible heat flux. Yeah. So, like when air gets hot, it goes up, right? Right? It tries to equilibrate and it moves around. It's like why you don't survey in the wind. So there's something called the Fresnel effect, where a medium that's in motion will deflect light in the direction of the motion.
Oh, okay. So there is refraction, deflection.
That's not refraction. It's a completely different thing.
So did they look at what the wind speed was over the water in the FE core experiment?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did. I mean, it's on like they took pictures of the meteorological stations.
Anyway, I'm out of here. My earbuds are about to die, and you seem to be thicker than a brick, my son.
Yeah,
Hypothesis in science, buddy.
Oh, does that qualify as a wig, bro? I'm sorry to everyone that I cut off, but I do not want to let him out of that. Otherwise, we're going to be looping on that shit forever. I'm sick of this guy. I'm sick of looping with this guy.
That counts as a wig with the earbud still attached.
Ew. How about the ear still attached? How much glue did you use on that wig? Listen, this is, to me, these refraction claims, like, I'm so sick of it just being like a foregone conclusion. You didn't include refraction. You didn't account for refraction. Why should we? Give us a reason why we should. Oh, because everybody else is doing it. That's not an argument. Surveyors do it. Yeah, so what? And? They're measuring 50 meters at a time. The uncertainty is like 2 millimeters. Do you think that like if they don't use refraction, it's like, oh my God, now the fucking road's all fucked up. It's a 1,000-mile road and now it's messed up because we didn't account for refraction. I mean, come on, man.
Dude.
Get serious.
Did they account for refraction when they used the microscope on that fishing line?
Dude, that's somebody that's like, have you ever done asphalt AI?
Not really, no.
I
Cement,
have,
though.
when I was a kid. So I've done asphalt. I wish Mike was here. Like, you're precise, but you're not that precise. It's fucking asphalt, dude. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
fucking not measuring to like, oh my God, we didn't account for refraction of the road, man. Oh my God, like, no, the road doesn't work. I mean, get real.
Well, I've done sidewalks and stuff and foundations, but yeah, same principle.
So they only use the geodetic surveying so-called techniques for practical purposes in road work. They don't use them. And it depends. It depends on whether it's an interstate highway versus, state road versus a city road, right? Depends on whether they're going to use a state plane system versus like the geodetic system. And the geodetic system is going to has to be long. And like any error of not using refraction is going to be so negligible, it isn't going to matter. They never like built roads and were like, fuck, we built this whole road and didn't account for refraction. No wonder why it's messed up. No one has ever done that. That's never happened.
Yeah, you were trying to tell me. I thought that the point that I wanted to jump in that was annoying was that he was trying to say diametry wasn't like the part he was missing was that to Snell's law it's two mediums.
Yeah, a lot went over that. And, like,
that's the
he
boundary.
denied it.
And I posted. It's like, because I would have pointed them to the screenshots of Snell's law. I'm like, what's that?
Look, I really didn't want to go into these rabbit holes with him. I just wanted to point out that there was, like, I was laser focused on one thing. Point out that he has no justification for including refraction in any calculation of anything, ever. That there's no actual justification for it. There's no, like, oh, we have a model, and this model requires refraction to make it unfalsifiable, but other than that, there's no reason to have it.
Well, there you go. That's the rationale.
Oh, you got him so hard, AI, dude. You got him to admit we're making our model unfalsifiable. Like, that's pretty much what he admitted. That is just perfect.
It's like that day when me and Kiwi were going through, and I was teaching him how to use the Bislins, and the refraction slider. I thought it went up to 60 million radius, but it actually goes up to 60 billion radius.
Oh shit!
He's like, "Oh, dude, what's these extra 3 zeros here?" And I'm like, "Hold on a second." I resized my screen, because sometimes it cuts it off if you have like 20%, 70%, whatever.
Yeah.
And then I saw the rest of the numbers, the rest of the zeros. I'm like, "Damn!"
Oh my God, Earth's the size of the solar system. Actually,
well, one of our
galaxy, right?
Yeah, so one of our friends asked a question, which is, how does he explain the Canigou shot? Well, lo and behold, this is what me and Kiwi were looking at. So we went and we did the slider, right? And we did this calculation for how much we would need to get to the Canigou shot. Now, check this out. The number of that value was only like 0.003 different than the category that you can click that just pre-calculates what's called extreme refraction. So let that sink in. And Walter Bislin's calculator, when we did it, and by the way, it's recorded, so if it was changed, there's proof still there. He literally labeled extreme refraction the exact amount of refraction needed to defeat the Canigou shot, proving the point that it's just an unfalsifiable ex post hoc excuse.
Yeah, that's the same thing he did with the Black Swan. That's why I brought it up, right? So he created this piece of software, and then he manipulates the variables until the piece of software looks similar to the image, and it doesn't matter what the values say. The values can be non-physical. It doesn't matter. So in the Black Swan, unlike all the other simulations, he tilts the camera up a tenth of a degree. I don't know why. If you put it at regular degrees, it doesn't match. So he takes the camera. So he's got all, he's got the tabs of different, like, observations.
You mean level?
Yeah. So he tilts it up 1 degree from level, or
right. Yeah.
From level.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, but he doesn't do that for any other observation in his little tabs of, like, Soundleys Bridge, like Pontchartrain, like he's got all these little tabs, right? So, like, This is the only one where he does this, the Black Swan. He tilts it up. And then when you look at the ray trace, the rays flip that over. That should make an inverted image. When you have ray tracing path, right, and then the rays cross over, like the top rays become the bottom rays, and then the bottom rays become the top rays, that's an inverted image. But when you look at it, it doesn't invert the image. I don't know if he did this intentionally, or it's an error in the software, or a combination of both. It's not a bug, it's a feature. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if there's a point of inversion, your lens would have to be there in order for it to be an upright image.
At least. He has a little graph where it shows it has the variables, and then it shows like this crazy, like, it has a graph of like the variables for like the temperature, altitude, that, right? So that is just insanely all over the place. So if he had to fiddle around with the variables until he got something close enough, right, to what the Black Swan looks like, but didn't think past, like, oh shit, these rays are inverted. He doesn't care about that. As long as the software comes out the way the image is, that's all he cares about. That is some bullshit, dude. Like you
It
couldn't
works.
get away with that in like ninth grade.
It works. It works.
It fools people like this guy. You know what I'm saying?
So it does work.
Yeah, it does work.
Dude, once you're told that there's like he said, a greater than 50% probability, right? When you apply Snell's law or whatever, that the horizontal rays will remain horizontal, right? That would be an impetus for you to maneuver the thing like at an up angle, right? Because if you just have the rays going straight and they're not passing any variability, they're just going to stay straight, and there's going to be very minor variability. But in their worldview, they have infinite variability of paths probability, so they can just pick and choose any paths they want, and then draw lines like as if they're heat-seeking missiles shooting you straight in the eyeball. And again, that just makes their claims unfalsifiable in principle.
So I'm gonna take a screenshot of this shit.
But by the way, all his claims also backfire on all optical observations that the globe makes, because the scrutiny that he demanded of the flat Earth side was not applied to any of the globe Earth observations.
Yeah, like, did you measure in the middle? Remember that? We got to measure in the middle. He don't. But the middle is where you're going to actually have to measure it, right? You're not going to measure it at the edges.
Yeah, all the models, all the refraction models are based on measurements that were taken at some point, not current measurements of the current conditions, anything like that. And then it's like you can stretch those boundaries, so it's just used to fill in the gaps to make things match.
Yeah. Well, the Hitchell test, they did measure in the middle by hitting the panned targets. And they demonstrated the variableness of whatever alleged refraction would have been there. Well, it really just all about the bias that we already know the Earth is a globe. This observation doesn't fit geometric wise. Therefore, the light must have curved. Oh, well, what model did you apply to know how the light curved? Well, simple. We just plotted out the geometric points and then applied a circle, and then we said this light had to follow this trajectory to get to you. Therefore, it did. It's the most ex post hoc bologna sandwich of rationale.
Doesn't the infrared observations just throw the refraction argument out the window anyway?
Yeah.
Not having a globe radius to refract does that pretty well too.
Yeah, it's just they make the claim that all the light is bending around the globe, so it appears flat, and so we can see 10 times further than the geometry in the black swan, and they just bend everything to make it match. But if that were true, then we would be able to just use infrared and be able to see that the horizon is always closer in infrared. Do we see that in real life? I don't think so. All long-distance photographs in infrared that I've seen taken close or with short duration between a visible light picture show the infrared actually seeing further. So I don't see how they can get away from that.
Dude.
Well, that was.
Yeah. Hold on. I gotta show you all something. How far is the Black Swan? How far is 10 kilometers? Or 10 miles in kilometers? That's
16.
Okay, 16. Yeah, I should have known that. 1.6. Should have been able to do that in my head. I'm sad. It's just sad.
Well, that's just the next greatest whole number after the demarcation point of the rig. It could be much further than that.
Yeah, how interesting would it have been to see that black swan taken, one with infrared and one with visible light? Like, how far would we have seen the beach of the island that's back there? I don't know. It's hard to see because it's the light is so diffused near the horizon.
Look how insane this is. This is Bislin's ray trace. These are the path of the rays. Look how just insane this is. This is what it takes, right? These extreme situations as evidence for the globe, right? That there has to be an extreme, and that's the only way that they can even approach what they're claiming is happening all the time. That's the thing, is they're claiming that this is the general condition, right? That we see too far, and we have to apply this refractive index, this standard refraction all the time. And occasionally it's a little bit worse. But how come it's never a little bit better? Oh, that's when ships go over the horizon. Well, how come refraction doesn't make it look even closer still? How come the refraction doesn't make it look like an extra curvy ball?
Exactly. Or make the horizon appear like at 30% in the top of your viewpoint.
Yeah, why doesn't it make the horizon appear like a mile away when it should be 1.2 miles away or 500 feet away or right in front of your face?
How come they can't even show a picture that even matches their claimed standard?
Yep.
Good question.
Dude, why does this picture you post have a big yellow block for obvious contrast, like it's flashing at me and it says custom refraction?
That's I don't know why you're there bragging about that.
I know.
So the way I figured out that this was tilted, right? These rays are tilted up. Was I'm like, man, look at all those rays that are all really close together up top. I mean, that's kind of weird. I'm thinking, and I'm like, he must have did something. So I start clicking through the tabs, and these rays are tilted up, right? So they tilted the camera up, so the rays that are entering, so what you're taking is, so what they're doing is, right, they're taking the image, right, and they're taking one pixel in the image, and they're moving it across the grid, right, and moving it up and down based upon, the angle of change of the refractive index, and then they're projecting it onto the image that is going to be presented on your screen, the one that quote unquote matches the observation, right? So there's just moving this pixel up or down relative to that. But apparently that must be clamped because they're not moving it into their correct actual location. But in order to do this, he had to tilt the projection plane. This is being projected on. He had to tilt it back to get the geometry, the shifting to match the so-called black swan, and it still isn't even a match. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's A for effort, but not quite.
It's also, if you look at your image at 2 minutes after the hour, if you follow those rays, why on the globe, you'd be seeing the ground up in the air. Really high up in the air.
Yeah, it's all messed up. This is I just use this as an example of post hoc, right? It's just completely post hoc. We're going to sit here and fiddle with the dials until we get it to match, right? And we're going to make, refractive indexes that are absurd and not seen in nature, like dogs are gods was citing, right? We're going to do tests that aren't seen in nature to prove that these phenomena exist in nature. No, dude, that's not how it works. If you have to do an absurd test, then that phenomenon does not exist in nature, because you're going outside the natural order to demonstrate that it can happen at all.
Yes, a roided, jacked up, serum-induced, Neanderthal can lift, 2,000 pounds. Therefore, I can lift 2,000 pounds. Therefore,
yeah, everyone can lift 2,000 pounds. 2,000 pounds is happening all the time. People are just picking up 2,000 pounds. And here's I didn't want to point it out because I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole. Kept saying you're using a genetic fallacy. Literally, he was doing the exact same thing he was complaining about. Remember when he started talking about epistemology? Right? And what he said was a genetic fallacy was, because I don't know how somebody did something, that means it's not true, and then he used it for epistemology. So some people had to come up with the epistemology, right? So they said that this epistemology is correct, and that we don't know about it, therefore it's not true, right? He did the exact same thing, the exact analogous thing, 5 seconds after he complained about you doing it. Or he complained about Miggy doing it, quite honestly. Yeah, it was Miggy. So, I mean, it is what it is. I just want to illustrate that, that was my only laser focus. I want to illustrate there's no rational basis for applying refraction just because. Right? We can say other phenomena exist, and we're not just going to willy-nilly just apply them to, observations. You could think about it like this, right? So we have diffraction, right? So we can model the path of light as if going through a shitload of holes, right? There's an infinite amount of holes, and we can use this diffraction model. There's an infinite amount of holes between point A and point B. And then we can just say, well, the light's just all over the place because, it's actually, that's not even a real image. That's just like a hologram of an image, because you have all these little, you can model the air as like a hole because the light's going between the freaking atoms, right?
All
so that's
the little
just
balls, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, so it's all scattering and diffracting, and so when you actually see it, it's just a hologram of the image because of wave interference. It all just comes together and coalesces in your eye, and and we have a model for this, so we're going to apply this all the time on why, the Earth, ships over the horizon is bullshit, because we have this diffraction model. Okay, so we have a model. It doesn't make predictions, but we're just going to apply it post hoc to every single observation. Nobody would accept that, and they should not accept it, because it's bullshit. And this is what these guys want us to accept. This nonsense.
Wait a minute. Did you just say that every space between a particulate is an aperture, and therefore compound diffraction? So you have an infinite diffractive path model, which essentially would become the same thing as their infinite refractive path model.
Yeah.
So you could just pick any path you want, and as long as you can trace that path from the source to the observer, then you can validate your claim.
Yeah, I mean, we could all play the same game, right? We can say refraction makes the Earth look, the Earth look like a globe, right? We could say anything. That's the whole point of unfalsifiability, is that the underlying claim can prove both propositions. Well, not prove it, right? Or you can be used as evidence for both propositions, right? We can claim
either one.
Yeah. So we can claim refraction makes the Earth is actually flat, and when it doesn't look flat, that's refraction, and and they can claim the Earth's a globe, and when it doesn't look like a globe, that's refraction. It makes it unfalsifiable. Well, how about there is no refraction, and that we're just misapplying it, like the optical phenomenon that we're seeing is not refraction, it's turbulence, or like internal reflection, or any number of things. The point is, like, because the refractive model can't make accurate predictions, that's actually wrong, and it has to be, because they've been trying to figure it out for like 150 years, and they still aren't any farther, right? And to the point, man, I wish he was on here. I should have asked him, like, if they have a predictive model, why are they using AI? What's the purpose of that? They have a predictive model. That's redundant. Like, why even use AI to do anything, right? We have a predictive model. We can just take a picture, and we know what the refractive index is. You understand what I'm saying, right?
If I was gonna feed my AI, right, what I would do is I'd take a bunch of pictures that have supersedery information according to globe geometry, feed them with that presupposition that the bottoms of things are cut off because of globe geometry, and then you have the squashing effects, right? And then I would tell the AI, create me a model that traces the path of light that assumes globe geometry from these images, and then it would give me all this, spaghetti string nonsense, right? So now they just have an even better Earth curve calculator. So you say, oh, look at this image of a mountain 500 miles away. Oh yeah, well, look at this spaghetti string.
Well, see, this is, I didn't think of it at the time. I should have did this. Like, so you could have took this AI, right, and fed it a model of gravity, right? So little g, not big G, right? So that when the mountain is displaced down, that means there's a greater acceleration, and you could put in the equations for it, like you put the mass of the mountain and the acceleration of gravity at that particular spot, and you would just say, okay, what's the acceleration of gravity if the mountain's in this location? What's the acceleration of gravity if it's displaced this much, right? And then you could feed the AI a bunch of data, and the AI would say, yes, it matches. Like when the mountain's here, the acceleration's this. The mountain's here, the acceleration's that, right? And you could just come up with, because you're making correlations between one model in the AI, in the image, right? So you have a model, right, the equations of gravity, and then you have the images, and the AI is making a correlation between a particular image and a particular value in the model, right? But it has to start with some reference location. And as long as it has that initial spatial reference, right, then it can measure the displacement of the pixels relative to that. And so you have a reference, like, okay, the image is here, the acceleration of gravity is this. Now, we're going to show you all these images. How does the acceleration of gravity change based upon the images? And you apply the vertical displacement is because acceleration increases. And the AI just figures out what's the correlation between those two. That's what I was trying to tell them. You don't understand what machine learning is doing. It's just making correlations between two pieces of data. But you have to start at some reference, right? You have to start at some reference location so it knows how to make the correlation. And you could have literally stuck in any mathematical model of any phenomenon and told it programmed the AI so it said, oh, if any causal mechanism for the displacement of the pixels, right, up or down in the image.
Yep.
You literally could just said anything.
I choose women's feelings about the color blue presently.
You could actually do that, which is kind of scary.
So the more women who are happy with blue, the more refraction is present.
You could have correlated to the menstrual cycle, how many times freaking someone watches clown porn on Pornhub. Like you could have done anything. The people don't understand, like AI, they're caught up in the hype, like this thing's thinking. It's not thinking. It's not doing anything. It's just like making a correlation and giving a probability on like how two particular data points are correlated within their data set, right? Within the data set that it was fed. Because when you start increasing the size of the data set, values change, right? Or if you decrease the size of the data set. So it reaches like different quote unquote conclusions. It's not reaching a conclusion. It's just, It's just a giant fucking lookup table.
So long story short, how this all works is you have a distance between point A and point B. You have the assumption of straight line rays, right?
Yeah.
You can't see the bottom of something, so you shift the rays down. You then assume a curved Earth horizon is blocking it. Then after that, when you see any observation in the real world that supersedes that, you then say, oh, well, maybe these straight line rays aren't straight, they're curved. And then you just draw curved lines. And you notice how all of this just occurred on a piece of paper and not actually out in the real world.
Yeah, amazing, man. It's amazing what you can make up in fiction. I mean, there's no difference between writing down a bunch of refraction equations and saying that's terrestrial refraction and that's evidence of it than me, like, writing a book of fiction about wizards and elves. There's no difference. It has no relation in the real world.
What always got me is this idea of curvilinear graduations, right? And how they would apply these apparent straight line redirections of the light, because it seems like they would just be driven off rather quickly if you assume any kind of curved boundary. So you almost have to go into this infinite boundary. Do you remember that refraction model where it was vertical gradations from the target point to the observation point? And that's how you could get it to the light to go with, I think with Snell's law, maybe.
Yeah, well, yeah, what they use, like, yeah, it's like, I'll pick graphics. I mean, this is the best really way to just show it in images. Wherever the hell it is. Yeah, so I got, refraction. So we got this. So this image, right? So each one of these, this is how you would model Snell's law, right? You'd have a bunch of layers like this. If you look in live stream voice text, you'd have a bunch of layers. So it's like the how many layers you want to use. Basically, you're like, how cheap is my computer? That's what you're asking, right? How long do I want the simulation to run? How cheap is my computer? And as you start adding layers, right, like, it deflects more because it has like this set value. It's not like a smooth curve, and like it'll approximate a curve, but that curve isn't going to look like the curve of the Fermat's principle. And like, I don't know what he didn't understand. Like, it's a divergent value, right? So say you compare them at like 110 kilometers distance, the divergence is going to be small. But if you have a longer and longer and longer optical path, the divergence becomes larger and larger and larger, obviously. It's not like a ratio. It's not like they stay like in this ratio. It's only 10% different forever. No, it's like the difference like increases over time. The divergence becomes greater.
Right, but
because the error accumulates, right? So the error, like if you were going to like, okay, this ray would hit at 10 feet versus 15 feet. Well, as you move down, right, because that angle is continuously changing, right, and they're not continuously changing the same, that difference compounds over time. Right, so now one ray is like shooting up at a 45-degree angle, and the other one's only going up at a 10-degree angle after some distance. Well, now when it starts like curving some more, it's going fucking straight up, and the other one's going up at 45 degrees. That's a huge difference. That difference went from 30 degrees to freaking 45 degrees. Right, so like I don't like he just didn't. I don't know if he don't understand or what the issue is. I don't think he wanted to understand quite honestly. Probably how I should have characterized it. He didn't want to know.
Yeah, well, he did call you a cunt, so...
Yeah, well, he could be right about that.
Right, but those are still horizontal gradations, not curvilinear gradations.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So what they're saying, like, with calculus, like, if you take an infinitesimally small straight line, it'll approximate a curve and yada, yada, yada.
What?
You're hot, Wave Mixer, you're hot, dude. Your mic's hot.
Also note that, like, there's a specific angle here. They would require all these specific angles and boundaries to get things around the ball.
See, in Snell's law, you have to calculate where the light intersects, the angle that it intersects the boundary, and then it bends towards the normal. So you need to know 90 degrees from that. That's what the normal is. The normal is in mathematics is called, it's 90 degrees from a boundary, right? So that's the intersection point. So that normal in a gradient keeps shifting, right? So you have to keep calculating that over and over and over again. And then, like, to get the angle of incidence at the boundary, and right, like, one location isn't going to be the same as some other location, which is why they just use Fermat's principle, because it's just simpler. It's simpler, it's more accurate. It's just like, why would you use? They just don't use it. So, like, saying it's this whole shit about like whether the boundary is physically real, not in the application you're using it for.
Well, look at my picture there, man. Look at that picture. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
See where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
If you got curvilinear gradients, bro, your little 180 degree summation is going to take all that light and just drive it into the ground.
Yeah, man. It just ends up a mess. That's why they don't use, like I said, it doesn't sound redundant, why they don't use it. Like, they don't even think about using it. They know it doesn't work. They know it, like, you know,
right,
but for a long time.
And does nobody remember that vertical gradient thing where it says this is the way it would have to be, and it shows like it's black and white, and then it's got vertical columns, but they're splayed out in radials, and then it shows the path of the light going through. Yes,
oh,
right
that,
there.
yes, yeah, Trace, you're the man.
Yeah, like that's what you need to chart it out nicely and spicely. Otherwise, you get my picture.
This is wrong. Culver say this is wrong because the gradient is radial, right? It goes up from the center.
Right, but if you have a radial, like curvilinear gradient parallel to the alleged curved surface of the Earth, then in my opinion, you get the nonsense that I drew.
Yeah, but your nonsense supports the globe, so it's obviously correct. Actually, it doesn't support the globe. I don't know what that supports. That supports insanity, I guess.
Concave Earth, welcome.
Oh, fuck, dude. banning you right now, man.
This was an elaborate troll to get you all set to the concave side.
Gandalf has entered the chat.
Wait, what's concave Earth?
Exactly.
It's a mental illness, man.
It's a joke.
Concave Earth is very simple. So go to your house or go to a store and look at a globe, and you're seeing a ball with everything on the outside of the ball. Now just imagine all of that is exactly the same, but on the inside.
Yeah, all the math works too. Yeah, the math works perfectly. You just add a negative sign to all the values.
I was imagining like a bowl.
It is a ball, but you're inside the ball on the inner surface.
A bowl, like we.
A bowl? Oh no! Oh, I mean, it's two bowls upside down, touching each other, and you're inside each bowl.
Well, there is a model of like that. It's what is it called? It's what the Brazilians did.
Oh,
what's the difference between hollow Earth and concave Earth?
Hollow Earth is Earth's the globe, but it's hollow on the inside, right? So there's like lizard people or whatever's in there, and then like concave Earth is where you're like, I don't know, held to the inner surface of a hollow sphere.
Yeah, it's basically concave Earth is you're on the inside of the sphere right now. Hollow Earth is like there's like a concave Earth on the inside of the sphere. although there's also hollow Earth conceptions, and there are like many different other conceptions. It's just
there's a bunch of hollow Earth ideas. Like they're pretty varied. Some think it's a subterranean, right? So that there's subterranean stuff. Some think there's there's a whole land, like a different, complete ecosystem. So like
the concave also has different conceptions. Some of them are just like our ball wrapped on the inside, so we're just the same sphere, but just we're on the inside of that sphere. Others are just like it's a flat spot on a gigantic sphere, and there's a ton of them.
Yeah. So concave Earth versus globe Earth is globe Earth thinks your feet, someone is antipode to you, your feet are pointing at them. And in hollow or concave Earth, if you're antipode to somebody, your head is pointing at them. Your heads are pointing at each other. They're at the top of the inner sphere and you're at the bottom. And what's in the center, the thing called the stars, right? The night sky, is also a giant sphere that is too big. That it's so big that you can't see that it's a sphere, right? So it goes all the way to the horizon. And that, like, when you travel, right? So if I, quote unquote, fly, do they even have a word for it? I can't say fly around because you're not going around anything. So what happens when you go, quote unquote, around the world in a concave, or what do you call it? Is there a word for that? Like, is there like a mathematical term? Okay, so so you can't you go around a ball, but if you're inside the ball and you go like you're on the inner surface and you like trace a path on the inside, that can't be going around.
Yeah, it's called centrifugal navigation.
Going within.
Just like skimming the crust.
We call it in round. We call it in round. You go in round or
in round.
I don't know, man. I'm grasping at straws here, man.
So the Brazilians called theirs convex Earth.
Yes, that was it, convex Earth. Yeah.
I'll show you the picture. Since you're since you're gonna love it.
So also about the concave Earthers, they're led by someone. Did he pass away, Lord Stephen Christ?
Well, if he did, he certainly didn't rise again.
Well, I mean, he's like a paranoid schizophrenic perennial jail inhabitant that kind of like it's like cell Earth, concave Earth. So what they think is that the sky is a big giant ball that you can't see the edges of, but like when you walk around the Earth, you are basically walking around this ball thing. But the sky is projected from the Great Pyramids in Egypt. It's called the Black Sun, right? So the sky is the Black Sun, and the sun and the stars and everything are within it. So when you look at the stars, you're not looking out, you're looking in. Everything is backwards. Like I said, all the math is the same, just add a negative sign to all the values.
Yeah, but there's a big problem with negative curvature.
What's that?
I'll show you. 1 second.
Oh my God, that image is so cringe, man.
Dude.
That really is, man. That image is mad.
Dude,
cringe.
it's mashed potato Earth with blue gravy and a little parsley.
I know, man. There's some chives in there. Is that chives or parsley?
So a sphere with negative curvature. What is it going to look like? You guys ready? Hold on. I got to get the photo. Download. Now, this is actually very relevant to what we were talking about earlier, which is the catenary curve problem. Because a sphere with negative curvature forms a catenary curve. If you take the two ends and flip them around, so the inverse, the negative, and then you end up with a catenary. Here it is.
That whole debate was a train wreck, man. 100%. That's where I live, man. Ouch.
That, my friends, is a sphere with a constant negative curvature.
In 2 dimensions? How many dimensions is that?
3.
You sure there isn't a 4th dimension I can't see?
I don't know, maybe.
That's a black hole.
Yeah, that catenary curve thing, that was a train wreck, man. That was an absolute train wreck. Like okay, they pulled the string taut. Well, there's a catenary curve. Well, it was negligible. How do you know? Did they measure the string? No. Like, what?
How long was the string?
He said it was very slight, so there was curvature of the string.
Right, so he couldn't answer how long the string was, which means you don't know how much of a sample size it was of the overall structure, and he couldn't tell you how they affixed the string in free space, meaning, did they just put 2 sticks in the ground and attach the string to 2 sticks? How did they make sure those sticks were level to each other? Because the whole point was, he claimed, is that they were referencing the curve of the Earth based on calculations that they were applying to the string, and then they were using a string as a reference. That literally makes no sense, unless you can tell me all the parameters of how the string is oriented compared to the size of the overall structure and at the 2 points, the 2 ends.
Well, let me talk about how much of a useless exercise that whole thing is, what they did. Now, let's say they did everything they said. They're going to make 2 tanks. They're going to make a tank where they think there's curvature and a tank where they don't think there's curvature. And then they're going to stick a toy model boat in there and simulate the boat's action through water on the ocean. Right? And then they're going to build a boat. And then they're going to stick the boat in the water. Right? They made one with the tank designed one way and one with the tank designed the other way. Do you think there's going to be a fuck bit of difference between those boats in the ocean that you can tell? Oh my God, this one's going 13.0001 knots faster. Or you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It would be so infinitesimal because when you actually model fluid dynamics, the functions are nonlinear, so they normalize them. So there's errors that are greater. There's uncertainties within the mathematics that are greater than fucking their tolerance of their measurements by probably 100 orders of magnitude or thousands.
Yeah.
So the Navier-Stokes equation, which is about fluid dynamics, is a Millennium Prize problem. And if you can figure it out, if you can prove it, then you can have $1 million. It's considered the hardest one out of all of them, other than the Riemann. I mean, the Riemann one is thought maybe provable. The Navier-Stokes equation, because of the nonlinearities, is probably not provable, whether it's valid or not. But they use it to model shit within a range, right? They just basically clamp the infinities, right? Normalize the infinities, and that's it. But what I'm saying is that they didn't need to do that. They didn't need to do that. They didn't need to do that like engineering adjustment, because for practical purposes, he kept saying it worked. It worked to do what? Yeah, they made a tank, right? And they stuck a fake boat in it. Yeah, it worked. They didn't have to account for curvature to make a tank full of water and stick a boat in it. It makes no difference, right? Because what were they designing? A yacht or something, right? A racing yacht? Okay.
Well,
I don't understand what even the purpose of this was, because it seems like just doing it to do it. We got to publish a paper. Let's do this bullshit.
Assuming a curved water level and lining stuff up to it worked. Would it not have worked if they hadn't assumed the curve that they never measured or verified? What's his point?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, they used
when they built the boat, when the boat sank because they didn't curve the fucking tank 0.06 of a millimeter.
Yeah, that step is key. Yeah, you first have to imagine that there's 0.6 millimeter of a bulge, and then everything will work.
Yeah, and then everything will work, or your ship sinks to the bottom of the ocean.
No, but you got a good point, which is I believe he read they used a bubble level.
Yeah, it said they used a master level, whatever the hell that is.
Yeah, it's probably the brand of level that they used. Which, by the way, you can only level with the precision of your ability to hold it level, and your ability to judge the bubble between the lines.
Okay.
So they're just using local water techniques or liquid leveling techniques, and then they're just trying to make it parallel to the water surface. That's pretty much all they're doing.
Yeah, well,
what else could they do?
They think that parallel. They think that they're trying to quote unquote level it to the water surface, but in their model, level is curved. So they have to curve the rail so that the rail is one height above the water, and that it has to be, for some reason, 0.6 millimeters different in the center than at the edges, right? So it has to have a 0.6 millimeter curve over this distance, whatever the distance was.
Right.
I can actually, and that somehow if they didn't do this, it would work.
If you intentionally put a curve that's higher than the base with the water, it'd be arced in the center.
What's up, Bills? Just trying to figure out why they would even do this. Like, what was the purpose? I really don't get it.
Like, if you have a 170-foot long piece of metal and you just go to the middle and jack the middle up, dude.
The tank is, so just to tell you, AI, the tank is 138 meters long and 3.5 meters deep, which corresponds to 3,000 cubic meters of fresh water. Despite appearances, the bottom of the tank is flat. And the maximum carriage speed was fixed at 12 meters per second, which is high for a facility of this size, but gives the ability to run a wide range of experiments. The dimensions were selected based upon the experience of university staff, past recommendations, and the site's physical limitations.
Yo, what are you talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about some corny ass dude that came in here earlier saying.
Yeah.
So there's a tow tank, like it's a tank to model boats. It's like I was just describing its dimensions. And they claimed that they measured that they had to account for curvature to make this tank because there was 0.6 millimeters of curvature higher in the center than at the edges on some rail. And the rail had to be exactly the same height above the water. So they took a string and then they measured, they pulled the string tight, and then they measured and adjusted this railing to make sure that it was curved exactly with the water. Just, it's a bunch of horse shit. Anyway, we had someone come in, we were just like laughing at it, basically, at this point.
Yeah. Well, it is
that,
a joke.
Well, it is a joke, but because his argument was it works, right? So their design of their tank to test boats, it worked. Like, yeah, what if you didn't account for 0.6 millimeters of curvature and 153 meter rail? What would the result have been? Like, you wouldn't be able to design boats anymore, and like your boat would sink to the bottom of the ocean now because you didn't like account for curvature in your little tow tank. Like, you're being dumb. Just shut up. You're embarrassing.
You know what's weird is the last guy who came in and argued that, which by the way we have recorded, and you guys could go watch that if you want. It was much more technical, but his argument, I believe, was that the sled or whatever that pulls the boat wouldn't be able to ride correctly on the rails if they weren't perfectly, in tune with the curve of the Earth, to the degree of like what, a 0.6 millimeter or 0.06 millimeter or some nonsense, less than a credit card thickness, supposedly.
I'm reading like what was the justification for doing this. Like, I can't like find anything. Like,
I just can't believe that people still, in 2023, people still think we live on a spinning ball. It's just crazy to me. You know?
Dude, it's worse than that, man. The last week, man, we had 3 people coming in. I think it's a ball because of the authorities. After what just happened with that Mexican beer germ, why you're trusting the authorities is beyond me.
And they call us, conspiracy theorists and nut jobs. And no, they're the nut jobs for, they're just brainwashed. Like zombies. Like the Night of the Living Dead.
Safety, man. They think there's safety in numbers, right?
Yeah.
So you ever seen the penguins in Australia? They like all huddle together, and like birds do the same thing when they flock. They all flock together because if they flock together, there's a probability you won't be the bird that gets eaten. It'll be some other bird. Because I've seen it, right? Like where I live, there's pigeons that fly around in flocks. But when there's a hawk around, they go mad, but they stay in the flock. And you're the bird in the flock. You're hoping I'm not the pigeon that gets like snatched by the hawk. Some other bird that's right next to me. So that's kind of like a defense mechanism that they have, right? Stay in the herd, right? And they do it with antelope, elks, bulls, you name it. Go ahead, Trace. Sorry.
It's all good.
Say, I've been listening on YouTube all morning. I couldn't get in here, but I tell you what, it'd be more productive to shit in your hands and clap than listen to dogs all day.
Yeah,
that's how I feel. I mean, thank you.
Yeah,
that's
I like listening to India though.
Man.
But the thing is, they're the conspiracy theorists. They're the ones saying like, you shouldn't believe your eyes. Like you see the sun moving, it's not moving. It's trying to fool you. It's actually you that's moving. Like the Earth looks flat. It's just the light is all trying to fool you. The world is all just out there, out to get you. It's actually a globe.
I really don't understand this tow tank argument because all that rail is doing is towing a model boat. What is that boat going to, not float on top of the water? Is it, what's going to be the
I don't under... Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out by reading the document is why did they do this? Why did they go to all this effort? Because one way or another, it doesn't make any difference in what they're doing.
Dude, right now, brother, check this out, friend. I specifically told him because I said they parallel this with the water. Did I not say that multiple times? He said the tank is empty when they do this. I told him they have a leveling trough that runs along the sidewall, and they use that to level against the rail. Okay? He said, oh no, I said, I know that we did that in the other one that we did, right? He said, well, I don't know about this one. Now keep in mind, this is something he posted as proof. So let's read from it right here. The tanks are fitted with a small trough in the concrete. This trough was filled with water. 2 steel pins were precisely machined. A datum bracket was installed at one end of the tank to adjust the length of the pins, so their pointy end just broke the surface tension of the water. Another bracket was then moved along the tank to the desired alignment location. Each pin was checked and readjusted.
Was the curve, did I get it wrong, but was it like 0.6 of a millimeter?
No, let me pay attention. Pay attention, you ready? I'll read it for you. The rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth, horizontally and in roll. In Southampton, the Sagataw for an east to west oriented tank of 138 meters is about 0.06 millimeters. That's an assertion based on the model. It's not a measurement that they did.
It gets better, AI. Read farther. Dude, this is hilarious. Listen to this, though. Sorry. The towing tank only has a walkway on its south side, so the north rail alignment had to be performed from a floating pontoon, which was complicated. Dude, I can't believe this.
I don't know. Anybody who works with steel would probably be able to tell you that, 0.06 of a millimeter was
over 153 meters, right?
Over
that's the span, right?
Meters. That's like their tolerances are higher than that.
Dude, that is a higher tolerance than CERN, probably.
Dude, look at this photograph of the pin system at the brackets. Look what they're doing there, bro. If you're looking, it's the brackets with the red thing and the 2-pin system. So the 2 brackets are at the joints of the thing, right? And so when those pins touch the water, they break the surface tension of the water. That means that the distance from that bracket down is correct. So they are just paralleling it to the water. Exactly like I said. What else could they do? How else could they have 100 and plus meter continuous level unless it was a trough of water? They also said in here that they couldn't use lasers to do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna read that citation too. I'm gonna find that. They cited something about them making a different tank in Australia. I want to know why they think they can't use lasers to do it. And now there could be reasons, right? Legitimate reasons, like inside. Sometimes you have differential heating inside of a building and stuff that will throw it off. Yeah. If you're trying to do a long span, I mean, you guys could do it incrementally, like you do in regular construction, right? You do, right? I don't know. I have to read it. My God, dude. This is what passes for a Glober citation. I swear to God, that dude was just Googling furiously. The most frustrating part is that he didn't understand when I was like predictive model, I'm talking about not Snell's law, not Fermat's principle, an actual model for terrestrial refraction as a phenomena, right? Not like the general role of refraction, right? That model, generalized refraction model versus a model applied to a specific phenomena. Like that shit was going over his head, man.
They just try to talk big so that they sound important and they know what they're talking about. And then, as Mickey would say, they get their wig snatched. They like to repeat. But not
that must have been frustrating to listen to, like from your point of view, right? Like when you're in it, it's a different thing. Like, dude.
I just want to get in there and tell him what a fool he is. That's all. I've had some experiences with this guy before, as well as heard a fair few debates that he's had, and I just can't stand him, to be honest.
Yeah, his debate techniques are like transparent, dude. Whenever he gets cornered, he starts talking about you or talking about flat earthers or start calling you dumb, right? So he just does this all the time. Or he postures and pretends like you don't know something and he did, or you're freaking like, but it's a pretend, it's a freaking ruse, right? It's a diversion, right? To take eyes off the topic. Look over here. No, look over here. Look over here. Just don't, like, how long did I talk to him? I never got an admission that there's no predictive model. I had to go through every goddamn iteration, right? Of just like, I call it like
Mic check.
Hey, did somebody say mic check?
Yeah. I just checking. I just got quiet.
Nice. You got a little fuzz on the back. I can barely tell what you're saying. Yeah, it looks as though the bot was maybe stopped. Quite all right. We got some dead air, but buenos dias, of course, to everybody out there. Hope your day is well, or your afternoon or evening on this wonderful flat realm, man. I was just talking to my dad about an hour and a half about flat Earth and other related topics. It's been a good morning, I guess. What can I say? This realm is always on my mind. But yeah, anybody else out there?
Yeah, I'm here. I actually just sat down, man. What's up?
What's up, Eat the Grass? Not much going on here. Bob was playing for a second.
I'd say same.
Nice.
I'd say same stuff, different day, but it's not. Yesterday I got the bus to start, so that's cool, and everything seems to be in working order. After sitting for a while. Yeah, man. Those diesels are good, though. They're hardy vehicles. I tried that. If I were to try that with a regular gas vehicle, it would not start. I'd have to drain the fuel line and everything.
Way to do it.
I like diesel over ordinary gas at this point. Even if it is more expensive, it actually burns slower and you get better mileage out of it. People don't take that into consideration, though. This one dude had a little car, and he was a diesel car, and I'd never seen one like that before, so I was asking him questions about it, and that vehicle got like between 40 and 50 miles an hour, and this was years ago, and I'm like, oh, or not hour, 40 to 50 miles a gallon, and this was a while ago, and I was like, oh shit, that's way more than I get on my car. I had like a Toyota Celica running off of regular gas, and this dude had,
Dude,
it made me wish I had a diesel.
They got 40 miles to the gallon too, and it was an 01 Corolla. I know we've been talking about Corollas lately, but it really is a good car. I don't know why they're getting worse and harder to work on. Bad design.
It's from my perspective, all vehicles are getting worse. We're using cheaper materials, and just it's not the same as how it used to be, where things were more sturdy. They're designing them to break down and need repairs. They don't really care about the quality. As long as it passes that standard for whatever stupid crash dummy crash test they have, that's it. And they'll send it off the assembly line.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we have trucks from back in the day that are still running strong and they're solid as a brick.
Oh, I know, right?
Brick's not a good...
Well, I think the same way
they're solid, though. That's all I'm saying.
My grandmother, has the same refrigerator she's had for 80 years.
Oh, no, they did the same thing with light bulbs, bro. They freaking researched the filaments in order to make them last a certain amount of time so they would burn out.
Right.
Because there's light bulbs that still exist and have been burning for like decades upon decade, and it's still going because they used to make them better.
That's why the lighthouse lights are usually pretty expensive as well. Because they know they're going to last forever, and they want them to last, a long time.
In fact, there's like a Ripley's Believe It or Not article, I think, on this light bulb that's been going for like 70, 80 years or something. I don't know if it burned out yet, but I should look it up.
Bring back better design. And it starts with, recognizing the truest design that we're living on.
Oh, wow. So it seems like it's still going.
I believe it.
It's the Centennial light, the world's longest lasting light bulb, burning since 1901 and almost never turned off. That could just be lore. I mean, it's not like I can prove that it's been there that long. Some idiot might have burned out and switched out. See, it's still going. But if it is still going, then there's something going on with the greed in the world, and they're effing up our shit, is all I gotta say. It's either a hoax or it's still going and it's real, and that proves that they're messing with our stuff. It's not about customer satisfaction, it's about company satisfaction. Customer comes secondary, but they make the customer think they're first. One thing that sucks to me is America used to have this standard with certain things, like the quality of work, something to be proud of. And then now it's just whatever. We're the best because we're the best, and that's why we're the best. And that's the only reasoning, just circular reasoning. It doesn't make any sense. We're supposed to be the best because we make the best and we do the best, not because we just say it. Right? But it's a delusion that's fed into Americans from birth, so.
Couldn't agree more,
I'm talking about back in the day when, how folks used to have time. They could, like, a man would go to his shed or his barn or whatever, work on some stuff. They could tinker and invent, come up with new things to help make America better. Now nobody has time to do that anymore. And everybody's been dumbed down to the point where they don't even think they can.
Just explain to me. I've been working on those grounding shoes. I know I was talking to you about that maybe a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Got a prototype. Been testing them out.
That's the thing, is if you can come up with a cause and effect and you can have a provable thing with it, then you definitely do have a scientifically viable product. But you've been testing it. That's the point. Test, and then something proven can be tested again to provide the same proof.
Exactly.
When you're doing all the prototype testing on yourself, though, man, we're going to have to test on other people too, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been...
I walk around barefoot most of the time.
I was making some shoes for him as well.
I was just saying I walk around barefoot most of the time. I wonder if I would be like a good control test subject.
Oh, there you go.
Use like people who wear shoes as variables.
Yeah, honestly, in those kinds of situations, the more the merrier, right? The more that you can test per anomaly.
That's the true form of peer review.
Like, can you get an electric voltage from a person? You can, can't you? Or at least measure their frequency.
You can build up different levels of static charge. And then there's obviously the kind of electromagnetic pickups that they can get off of brain activity. So, yeah. And our heart also generates electricity every pump, every beat.
Something like that, 7.83 hertz. Very low. But it comes out like 3 feet. Interesting enough, 3 plus 3 is 6 feet distance. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'm just glad people like us are having these conversations, man. Cut out for the second there.
This guy in the debate text said, "Do you guys really believe that the Earth is flat?" And I said, "No, we don't believe it. You believe that the Earth is an oblate spheroid."
Damn straight.
I love when they try and use the word believe on us.
Yeah. Classic projection. Well, I'll even tell, like, anybody, like, no, I try my best to not have any beliefs. I either know or I don't know, and honestly, it's pretty liberating, right? To just be like, man, I don't know. Let's go find out.
Yeah.
See if we can.
But the amount of ego, the amount of energy it takes to invest in ego in order to defend oneself constantly as though they know everything and they're never wrong, holy shit. You can actually have peace if you just stop doing it.
Right. This is a state of mind. And once I, like, really kind of tuned into that, man, the world is future,
The world doesn't know what an ego death is or how to put themselves in the right position to be able to even think critically.
Honestly, you gotta almost forget.
So if they don't have that,
One sec.
You have to pretty much go back to the point that I exist regardless of what I've been called. All right, man. I think I should say I do believe that a name does define the story of the book of your life. It's the title of your book. Well, if anybody has anything else to talk about, half of the panel here is either deafened or I reckon they're listening in on the YouTube. Maybe. I know that we just had a bot in here, though, so that makes sense. A lot of people don't like listening to what they've already heard. Heard in person at the time, in real time when it happened. But the instant replays are awesome.
Sorry, had to get my breakfast tacos.
Well, no worries. Welcome back.
It's a good point, though, to recognize the story and the reality. I constantly talk about objective and subjective reality, and even modern culture, I would say, has really tried to blur those lines. Like, I think that's where the 99% stems from, as somebody told them that you can only depend on subjective reality. And honestly, I would imagine 6th and 7th graders really kind of hold on to that in such a traumatic time, at least here in the States. I don't know about you, but middle school was rough. I was a very scrawny little kid, but it's interesting what kind of design even this machine kind of really is and what it produces. And some people don't even realize, they think that the machine just kind of came up together. Oh, it's necessary. Yeah, we need schools. Or, oh yeah, we need government. Rather than sort of looking back and going, wait, what's the outcome of this? How many of these are these, and when did this actually start? Which is why I'd imagine a lot of people end up, getting into the Rockefeller stuff and, what they're teaching us and who writes the textbooks and why is it only 2 different companies and, But yeah, some people can't even see that part. They can't even see the design. It's crazy.
Yeah. Or the connections between the Tavistock Institute and the praise and worship of Christian churches.
Yeah. That's a hard one. Yeah.
They don't want to look at all of how everything connects. But really, it's not about any one of these things. You can follow the money and it'll show you where everything connects. But people are too lazy to even try to do that. That's one of the earliest things I learned from a young age is follow the money. And I'm like, that sounds like it makes sense, but I don't understand why. And then I started doing that, researching the paths of how money flows in the world. that's the representation of the energy of this world, the currency, the sea of current, the soul energy that people put forth and invest into making things happen. Wherever that money's going, that's what it's doing. They say money makes the world go round. Yeah, the reason why people believe in a round earth has everything to do with money.
That's when I've come to that conclusion as well. You know, like, oh, that is a funny saying, and it's actually kind of more true, you know.
It becomes more true the more truth you know.
Just like they used to say hindsight is 20/20, and I was like, huh, how about that?
But can hindsight be 20/20 if you're already blind?
Suppose not. I was actually telling my dad about that. Like, even a blind man knows the Earth
has that 0-0 hindsight. Oh, dude, that's true. They'd have to fantasize something weird in order to even try and wrap their head around that lore. I don't understand why people are in such denial, though. They'll see a flat level plane no matter how high they go and still say there must be curvature as they imagine curvature in their head that they can't actually see.
Right. Or like even the plane
That's
situation.
The number one weirdest thing, dude.
Because I get that a lot. Like, I've been in a plane, I've been way up there, and like I see really, really far, but I see like a little kind of curve at the end, and it's like, okay, well, that might be the case, sure, but think about the geometry of that. If you're that high up and you're seeing that far, shouldn't it actually curve more, you know, based on this geometry? Right now it's kind of hard to measure from a plane, but
the peripheral vision of our eyeballs work like the aperture of a camera, and it does create a form of curvature in our vision that's not actually present. Like, if, you know, the edges of your vision.
Right.
Like, you could see something straight up, you'll understand what it is in actual 3D right there in front of you, but on left and right, you have your peripheral vision, which is bending things around the side of your eyeballs due to the shape of your eye. And the same thing happens with the lens of a camera and the aperture within it.
Right, yeah. The only real sphere out there is your eyeball. It's my favorite sphere in nature.
And then this gets into the sphere of vision that's around your perspective and stuff like that other folks have talked about. Like, yeah, that's a thing. But that doesn't mean that the Earth is a ball.
Exactly. Well, like I was telling you the other day how my dad like is starting to be creeping into like New Age and New Age spirituality, and he was arguing like, well, since we're all connected, right? And so he was saying like, well, there's evidence we're all connected, therefore we're gods, and I was like, that's really bad logic, you know. So I was showing him like morphogenic resonance, like, okay, well that explains our connection, but does that mean we're gods? No, right?
When we are in proper accord with ourselves and with him, then we can act with the authority and power of him that he lends us, but we ourselves are not gods. No, that's silly.
I'm definitely there to get him out.
But I understand where that comes from and why. Yeah, that's a heavy thing in the New Age stuff, dude. They want everybody to think you're a god. You can do whatever you want to. You're the master of your own destiny and fate. There is no god but you, type thing. And it gets super weird.
Well, it's funny. He was like, "You manifest it." I was like, "Okay, make me a glass of water right now." See, you're not a god. Like, right? And he finally got what I was saying. Like, don't get me wrong. I think you can change your situation and your reality, but that has nothing to do with manifesting. You know?
Yeah. And see, that's what I was saying, is we can act with authority, but we can't actually do what he can do. It's more like Tower of Babel. Anything we all collectively set our minds to, we can accomplish. But that doesn't mean that we are ourselves gods. I guess you can be a lowercase g if you want to. It doesn't mean anything, but okay. That's kind of like these people who call themselves professor. And, like, they might have a degree, but it doesn't mean that they're professing anything true. They're just publicly speaking nonsense.
Very true.
I'm happy that your dad's looking though. Like he's not just mindlessly believing whatever a TV tells him, and that's pretty cool.
Him to stop watching the news, and he's never been happier in his life. Like,
yeah. You want to get rid of most of the stress in your life and the fear and the anxiety? Stop watching TV.
Exactly. Because it's riddled with fear.
It's kind of like the thing where they say sex sells. Sex does sell, but fear sells better.
The fear of no sex sells. At least
that's part of it too. Yeah,
my father.
Fear of populations diminishing, fear of resources lacking, fear of this country being angry at that country, fear of crap falling from space and bonking you on the head, fear of particles that you breathe in and all of a sudden now you're dead, fear of everything that you can't see and perceive in reality, for real. Like, it's just fear of nothing. It has nothing to do with where you are or who you are. This is all fear that's all over yonder, way over there.
And fear, you can't trust your senses. Fear, you don't even know if you're a boy or a girl. Like, you know, they're attacking on all fronts. It's all fear. But honestly, with that ego death comes the acceptance of death, in a way. And honestly, I think that's a huge portion of our fear. You know, it goes back to the thing, you can't threaten a chicken to produce more eggs. However, you can threaten a man to give you his eggs, right, under penalty of death, you know. But once you get over that fear of death, that ego death, that you is not just you, it's not about you, you know, things open up.
Oh man, in the debate text, this person seems internet, and they are just it's nothing but a constant spiral. It's just nothing but spiraling. They haven't said one coherent thing.
Poor fella.
Oh jeez.
I'm glad I was never a spiraler.
I'll surf on somebody else's spiral, but I won't spiral myself.
Catch the wave, bruh. Yeah, it is pretty funny. Like,
you gotta catch the waves when the tide's right.
Yeah, but I mean, like when flat earthers jump in here when somebody's spiraling.
Okay, now it's working.
Hilarious. Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, a little mic problem there.
We can hear you.
Mike Power Swan.
Yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say now.
You got a mic? Hey, y'all got a mic?
Yeah, yeah. I ain't much of a spiraler either, but I've had my moment where I have spiraled, and I don't want to do that again.
Yeah. It's kind of when you get locked in a state of non-belief and you can't believe the stuff you just believed in either. So it's like, well, what the fuck do I do now? And then you start going down the drain. I've seen it happen so many times with so many people.
Well, it's like when Neo
They're
first
clinging to their previous belief as they're being flushed. Sorry.
Right. Sorry.
Yeah, we're like, no, it can't be true.
Like, get me out. Let me out.
Shit. He is awesome. I grade him.
What's going on your side of the pond, Mike?
Well, I just woke up. Well, whatever I call it. Feel a lot better now. And I've been going through some shit in the last few years. But I feel a lot better now.
Good, man.
peace in the air, seems like, lately. Then again, also feels like a calm before the storm.
I suppose. I guess it's Tuesday. I feel like it's kind of like this in the morning sometimes, unless we get a globy. But
I was just talking about in general.
yeah.
My.
Oh yeah. No, I've noticed that as well.
Yeah, my tingly spidey sense, spirit senses, whatever you want to call them.
It's a good point, though. I don't know. For the past 3 years, I've never tracked the moon and its phases ever. More than I do now. And I've realized kind of just some correlations. Like, my friends will get into a heated debate. When the moon is sort of going to its next cycle. What is it? Not waxing, waiting. Or like, obviously my wife's cycle will happen every full moon on the dot, and of course I know how to sort of maneuver around that and aid in her sorrows and her over-emotional, irrational thoughts. But, being kind of prepared for all these kind of things that are happening, I don't know. I realized kind of the low tides in here, that there's kind of a small correlation, if you will, with sort of the bigger picture is, I think, what you were talking about. It's kind of quiet,
Yeah.
I've definitely noticed it.
There's definitely something a little off. Like, wait, something was kind of supposed to happen, but nothing did.
Kind of like the
or vice versa.
Ebb and flow, or waxing and waning.
Right.
That coronation thing happened.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all see the clip of that with the Grim Reaper walking in the background?
I didn't even watch any of it.
They had like a dude in black robes that walk in the background of the of that whole thing, of that ceremony. Like it's just for one split second they walk through a doorway and you see them go through.
Stay ready.
Nuts. I forgot about that completely. Well, there you go.
You might be out of here in the next year or so.
My mom was joking on my grandma and said, "You watching the coronation of the Antichrist?" Like, damn. That's her claim, not mine. I didn't say he was. I'm just saying that was the joke she made. She's the one who showed me the Grim Reaper thing walking in the door. She's been watching all that stuff and then showing me clips of things. It is kind of weird. They're weird. All of their ceremonies are very weird. Weird meaning the power to control destiny, but yeah.
Oh yeah, they're practically ritualistic. Like, what? All these symbols.
Weirdos, and they're full of hate.
Like you're in a restricted area, so there's nobody walking around without everybody knowing exactly what their purpose is and their position while they're doing it. Like it's a freaking palace or whatever. It's a government location. So everybody knows exactly what they're doing there and why they're there. Everybody's playing a role. If somebody wasn't, they'd get arrested for being there because they don't belong there. I apply that to everything they put on the news. Alright, so you had like a bunch of retards go on a field trip over there in the Capitol. They enter the Capitol building or whatever. They go poking around, walking through. A couple of the idiots start messing up some shit like a high schooler would if they were screwing around in the bathroom, like drawing with a Sharpie or making freaking stalagmites and stalactites out of toilet paper. And then they left. And that's okay. And that sort of thing happens all the time, where they'll just demonize some weird, stupid situation and then play on the emotions of the population. Idiocracy. It takes useful idiots to do that, too.
We need to make it number 2. I can't even say that word. That gummit.
Idiocracy.
Idiocracy.
Yeah, that's what we are. Like, it's like the desire of humanity is to enter a technocracy, but the technology is only as intelligent as the people using it. So we're going to be led by dumbass tech.
Pretty much. Or at least that's how it was in the movie. Another thing I noticed about that, they're all wearing cracks in the future.
They should make a 2.0 version of the movie.
They should. I don't think they will, but they should. It's just direct commentary about everything that's going on right now. Or a prequel, where it's just before he wakes up from the capsule.
Oh, it's a whole rename. It's
Which covers,
Clown World
Yeah.
2.0.
Yeah, I was going to say Clown World 2.0. Dude. Oh man, we stop waiting for other people to make a movie. Let's make a movie. Let's make Clown World 2.0 the movie. Hold on one second, guys.
Can you imagine that? Bunch of flat earthers making a directors making a movie like that. And actors. There's no way they would let us do that. I don't know why they just don't come out and do it. Their own flat Earth movie. Just do it.
I mean, they practically have, with Truman Show and stuff.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, it'd be better if it was just maybe not a documentary level, but yeah, a movie.
Yeah, an actual movie with maybe aliens, demons and shit, whatever you want to call it. Biblical stuff in it, and all that. You can make a pretty good movie out of all that. And all over the Earth.
I would say, because the truth is stranger than fiction, it could be a documentary about the weirdest places on Earth. And then the underlying theme is the Earth is flat, but we talk about all these weird other places that nobody talks about.
It kind of reminds me of Samsara. Did you guys ever see that?
Maybe.
It was basically just all these random situations on the Earth, and it would randomly show monks, hitting the grains of sand to make an image on the ground, to the mechanized beef industry of Japan, to the fields of Texas. It was just all these different random horrible and or beautiful things on Earth. And it was just it was a trip for sure.
So it's kind of like something like The Faces of Death, but not with death.
It was weird because it would show a lot of human rituals too. It was interesting. But I mean, it didn't really have a theme. Nobody talked. It was just music. It was just, and it was on Netflix early days, when Netflix had loose change on it,
Yeah. A lot of the interesting stuff that's weird gets either censored or it weirds people out, so it gets pushed to the bottom of the list.
Right.
It's really more of a seemingly unrelated anthology. There's the thing you said, though, reminds me of this really, really old series of documentary type slasher. I don't know, it's all real stuff, though. It's not anything anybody really needs to look up, though. I digress, never mind. It's too dark.
Well, I gotta leave you guys to it, but I'll catch you guys later.
stay blessed and watch out for zombies, man. We'll be here.
Did I hear a Cessna flying over your house?
Yeah, there's something flying. We get aircraft traveling over this property all the time. A helicopter flew like right there, pretty close to the damn tree line the other day. I was joking. I'm like, what the hell are they doing in our airspace? I need to go a little bit higher than that, damn. There's a lot of... They're like hobbyists who fly planes.
Yeah,
there's a bunch of those type people around here too.
Well, they haven't done it in a long time, but when they did those big air shows in Texas, they would fly their old planes between, I don't know what fort it is, but it's somewhere down there, maybe by whatever fort over there, forts that are over there, air bases or whatever. They would fly directly from that area over us to the next base. So you would get to see the B-17s and the Zeros, Jap Zeros, flying directly over the house. And they were flying low, dude. Like, they're not even... It's like probably 2 more tree heights up. That's how low they were flying. Yeah, about 300 feet, yeah. It looks so intentional, too. It's like, man, there's potentially flying over our house to do an air show. Okay.
There's a Air Force base near here, and sometimes, like, I remember going to the beach, like when I was a teenager or a kid or whatever, and you'd see different planes that would be flying off there and out into the, like, over the ocean and stuff. One time, they were in formation. There were 3 of those stealth bombers, like the triangular ones, that flew right over us, and they flew pretty low. It was cool.
What?
I've seen some weird shit, dude. It's just because where I'm at. Like, if you
I'm
don't,
trying to think of which one you're talking about. 3 stealth bombers, because there's like...
I'll send a picture. It's the one that looks like a triangle. Like, it almost looks sci-fi.
The big one? The really big one? The B2, the B1?
I'm going off of an old memory. I just knew they were triangular shaped and they were stealth military aircraft.
One of them can fly all around the world.
It doesn't really help that they all have triangular shaped, but yeah, they're all about the same.
Yeah, let's look for
the slight differences.
B1, B1, yeah, I'll go.
Yeah, I'm not going to make any claims to which one it was. I just know that it was one of these, and it was back in like the 90s. So, whichever one was popular then. They're cool as shit, though. They look like some Star Wars ships. And I distinctly remember there were 3 of them in formation. It wasn't just one. That's what stood out to me, is that they were flying together. And I'm like, that is weird. Like, they're probably going on a mission, or they're practicing or something. Like, yeah, it probably was. Like I said, there's an Air Force base right here on the coast of North Carolina, so that's to be expected to see that sort of thing.
Payload. B1.
That's true. I have no idea if they were... Actually, thinking about it, I'm pretty sure that they were coming in, like, or they circled around. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it wasn't... I didn't get the feeling that it was like a mission. It was more like a test thing. Like, they were just flying, like, practice type stuff. Because they circled around, went over there, and then they went back towards the Air Force Base. So I'm thinking that it was just a flight, actually. But it was weird that there were 3 of them. Maybe they were practicing formation.
Just search it real quick. Type in B-21 bomber. See if that's it.
And I'd already was on the Google image search when you had said that. That's why I was saying, yeah, it probably was. He said, I don't have a specific memory. I just knew it was triangular shaped and it was the stealth whatever. I was a kid. I was playing in sand and swimming in water, and then I heard a loud noise and looked up and see triangles flying. And then I went back to going to do beach stuff. But I just remember, like, I'm trying to remember exactly what happened. The rest of it's vague. I do remember them circling around, though. I also remember going to air shows. They have some really weird stuff. Like, there's this one guy who put a jet engine thing that could shoot flames out on the back of a truck. Crazy. America. We just do stuff. Science isn't about why, it's about why not. I love how, like, inventive that Americans can be. They ban bump stocks, and what happens? People invent a new type of bump stock that isn't banned. And create 3D printing stuff so that you can just make them.
You mean a rubber band? Oh, you need?
I'm just saying, there's like simple fixes that people came up with instantly. The minute they were like, well, you could just do this. Completely neutralizing any laws related to it. It was funny. I believe that all of that's just it's like comedy practically. It's showmanship. Because they already know that 3D printers exist and industrial 3D printers are within the grasp of civilians. So it's not like they can actually stop anything. It's showmanship for the damn news.
I mean, they're trying to keep the ones that are watching them.
Evil men don't obey laws and good men don't need them.
I like that. Sounds about right.
Imagine thinking a gun-free zone sign could stop an evil man with evil intentions. Oh, look, a sign. Oh, I can't read that.
Give them one. Oh, yeah, I don't want guns. All right, none of y'all get guns. Mikey's world.
But it's not about the gun. That's not the conversation, though. That to me, it's about it's something on a higher level about defending innocence and protecting those who can't protect themselves. So it goes beyond just that.
Oh yeah, duty and all that.
But see, it ties right back to the flat Earth discussion. They want a certain level of control over people. There's certain animals that they want to try and demonize because they know full well that those animals will defend their owners, they'll defend their family over the orders of some government figure. So having powerful animals is a dangerous thing from the perspective of the government, which is the real reason why they discourage that. It has nothing to do with things being exotic and dangerous. It's dangerous for them. Imagine you're friends with a chimpanzee and you hang out with the boy every single day and he's your best buddy. But a cop comes in and puts cuffs on you and he sees you make a frown and he doesn't like how they're touching you. So now he's ripping the cop's face off because he's a chimpanzee and he doesn't know anything better than to do what a chimpanzee would do. Same thing goes for wolf-type dogs or big cat. That's why they demonize these things, is they'll protect their owners. And it's something that the average cop or even military can't really fathom in a domestic situation. They're far more powerful than what a gun can do. And I know that these days people would say that they're afraid that they'll get out and reproduce, but we have chips. So if they're all chipped, you know where they're at. They can't get away. But they don't care about that. They just don't want you to have them to begin with. The one thing that I do think is kind of messed up, though, is when people keep exotic animals and they don't know how to take care of them or contain them, or like a natural disaster happens and they escape, and you end up with a bunch of iguanas in Florida that fall out of the trees. If it gets too cold, they might hit you on the head. Or little monkeys with herpes that if they scratch you, I guess they could give you something. I don't know. But again, if the originals are chipped and trackable, then those problems don't happen. Honestly, though, my primary reason for being this defensive over animals that are potentially highly dangerous, it's directly connected to the fact that I think it's impressive that there's certain monks that used to keep animals like that. Like this one dude, I think he had like a bear that he'd carry around. He'd like walk on a chain. And there's a big ass bear, and he's some random monk that just hangs out with a bear. There might have been one with a lion as well. I'm gonna look up the story of the one with the bear. I'm pretty sure that one is a bit more interesting.
Yeah, it's a giant freaking bear. Married to a little kitty cat. Lions get really big. I don't think that holding on to that chain was going to stop him.
Yeah, no, that took a lot of faith on the part of the monk, I guess.
Yeah, you better be using your faith to the chain and it transcending brain animal.
Have you seen the picture of the horse where they took the bridle and they just looped it over a plastic chair and the horse just stands there thinking that it's tethered? I'll see if I can find the picture.
Monk. What does monk mean?
Yep, I got it.
Forgot. Monk.
I can do the etymology for that in a second.
I hope it ain't short for monkey. Extremely disappointed.
It's exactly what I assumed it had something to do with. It has to do with the monastery, solidarity, and being alone. Like mono, monk.
Yeah.
A monk is somebody who operates a mono. What? Yeah. I guess they're also monotheists too. So. I'll send a screenshot of that and of the horse that's tethered to a plastic chair.
Yeah. You really believe?
This to me is a perfect representation, man. This is a lot of people, they honestly believe that they're tethered to something that they cannot escape from. And in reality, it bears no control over their life. It's nothing more than a plastic lawn chair in comparison to a horse. Yet in their mind, that thing's strong enough to hold them there.
The horse really believes it, don't he? He really believes
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, man. People have been effectively been tethered to a plastic chair, and they believe they can do nothing. But in reality, there's nothing holding you back. Because I create so much random content, people might not know this, but my biggest fear is fear of failure. I'm afraid of failing or doing something wrong or messing up at doing whatever that I've set my mind out to. And even though I'll create content that looks good, I think that it's inferior to what I could do. I believe that most artists have that sense of kind of a self-doubt, self-hate type thing.
Oh yeah, I got a big problem with that. My thing.
We're our own worst critics, so we're going to break down every detail that we failed at. Meanwhile, the rest of the world might not even notice it or care.
Nope. I don't give anything a thought. Get stuck on one spiral and don't think about why I'm spiraling. Why am I feeling this
just
way?
the quality of everything's diminishing too. Oh, you talk about the cog this? Yeah.
Yeah, all of it. Why don't they just use their energy to figure out what the heck, why you thinking this way, why you feeling this way? Because I know
This
you
picture
don't want
right
to feel
here.
this way, but why don't you put some effort in trying to conquer it? It's like,
Isn't that horse a perfect example of cognitive dissonance, though? That horse knows full well how strong it is, and that it's capable of doing great and powerful things. And it knows that that chair can be picked up by a human being with one hand. But it can't accept the fact that that thing is light and movable, and that it is powerful enough to move it because it's been put there by somebody. It's just weird. Like, that horse is just standing there in cog dis. You even look at the back hoof, the left hoof, and the back, well, it's on the right. Looks like it wants to move. Like it wants to walk off, it wants to, but can't. Not allowed to. See, it looks like it wants to go, but can't.
Master, he knows his master has tied me to this chair. Don't honor it.
My mom says that's actually a resting position for horses, so it's a stance that they'll take when they know that they're going to stand still for a while. Maybe they'll shift their feet back and forth a little bit in the same place, so it helps the blood flow. Oh shit, yeah, like the royal guards at the frickin' palace and whatever. They move their feet back and forth to make it look like they're standing still. That makes sense. They probably learned that from horses. You know they did. Because they kept yep. Yeah, that is true.
What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah. Oh, you see on the horse right here, my mom was saying that its feet, the way that they stand is a stance when they're standing in place, and that they'll shift back and forth, is what she was agreeing with me when I was suggesting. And then I was just suggesting that the royal guards back in the day, they learned how to stand still in one place by observing the horses do it. Because you'll pass out if you don't move your feet. You'll fall over. You'll pass out. You have to make the blood flow, or you'll just pass out.
That's the thing. If you stand in the same spot for too long and you don't kind of adjust your,
you'll just face plant, dude. Yeah.
Wow.
If because your legs operate kind of like miniature hearts when you move them, and they'll help the blood flow. But when they try and stand perfectly still without any motion at all, no sway, nothing, it'll cause the blood to flow so low that they pass out, like it's not working right. The oxygen in the brain or whatever, you know. In fact, I got a picture of this.
I kind of feel like that if I cross my arms or my legs for too long. Kind of feel like passing out sometimes.
Yeah.
Feeling.
I believe that our limbs are supposed to be moving.
Unless you want to slow down or need to slow down, there might be a method to it.
Yeah. Well, you know, like when folks get older and they don't move so much, they can't move as much, so they try and stay moving so they can keep moving. That applies to everybody, regardless of age. Check this out. It's a small picture, but whatever.
Oh, well. He doesn't qualify no more. He's qualified.
And they can't even help him. They have to stay in formation. They're not even allowed to help him. Isn't that messed up? Like, look, they just keep standing there. None of them bats an eye. Yep, he passed out. Whatever. We got to keep standing here because we're supposed to. We'll get in trouble if we don't. It actually seems like this happens, like this is pretty common actually. Look at the ground, these are 3 different locations. That's 3 different, well, unless it's the same dude face planting. I'm just going to imagine that it's the same guy face planting and he's just like the worst guard of them all. And it's not actually different people.
Nobody's thinking though. It was worth it. Look at these dudes. They're standing out here. I'm right here resting. But y'all count on me now. I'm dead. Go away. Turn around and say that. Ha.
I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to listen to a song, I guess. Meaning somebody asked me to. That'll be RV. I wonder if we could play this on here, the actual song. Right now I can talk over it and it won't do anything with copyrights. But if we were to actually play it on the bot, I wonder if it would affect anything. He's singing about creation. That was Bryce and Gray. I'll have to listen to it when I'm not on here. Yeah, be right back.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, CB. And if you're new to this channel or have not done so already, hit the subscribe button. We are live on Helio's YouTube channel. Be sure to smash the like button and subscribe to stay up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. Please share the show. Sharing the show increases the chances of a more diverse panel and increases the audience. So please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now we are joined by Wav Mixer, Blue Jumper, Effie Batman, Gemsy, Johannes, Miguel, Mike Powerswan, Systems, Watt Wheat G Van Dyke, Ethergris, and a whole bunch of people listening on YouTube, so welcome one and all. Mm-hmm.
What's up, man?
AG in the house. What's going on, brother?
At first, when I heard you speaking, I was thinking it was audio, like somebody started playing the bot, and I'm like, oh, man, I was going too long.
I'll take that as a compliment.
It was very professional the way that you busted in with the audio there. Had the radio announcer voice going on.
I'm just doing my best Nathan Oakley impression. So, shout out to Big Oak. I just wanted to get the panel fired up before it gets, bot time. So I figured maybe I could stir up the pot, see what we can do, get the coffee brewing for the day. The usual.
Yeah.
Been thinking about more and more. Go ahead.
Scooch. Get that scooch in. Get yourself scooching.
Yeah. Is there... But dude, people are always here. Last time I did the introduction, we had a lot of the same people. Wav Mixer, Gemsy, Miguel, Mike. So people tend to come and hang out all the time. So now I'm trying to find ways to maybe increase the engagement a little bit. Maybe find ways to go around the panel, ask questions, get people's opinions and stuff like that. As opposed to like me just monologuing for 50 minutes straight. So
yeah. Well,
if you guys have questions,
use her in a little bit. BC check-ins got several people in there, and they're bringing somebody in soon. It looks like. Now that might be interesting. This guy's profile pic is unique.
No, that's normal.
Perfectly normal.
Oh, I see it now. Cringe. But if you guys have questions, or if you think of some questions along the way, be sure to turn them in. Add them to the chat or whatever. We definitely want to hear more, community engaging type stuff. Again, what happens is like someone will come on, Gemsy, myself, Miggy, the usuals will come on and just monologue. And it's like, that's fine. But I'm sure we can find ways like Wav Mixer or as the curve. But yeah, engaging questions, not just to us, but to new people as well. Go ahead, AG.
He said there in the live stream that it's pronounced wave mixer, like a sound wave. I guess he left the E out there. And he asked a question. He said, where's the curve?
Yeah, where's the curve? Yeah. We see that. We know the answer to that. And there are some questions that are like almost dead-end questions. And we know the answer and they don't. So we just ask it anyway to show them that they don't know the answer. So there are questions like that, a bit rhetorical. But I'm thinking of questions that will get people to chime in, get people excited to open their mic. And I want to add my 2 cents on this. Obviously, That's a great question for newbies who don't really know the context of the conversation. Where's the curve? But
one thing that
for
I
you
found
guys,
to be
wave mixer.
interesting, man.
Yeah.
I was just saying with the curve thing that the Red Bull space jump.
Yeah.
So if you can't see the curvature of the Earth from that altitude, then that means that every single person who's ever been on any of these lower flights, commercial or private, that don't come anywhere close to that, they're all lying to themselves at least. But they're living a lie if they think they've ever seen curvature.
Yeah, anyone saying they saw it. Yeah. Well, it's so easy.
They imagined it.
Yeah. We had a call guy out yesterday who said that, well, I've been in a plane, and we had to sort of the usual educate him. Hey, just so you know, that's not possible mathematically. So it's not possible. So, but let me just
the window, the picture of a plane window where it shows they're on the ground, and the road is curved at the edges of the window. They'll go up into the air and think they've seen the curvature of Earth as they look out their little window. And it's not even that anybody's trying to trick them into thinking that they're just pressurized windows. That's how they're designed to be. It has nothing to do with trying to trick anybody.
Yeah, good point. That's a good point.
It's just funny.
No, it's an important point, really. I mean, I tend to stick closer to the mathematical side, that regardless of what you think you saw, mathematically you couldn't have saw it. Even if the window shows you some little curvy edges, doesn't matter. So, but I think that is an important point. If you show someone pictures of where they're on the ground and you still see the same curvature, that's a problem. So obviously that's not the Earth itself curving.
Yeah, because the road is clearly flat. It's where planes come and go, and they land on it so it must be. There's no curvature bending, making it wonky and wobbly the size of a freaking window.
So I'll just kind of read through a list of like some of the questions that I have come up with so far. They're not all aimed at the same target audience. It does shift around. Sometimes the audience is like us. Sometimes the audience is a new person. So, question I think is good is like, what advice would you give to someone that's new or just entering into the topic? Does anybody want to go first on that?
You eliminate all your preconceived biases and accept reality as it presents itself. Next, go ahead.
Brilliant. I guess I can go. Yeah, I'll say that. I would say something along those same lines. Like, if you're trying to get into the flat Earth or understand it better, like Dave basically took the word out of my brain. Don't come here with your own ideas, preconceived notions. That's a good tip. What else you guys got? What advice would you give to someone new to the topic or just entering into the topic on either side of the fence? Mike Power Swan, you want to chime in on that? Or Ether, or Blue Jumper, Wave Mixer? Anybody?
I'd say that folks need to forget everything that they barely paid attention to begin with and relearn. Learn how the world actually works. Pay attention this time.
Yeah, what advice would you give to someone new? The people you think have the answers probably don't. So I would suggest to someone new, like, if you think that there's someone else out there that's superior to you and has all the answers, I would suggest to you that entity might not exist. That's another thing. If you're just getting into the topic, don't go to YouTube and I think Gemsy's take on the whole flat Earth being 2 words and not, something more than that. I think that's I like his take on that. Because people go to Google, YouTube, and look up flat Earth, and what are they shown? They're presented some type of freaking pancake or whatever, some ridiculous stuff. So if you're new, separate yourself from the propaganda. Try to hear it from the horse's mouth if you can.
That's a good point, CB. Probably one of the first things most people see is that little box saying that flat Earth is an archaic conception of the Earth's shape, and it's been scientifically disproven. So that's like the first thing they see, you know. These guys are crazy. Science has already proven them wrong. We don't even science, man. What's the matter?
And to your point, guys, I've been trying to point this out, and many people have done it. The thing is, you know, the straw man that they build and burn, right? So this is what they do in reinforcing their own bias by creating creating this fictitious, imaginary object that was made by dumb people. Because when you talk to these people and they label you a flat earther, now you are a subhuman, and smart and flat earther is an oxymoron. So the label, that's not who you are. That's what I'm trying to point out. If someone is giving you a label, you flat earthers, this and that, I mean, that's not what you are. You're not a label or an imaginary version of yourself in someone's head.
Right. And if anyone doesn't understand that, you're not even your name. Like, your name isn't who you are. So neither would a label someone slaps onto you be you who you are either. And I think Jimsy even takes it a step further. Go ahead, Dave.
I just agree with Jim's. He's obviously got a valid point there, and especially how they have this preconceived thing of straw man model that they think that we think. You know, they have these pre-assumptions that we've got some cartoon to present to them, and it's not the case at all, obviously. Go ahead, guys.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, like, you know, he's saying that you're... Go ahead.
I was just going to say it's weird because the very authorities that they appeal to are the ones that are telling them these false models and paradigms. All of the false models, including a false flat earth model. That's why they have it in their head.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, Dave pointed out as well that box. Oh, well, flat earth is a disc. Jeez. Like, pro tip for someone new, you're going up against a mountain of people who, like, I've been saying this, I don't really know how to say it any other way, but I just feel bad for someone that is new. Because everywhere they turn, you go to Google, all the experts are saying, no, it's a globe, you can see curvature, blah, blah, blah. So, like, how do you combat against that? So I think my answer will probably be something like, just instead of being an auto believer, I'm sure you guys are familiar with the idea of autopilot. When you fly a plane, you just put on autopilot and let it do its thing. We'll turn off autopilot, auto believe mode, and start checking things one at a time with a fine-tooth comb. I think, Jemsy, you were going to say something?
No, it's all good. I'm listening. All good. I'm driving at the moment, so I gotta keep the mic mute for now. But yeah, all good, bro.
Copy that. Yeah, I mean, just Dave, you hit a lot of the important points there. They've created a straw man, pretended that you came up with it. Jemsy pointed out, they try to label you. Even the Earth isn't that label either. I think that's a really important point. Flat Earth isn't. Those two words aren't the Earth. I really like his point on that. You guys should definitely take some notes when he talks about that in the future. But yeah, I just say that turn off autopilot, and you can sort of go through. If someone presents an article to you, read it. What is the claim? Where is the evidence? Instead of just auto believing the headline, there's even people on our side that are auto hoaxers, and I get where they're coming from. Go ahead, Dave. You want to say something?
I was just going to agree with you that the average Joe Schmo that's first coming across this subject, they're going with this preconceived assumption that this globe is just a given and that we're crazy for going against it. So, and then they see these straw man models and stuff, and it just makes it look even worse. So, it's a challenge to get people just to clear all that stuff out of their head and just actually listen to what we're trying to tell them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say another piece of advice I would give to someone new is consider that you are not the first person to say whatever it is you're about to say. I get the sense that these guys think they're about to get a Nobel Prize for saying Eratosthenes for the 8,000th time in the server. So just, if you're new, you haven't gone through the ringer, you haven't done the dance before, just understand that you are not the first person to do this. You're like the 30,000th person, if not more. So like, people will say like, oh, well, just let me explain one more time. Oh, I don't think you guys fully understand what I'm saying. Let me just say Eratosthenes one more time, and then, no, dude. Go to the server search function, type Eratosthenes, and you'll see that this conversation has been thoroughly fleshed out. I'm getting almost 8,000 results for Eratosthenes. So you saying it one more time, or just let me just explain, not necessary. So that's my advice. You aren't contestant number one. You're not about to get a Nobel Prize for bringing up Eratosthenes. What you will get a Nobel Prize for is presenting actual evidence, measurements, that kind of thing. Unfortunately, no one's going to do that. So no one's getting a Nobel Prize. But
yeah, I
just think that's
the major problem that most people have is they look at this as such a complex thing, and it's way above their head and all this stuff, and they can never get down this bare bones simplicity of, if it's a ball, we should be able to measure curvature, stuff like that. They never get down to the bare bones of it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're setting the hurdle like way too high up, and I can't even jump over it when it's not that difficult. It's no more difficult than, like, if I claimed I was 7'2", like that's the claim on the table. You address that claim. If I'm really that height, then there needs to be 7 feet, 2 inches there. And if that's not the case, then that's not the case. It's that simple. If they claim the Earth is a specific height, 3959 radius. If it's not that, it's not that, period. It's really not that difficult, folks. So, these guys, it's not like they care anyway. The last 2-3 people we talked to yesterday, they're talking about bouncing off of, what if I go south in a straight line and bounce off the force field? They don't really care about proving anything, even if like, they're not trying to prove the globe to themselves. They're looking to burn a straw man, which is, it's unfortunate.
Yeah. People just kind of gloss over that this whole thing seems complex, but it really is pretty simple when you get down to it. But people won't accept that. They think that the smart guys have done all this research and all this math, and we're going against all that. No, we're not. We're just addressing the claim they made. They said it's a ball this size, and every time we go to check for the ball this size, it's not there. So it's not our fault, right?
Hell no.
Hey, what came first, the reality or the ball claim? Which one came first?
I'll go with reality.
The antecedent for the ball claim. Reality. I tell you, that's how you know it's a ball, because reality.
This is just how I'm reading through the chat now. It's just so sad. This is the level of the people who believe in the globe. I know it's round because I just know. And he goes, how does flat Earth even make sense? I know it because you can jump out of an airplane and see a little curve. It's curved because it's round. I've seen so many videos. Just watch them. Are you ignorant?
Ask
really?
Now ask him to define round, because round doesn't necessarily means sphere, and that's their claim, sphere, but they're saying round. What about flat round surface? A flat round table or frisbee. That's flat and round. That doesn't mean sphere, right? But obviously they use the round and flat because remember, they're talking about conceptualizations in their minds. That round and that flat claim that they're making, it's just there in their minds. And they're pointing that to you that you're wrong because they say so. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, even like a tree trunk can be round. They don't even have the proper vocabulary, Gemsy. That's what's embarrassing. Like they could just say sphere or whatever they think it is, but no, round. Lots of things can be round, like you said, that aren't spheres. So they're just stupid.
And since it's a given, they say, but I expect you to know that when I say round, you have to think about a sphere. Can't be thinking about anything else. It's like Dave said, it's a given already, right? So they expect you to know about the globe, and if you know about the globe, you know better. If you don't, then you're behind the times, bruh. That's their standing. And was there evidence? TV said so.
Yep.
Yes, it is amazing how many of them come in here and try to tell us the globe story like we haven't heard it. It's hilarious. If I just tell them the story this right way, they'll figure it out. They're just missing a part of the story. You guys just don't even globe, You even globe, man? Looks like activity in the VC check-in. We got new people maybe in a minute.
They all bounced. Not sure what happened with them.
Somebody scared them off. I just have a few minutes here on the couch on a good mic before I start traversing across the curvature that's non-existent. What's some other questions you got for people? CB, you got another one?
Let me get back to the questions. That was really the I think that's the best one I had so far. A lot of them are more, I see this list more as like a ladies' night 2.0 type questionnaire for ladies and stuff like that. But hold on a second.
Yeah, like I said, the best advice I can give anybody is probably the most difficult thing to do is just clear out your mind of all your preconceived notions that you've been taught and just go out to nature and step by step start accepting nature as it is. I know that sounds simple, but it's probably one of the most difficult things that any human could ever do probably at this point with all the brainwashing. Anyway, back to you.
Oh, jeez. This person in the cogtis room. Oh, man.
What are they saying, AG?
Trying to make arguments for a globe Earth in the Quran.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I know exactly how far and how fast downhill this conversation's about to go.
So without any religious bias, it's just basically somebody wrote it down in the book, so it's a globe. Okay. The way I interpret it, it's a globe. So nothing physical.
Yeah, it's a false interpretation of it, yeah. Because the true form of the Quran doesn't say anything like what this person's trying to say. Hold on a second.
I mean, it's total speculation, but most of the people that wrote those books, none of them thought they were lived on a globe, as far as I can tell. Who knows for sure? But just any basic person that walks outside, like meme used to say, Doug walks out of the cave, he sees the sun go across the sky, he's like, sun, move across sky. He would never think what I'm standing on is going backwards, so that looks like the sun moving. Who would ever think that? Nobody. Unless somebody told you that. Just like I've said, I know I've harped on the point, but the simplicity of this is just missed by so many people. And that's really what, back 8 years ago when I accepted this, that the globe was not a reality, went to that lake and I saw the mirror flash over 8.5 miles that should have been behind like 55 feet of curvature. You know, I gave gravity its last chance to show me some curvy water, and it major fail. And at that point, I was like, I'm done listening to men's stories about stuff. I'm going to start investigating stuff as it is presenting itself to me. Sorry for the rant.
Yes, sir. No, rants appreciated. So I said that the questions were more like ladies' night based, but I guess I could probably ask them. Most of them were kind of about, there's a show going on right now called Fresh and Fit. I've been talking about this a little bit lately. Seems to be a little bit popular, dating type stuff. And like, they basically have a panel, a couple hosts. They'll bring on a panel of people, maybe some guests, some special guests, and then they'll ask questions and just have like a certain, discussion throughout the night. And, ladies' night, the way we did it in the past was like, we'd have the ladies come in. They would like try to keep it going for us. And, it was a really important night because we got a lot of turnout, but you see it's kind of dwindled out. So I've been thinking of ways to maybe revamp the ladies' night. Maybe we could find ways to ask questions that are more engaging, have the panel want to chime in instead of like calling on people and stuff like that. So I don't know. I'm trying something new. But there were more questions about like dating a flat earther or dating a normie, that kind of stuff. That's what I've come up with so far. But
yeah, we could really get up to date CB and have a non-binary sexual night. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my God. One of the other ones on it that was good is like, do you talk about flat earth at work? I thought that was a good question. Does anybody want to try to answer that?
I'll go first. My work is a delivery driver. I very rarely get an opportunity to even engage with anybody. Like I'm past somebody in a grocery store sometimes, and they'll maybe I'll have you guys playing on my phone on YouTube or on here, and they might hear something and engage me that way, but that rarely happens. I don't actively search out a way to engage people, but I look for opportunities to at least slip in a little seed here and there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good. For me, no, man, I did in the past. My last job, I was kind of running things, and I started telling my subordinates, like, yo, dude, Earth is actually flat, and stuff like that. And I had a couple people respond pretty well to it, but I also got the sense that there was like silent group that was not willing to engage in that type of topic. Probably just thought I was crazy in the corner, whatever. But I did have one or two people that would like come up and be like, oh, so how does this work and stuff? And that was really rewarding. I actually enjoyed that. That's probably why I was more vocal during that role. So,
yeah,
I mean, I didn't help. Go ahead.
I was going to say, CB, back, 7-8 years ago, back in 2015, 2016, when I first heard about this, I was running a restaurant, a fast food restaurant, and I couldn't wait to tell everybody. So it turned out that I got such negative reactions that I quit talking to people at all about it. You know what I mean? I just got looked at like, man, there's a crazy guy that thinks the Earth's flat.
Yeah.
And nobody was actually listening to what I was telling them about water and blah, 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 you know? Nobody was listening to the validity of anything. They were just, as soon as they heard that I thought the Earth was flat, they just quit listening.
Yeah. What's sad about that is they're only bringing their own ideas. They're hearing those two words, and they are concocting ideas in their mind and pretending that you came up with them. That's the saddest part about it. I mean, that's what I talked about Fresh and Fit. So this podcast is a lot of controversy as well. People, like now, one of the first things they do when they start the panel is, what did you hear about this show before you came? And I wrote that down in my list of questions as well. What was your first impression of flat earthers before you got here or started speaking to one of them? So it's like they do the same thing, because most people hear Fresh and Fit and they're like, oh, they bash women, they hate women and stuff like that. And it's the same type of thing that we deal with here as well. Oh, flat earthers, they're stupid, they don't know anything. And then when you really like get into the context and have a further dialogue, you see that, okay, wait, maybe they actually aren't bashing women. They've never bashed women. And in terms of flat earthers, they're not stupid. You know, how many times have we got mid-conversation with someone and we start talking about second law of thermodynamics, entropy, and all this Snell's law and stuff like that? People do realize it's not what they thought. And it's so... this isn't just common with flat earth. This is common with things all... Go ahead.
No, it's a soundboard. I was looking for the Haram one, man.
I gotta send you a link to that Fresh and Fit. They got their soundboard up there. Do you have Nitro? You should be able to use it.
No, but I'm very tempted to get it now because there's just too much temptation.
But bro, you blew it. You blew it.
I think they lowered the price, dude, too. You should do it. But yeah, no, just it's what they deal with too. People go on Fresh and Fit podcast. Oh, I heard you guys were women. You hate women. They do that with us too.
Misogyny.
Oh, I heard you. Misogyny. Yeah, I heard you flat earthers were all stupid. Oh, wait, you're not. Oh, okay. So sometimes it just takes a little bit of dialogue to understand that what you heard in a clip isn't true. What you thought about flat Earth isn't true. So there's some similarities there for sure. So.
Oh, there's a lot, and it goes. It penetrates a lot.
It's the questions I'm after.
Penetrates a lot of these topics. It's kind of strange.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a mindset almost.
Yeah, that's why the questions are so important. You're unraveling their mindset in a way. So, like, you get it. You came in with the right questions, Indio. You already know how it goes. But I'm trying to formulate questions that are tailored to our server. The two that I came up with so far, or the three. What is your first impression of flat Earth or flat Earthers before coming here? Because then they can go, oh, well, I heard it was this and that and blah, blah, blah. And then, because what they typically do is they start formulating questions based on those previous ideas. Oh, so then where's the edge when I go jump off? Then you have to stop the conversation and go, okay, well, let me just show you that that's not the right idea about flat Earth. So if we just let them say it first, yeah, I think it's this, a disk. What was your first impression? Oh, it's a disk floating in space. And we can have the lesson start right there instead of in the middle of a question.
Hey, bro, what happens if you jump off any very high edge? You die. That's what happened.
Yeah. Well, they think that there's some edge that you can go jump off to, and then, like, where would you jump to anyway? That's a stupid question. So
your death.
Just allow
your death.
That's why I asked him, where would you fall to? Space? Why would you fall
There's nowhere
to
to
space?
jump.
To
There's
the
no
end,
jumping off anyway.
To the end of your world, because that's the end. You jump, that's the end of your world. Bye. That's the end of it. The end of the world.
Well, if Earth was a space disk, you wouldn't fall off it anyway.
Yeah,
right?
they said they have a video.
They just try to take like one thing, right? So if you have, space and gravity and all those things, right? Couldn't jump off the flat Earth anyway. What are you going to jump to space? Right? They want to put Earth. They want to make a space disk, but then all the other stuff they throw away, right? So they try to make it like absurd. It's like, dude, Your model has to have all the pieces. You can't just like pick and choose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen that video where it's like, oh, well, if it was flat and you kept moving towards the edge, the gravity would pull you back, and like, it's stupid.
CJ had a meme for that, man. It was hilarious. It was like a clip from Vsauce. It's like an animation. It's pretty funny, man. Where the person has to lean more and more and more as he gets to the edge.
Yeah, as if he's going uphill or something. Yeah, I've seen that. It's so stupid.
Dumb. But it's so dumb, it's funny. I mean, I think it's funny.
It's just sad. It's kind of sad, though, because they're trying to teach other people that's what flat earthers are on about. No one has ever said something like that, bro. Crazy. But, yeah, so what is your first impression? Go ahead.
Well, it's, like, have you ever seen any of these, like, they have interviews about flat earth occasionally in the mainstream media, and you can tell they don't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I mean, they're already, like, usually the people on these, like, morning TV shows or late night TV shows, they're already dumb as rocks anyway. They're just, talking heads. But when they get in, I'm thinking of the Australian show. Have you ever seen that? They had Brian Cox on it, and who else was on it? They actually had a real flat earther on there. Dave Marsh, I think, they had on there. But the questions they ask, like, you can tell from the looks on their face, they have no idea anything about the topic. Like, not even a little bit. They have to make up something in their head. What other choices they have? How are you going to talk about something when you don't? And I think the point I'm getting at is they can't ask, like, okay, say they had some other subject that they didn't know anything about. They would ask genuine questions. They can't do that with flat earth. They can't actually ask genuine questions. They have to ask the nonsense questions. Otherwise, they'll be giving it, like, credibility by taking it seriously.
Yep. That should be a red flag, but I don't think normies are aware or keen of that.
The funny thing is, you could go on that show, any one of these, like, they're like talk shows, right? These talking head shows, and they interview all sorts of people. You could go on and talk about, crystal magic or astrology or frickin', what's the other one? Feng Shui. I remember when that was big, like 20 years ago. You know what that is, Feng Shui?
Yeah, having like different energy with like plants and stuff around your house.
No, like everything in your house, like which way your door is facing. Is your bed facing the door, facing away? Like all the entire setup of your house is like determines your fate or something. Like I don't know, man. Yeah, exactly. Whether it's good energy or positive energy, and like if your house is set up a certain way, like if your door, like your bed is never supposed to like face your door, because like then your dreams fly out the door or something stupid like that, or something. Yeah, it's some weird ass shit. But they used to actually have interviews, like interior designers, like they would interview on like Good Morning America and shows like that, and they would take these people seriously, because it was a fad. They were selling books, and like they would sell these, like, because one of the things is like if like that good chi energy is escaping from your house, like you can set up a mirror and reflect it back, right? Like you put a mirror over your door, like your exit to your house, that reflects the good energy back into your house. Just it's all sorts of dumb shit. The point is that they would take that seriously, and no one bats an eye. But if they're seen taking flat Earth seriously and asking genuine questions, then that's forbidden.
I think there's something to it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always next to one when I'm sitting in my chair.
It's so dumb they have to lie about us, which is hilarious. right? It's so dumb they have to lie.
Right.
It was dumb.
Like,
why wouldn't you just tell the truth?
Right. Yeah, man.
That's
And
a
all the
key point
propaganda.
y'all just said there. Sorry, CB. You know, they have to misrepresent what we actually say, but it's so dumb, right? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, here we go. We always going to say the same thing, man. All the propaganda. It's like, why would that even be necessary? It's not like there's, you know, like I don't know who was it that said it yesterday, but you can say all types of crazy stuff and people won't react. I think it was you, Indio. Oh, we can talk about aliens and freaking Loch Ness Monster and all this stuff, and nobody throws a hissy fit. But we started talking about the Earth, and you guys like start breathing in pain.
Yeah, no one gets emotional about it. No one. It's actually, they actually entertain it, right? Maybe Bigfoot is real. Maybe
Yeah, they have
aliens are
shows.
real.
Yeah.
They might not believe it, but they'll entertain it.
And give that a fair shake. They'll give it a fair shake. They'll be like, these are what the people really think. Here's, we're going to give you the backstory. Here's the whole thing. At least that's my understanding. But they don't do that with Flat Earth. They create a backstory. They create propaganda to present instead of our arguments. You're never gonna go to mainstream and like they're gonna talk about the black swan. Like, no, they're gonna talk about a disk, space. So they've created a backstory for it. Yeah, why would you do that? That should be raising red flags to anyone like new to the topic as well. Why are they trying to like make a mockery of this idea? Why not just present the idea for what it is and then let people decide? Should be looking twice at that, at the propaganda.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm going to play a clip. I played this before, but I'm going to play it again because it's very relevant to this.
Not only that, their own error. Their own error in their thinking.
I feel like it's the conservatives call it popularly like, or the movie Matrix call it the red pill moment. I feel like it's a dangerous thought because I feel like I'm taking a step out of a society. Like there's a nice narrative that we've all constructed.
You are,
and I'm taking a step out, and it feels there's this feeling like you're basically drowning. I mean, it's not a good feeling.
It is not. But this gets back to the Heidegger Kierkegaard school of anxiety. You are stepping out.
Yeah.
And you are momentarily shrugging off the culturally constructed psychological accoutrements that allow you to stand up in the morning. And
but so I mean, in that sense, it feels like, I mean, what do you? How do you have that conversation? Because I guess I'm dancing around a set of questions, which is like, I guess I'm disappointed that people are not as willing to step outside, like even any kind of thought experiment.
Yeah.
Let's forget denial of death. Like there's now a community of people. Let's take an easy one that I think is scientifically ridiculous, which is there's a community of people that believe that the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Or actually, even better, that space is fake.
Yeah.
Like what I find surprising is that a lot of people I talk to are not willing to be like, imagine if it is. Like, imagine the Earth is flat. Like, think about it.
Right.
Like, a lot of people just like, no, the Earth is round. They're like scientists too. They're like, yeah, it's well, actually, wait, have you actually like thought about it? Like, imagine like a thought experiment that like basically step outside the little narrative that we are comfortable with. Now, that one in particular has really strong evidence and scientific validation, so on. It's a pretty simple thing to show that it at least is not flat. But just the willingness to take a step outside of the stories that bring us comfort, it's been disappointing that people are not willing to do that.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's other than he's wrong about the scientific evidence. Can't be perfect though.
Oh, dude. Yeah, I know. It's just when they say like, we know it's not flat. No, you don't. You guys don't know what that even means at all. So
I don't think he actually. I think he's thought about it, but only let his mind go so far. Mm-hmm. Right? Like he had the internal backstop. Right? Yeah. What if it is flat? Oh my God! I'll be a flat earther. Everybody pick on me. No, I can't think of that.
Right. He's also gaining popularity.
Go back to sleep.
You know that highlight, that little piece.
Yeah.
David Robot.
I didn't understand the word you said, man.
Mr. Roboto. But I've got another clip that's kind of along those same lines there. I'll play this real quick. Oh, it didn't work. Hold on.
Is that any better?
Oh,
yeah, Dave.
Got you.
I was just that highlighted I like how he said that people don't want to step outside the constructed narrative. They don't want to go outside of what societal norms think, and that's the major thing we're up against is people don't want to take that step, right?
Well, yeah, that's a two-stepper, though. Like, you can think outside the societal norms, but then there's the next step, which is, like, actually acting on it, right? So you can think about, what if the Earth is flat? But then going, okay, it is flat, and then the next step of going, I'm a flat earther. That's a whole nother thing altogether. Because then there's pushback, right? Then you're going to get peer pressure, social shaming, all the nonsense that's going to go along with it. Stuff we deal with every day. Picked on, told to drink bleach, kill yourself, all that stuff.
Yeah, but why aren't flat earthers nice? Why aren't you guys being nice? It's like, well, dude, you haven't had for years people tell you to drink bleach and kill yourself and all this crazy stuff over such a topic.
It's funny, man. I hate The Matrix, dude. I really hate that movie. But there's so many like analogies in it of how like you can have a person come in here, right, and they're just a normal person, and they start asking questions, and then they don't have like flat Earth starts becoming more and more plausible in their head, and they can't deny it. And then all of a sudden, an agent takes over.
Yep.
An agent takes over their body, then they start screaming, right, and trying to kill us.
Every time.
Yeah.
Programming kicks in again. I hear what you're saying, India.
Yeah, the program takes over, man. That recon guy that was on here yesterday.
There's a program. Is there a congram?
Yeah, probably. The recon guy yesterday, the one that Elijah was spazzing on. He started off okay, but you could tell he was degenerating quickly. He literally almost fell off a cliff, mentally. With the Black Swan.
Those things have a time limit. You know that, right?
What do you mean? Oh yeah.
There's a threshold. How far you can get with someone. When you reach that threshold, they tend to actually go back on their cognitive ability to listen to a conversation, and then they regress back to the sheep mentality. So you have to get in there and kind of if they don't catch on right away, then it'll start going the opposite direction, and they'll start rejecting what you're saying. So yeah, there's a limit to everybody. You know what I mean? Like when
they do a couple of things. They don't just start rejecting. So one of the copes is to start ignoring you, right? To not actually listen to what you're saying or to comprehend it. And I think like they have the capability to comprehend it, but like that programming won't let them. So it's like they're hearing the words, but they won't let the meaning of the words and the comprehension of the words actually attach to their mind, right? And so they have to actually think about it. So they kind of like go into this weird, like catatonic state, or what do they call it? There's a mental disorder called verbal decoding, where you like somebody talks, but like they interpret it like completely different than what it said. They can't like decode verbal speech. They go into that like that state.
Yeah. You could hear it because when they're listening, they don't know how to repeat back what you just said. They're like, I don't understand. Like you can just hear it. It's a simple. You're not speaking. Elijah said
that's a good point. The repeating back is like, damn, man. They can't repeat back like a simple sentence sometimes.
Bro, this happens on Fresh and Fit too. It's actually so funny to see. They'll be going, well, I disagree with you. Oh, what do you disagree with? Well, what did you say? Yeah. It's like, dude, what? You're disagreeing with, you don't even know what he said.
He was talking about the distance measurement on the he was talking about the distance measurement on the surface, and he couldn't understand that. Like that's he used a neighbor's house that was like an example that Elijah was telling him. And he's like, well, you could actually get a pace distance, from your feet to see how far it would take for you to walk to your neighbor's house. And that's an actual distance away from the location where you start from. And he couldn't get that. I'm like, what is so difficult about that?
Are you kidding me?
Higher?
Yeah,
like, dude,
seriously,
are you serious?
That's what he could not understand. And I was like, that's not, you must be playing around. But it sounded genuine when you heard him. Like, he was like, well, if you expand the air, and I was like, what? Like, how can you, like, what is it? And then he tried to, like, you're not letting me speak. He was telling creation, but you're not letting me speak. I just want to say this one thing. And you're like, dude, you just finished saying that you don't understand, and then you want to go ahead and like tell us like this other thing that has nothing to do with the distance between the ground that Elijah lost his shit, because I lost my shit listening to him. I was like, yeah, I would have. I mean, honestly, you could ask.
This is what happened with him. He was talking coherently. I had to leave to fuck with the cookies, and I came back, and he was like incomprehensible. I couldn't like understand what he was saying, because you guys did end up letting him speak, and like what he said didn't even make sense. Like he was that far gone. Like you guys blew his mind in like 5 minutes. Like you melted it.
What the shit happened was that in his mind, that state where he thought of the world being a globe had to make some sense. So he was trying to it was like a Frankenstein version of like what it was that was real in his mind. So he was saying something very obscure as a rebuttal, but that's why CB was like, dude, we don't need to hear that explanation. You need to stay on topic, and they were trying to, like, I want to say 3 or 4 times he was trying to get rerouted. Hey, he was stubborn. He was like, no, I want to say this piece. I need to say this. And he was like,
yeah, but then when he did, it didn't make sense.
And that's why Elijah was so mad, is he had already answered bro's question before he even said it. Like, that's what's so annoying. Well, you gotta let me finish. No, we already answered it. Like, what the hell?
Because he was starting in on saying it, so that's why they were stopping him. Like, no, we've already. It's like, no, but you're not letting me talk. You're not letting me finish. And that's what he kept saying over and over again. And then once he said it, like you said, it was just like a mashed potato version of like words. Like it was just.
Yeah, it was word salad. That's what it was, man.
But if you fly up in the sky, it's like, dude, no, it doesn't matter if you fly up in the sky or go dig yourself into the ground for all I care. It's not going to change the distance between those two houses. So.
Yeah. I think you even mentioned expanding and contracting Earth. Like that doesn't happen. Like so. Because he was trying to
Hail Mary.
He was trying to reconcile the fact that there's a measured distance and known distance between two places on Earth. So that's kind of like the thing that you can't get them to realize when they're talking about, like, let's say the horizon. If you're talking about the horizon being a location, then it's an actual place from the place you're standing to the place where the horizon is. and it can be measured. If it's moving around, then it's not something that's static. Like you can't rely on it that way.
Yeah, that means it's a visual phenomenon, unless I think the Earth is breathing.
We got Golden Ratio in here. Golden Ratio, I've just unmuted you. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Are you there? Golden Ratio. Welcome to the chat, Golden Ratio. You're locally, you have to unmute yourself if you want to speak in here. I'm welcoming everybody, Golden. So if you're there, if you're listening to me, you can unmute your mic.
You need to call you Fibonacci instead.
Yeah. Anyway, if you wanna jump in, just let me know, Golden. You can unmute your mic. But go ahead, guys.
So the guy before Recon, his buddy, the other one, that kind of like low key troll. Remember him?
Oh,
kept calling us crazy. It was just so funny because I started with him, or Traveler, that was his name, Traveled or something, Traveled. So the very first thing I start with him is like, Earth is not in space, and like every single piece of, like whenever he would try to support the globe, right to space. Can't even conceptualize that the Earth is the Earth, man. The Earth is in space to these people.
You should have seen the guy last night, Indio. When I got off of work, this guy named Spicy Fart. That guy was a jittery son of a bitch. I mean, because he was smoking dope, right? He was smoking weed. And he's like, dude, he's like, I just came here to listen to you guys. And I was like, okay, we just want to know like what your position is, what you think about the Earth, just normal shit. And really, like right off the bat, he was on the deep. Oh, I don't come here to argue with you flat earthers. And I'm like, relax, bro. We're just talking over here, like. And he's just like really defensive about being here. And he's like, well, no, I mean,
they always do that,
And he had this like condescending tone. So I was just like, you don't even have to push this guy. You're just really having a simple like, how you doing conversation was gonna tip him over the scale. So. Yeah, he was like immediately. I couldn't even stand being here. So I'm like, dude, why? Like,
so what do you come here for?
Yeah, what do you feel like you come here? He's like, I just come. I want to yell. I come to listen to you guys. I'm like, it's
well, dude, this isn't a zoo. Like, dude, the animals will talk to you. Like, they think this is a zoo, bro. Like, you go. Look at the lion. It's like, no, dude, the freaking lion will come and freaking talk to you, bro. Like, this is not a zoo. We're not in cages. Like, if you want to engage, you might get asked some questions back. You want to know how we think? We want to know how you think. It's a two-way street, bro. This is dialogue. So roll them sleeves up.
Yeah, so he left, and then a younger guy came in here. I think he was still like maybe about to graduate or whatever. He sounded like a young man and leaving high school. Anyway, that guy was pretty okay. He hadn't really been fully converted over to the globe yet.
That's good.
But the process of the mind virus was about to be like consuming him, because I told him, the same old reality question. Are you sitting in? Are you talking on Discord? And then he. At first, the first one, the reason why I make it redundant is because I know that if I challenge them on the question, the second one, it gets them to stop it. Like, whoa, 100%, that's weird. Like, and why are you saying that? Like, so he's like, well, yeah, no, and then so he's like he's thought about it. I was like, well, why did you? The first question I asked you was, are we talking on Discord? You answered it, smooth. There was no problem. But when I said, are you 100% sure? Because I made it sound like, I'm challenging you. And then now let me stop and think. And I told him, do you know what that is? Like, why you did that? And because you've been told that that's not the way science works. And you're kind of applying it to a lot of places. Like, science can't be sure of anything. So then you can't be sure of anything. Because he was talking about Foucault's pendulum being the
except for that one thing. Yeah, you can only be sure of one thing, that you can't be sure of anything. It's such a contradiction. It's just, it drives me crazy, man. Sorry, it just drives me nuts.
I was telling him, like, when we were having the conversation last night, that you can know things, and just like making them see that doesn't you don't need to make it sound like it's all science, everything's science. Well, how do we know this? Because it's science. Like everything's not science. Some things you can know just strictly by logic. Like it doesn't take you to run it through the scientific method just so that you can know something the way, like in reality, if you know something, like if you're sitting down, or other things that we know that knowledge is just ascertained by, everything doesn't need to be run through it. So like they're telling you that the only way you can know something is by science, and then science says, like, doesn't have lips, but I mean what people are saying science says is that you can't know
that, and it has not been proven. I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, that's what he was on. And that's all, like, he could understand that much. He's like, yeah, I could see, like, you can know, because I told him, what are you doing right now? I was like, and I'm going to tell you in a way that you can understand. And he's like, I told him, are you sitting down, standing up, laying down? He's like, no, I'm just sitting in my chair. I was like, okay. And if I was to tell you, and he stopped me, he's like, yeah, I know what you mean. Like if I'm sitting in my chair, he goes, I know, I'm 100% sure that I'm sitting in my chair. So I could reason with him now, but left alone and there is no buffer, he's going to go full on globe and denial. Like he would be one of those guys. He will convert basically. So his mind is still not yet, to that side yet. I told him, I'll call it like Star Wars. It's like the dark side. It's like once you're there, it's like hard to get away from that mind. When you're
well, I mean, they've had years of indoctrination. It's constant, right? It's coming out of every flashing box is telling them Earth's a ball, space this, space that, all their entire life. So you're not going to do that with a snap of the fingers. That's for sure.
Well, it's a process, and like once the mind has already like conceded to like they can't know anything, and then there's other philosophies that their mind takes hold of, then everything is malleable in reality. How can they could be a brain in then become the people who start saying the things the other guys say in here. They could be sitting on in someone's shelf. They could be a brain in a jar somewhere. You know what I mean? Like that's the level of like.
So I'm just thinking, man, Vsauce, like, if these guys believe it can't prove anything, then aren't all his videos just opinion pieces? But he doesn't advertise them and put them out like that. He puts his videos out and his content out as if it's a divine truth. So these people don't actually believe the things they say. That's the funny thing is the 99%ers, man, the 1% thing, that's their escape hatch. That's what that is. That's my escape hatch. Because if I'm wrong, I have my 1% escape hatch. Oh, I said I was 99% sure. I wasn't 100% sure. So I wasn't wrong. Right? Yeah, the Earth's a globe. Here's a proof it isn't. Well, I wasn't wrong because I was only 99% sure of anything.
Yep.
I'll be back.
Do your thing, Genty.
Yeah, we got you.
You're pretty low, bro.
That's what I was wondering. Never mind.
Poor Elijah.
Does this mic work? Does this mic work?
Yeah, I'm not gonna put you guys through another day like yesterday. If I can't get my shit together, I'll just sit in the background. But
sound good right now.
Yeah, because I'm using my phone. But it is interesting, right? I told you guys about the guy that I was arguing with for like forever. And then another guy, the guy whose post I actually posted to, he was like, let's see, where did this thread start? He asked me, what would evidence be for me? I was like, a distance measurement of the horizon showing that it's physical. And he didn't understand what I meant. because he gave me a video of like something behind like buildings. He's like, there's a distance measurement. I was like, no. A distance measurement of the horizon, not buildings. And he's like, okay. So I was like,
it's hard for me to believe he doesn't know what you're saying. It's hard for me to believe that. I think he knows exactly what you want, and he knows he can't give it to you.
Yeah, and he goes,
That's what I
here we are.
think.
He said, I'm just trying to understand what you want. So the comment tagged you in is what you, blah, blah, blah. He said the observation must be, he's not even making sense at this point. I just told him Nat Geo probably did their research before they let CFI investigators onto their platform. CFI investigators set out to answer the question I'm asking because it's fundamental to the globe paradigm. Excuse my frustration in you not understanding what I'm asking because it's pretty much clear. That's why I told you to watch the video. So he says, so I've watched the video, I've seen it before, but it's been a while. So he's like, all right. Nobody in the video on either side is denying that the boat was 3 miles out and that the stripes disappeared. He's like, I don't see what the problem is. I said, because the claim about the horizon is false. Where did he say the horizon should be and where is it? The answer is my point. He says, how is the claim false? How do you think the horizon is supposed to look like? The horizon being 3 miles is common knowledge. The boat was about 3 miles from almost ground level. So he's basically saying, yeah, it's behind the horizon. I said, I'm glad that your expectation is the same as mine. What's interesting is that you see it, but don't see it yet. 3 miles is not where the horizon is it? So he said, you didn't answer my question. How is the claim false? Let me just ignore the rest of what he said. I said, yes, I did. Claim, horizon is at 1.22 miles. You, how is the claim false? Me, the horizon is not at 1.22 miles away. He then says, who said the horizon is 1.22 miles away? Who claimed this? I said, so you didn't watch the video, bitch. Like, fuck.
Jesus, man.
This happened in the chat earlier today. Someone with Eratosthenes, they presented a graph where it shows diverging rays, and I go, so you just debunked the Eratosthenes claim. You realize it, right? And he's like, whoa, what do you mean? Like, do you know you're supposed to be like presenting a parallel ray argument? Where does it say that? Where do you get that? Where does it say that they're parallel? Like, dude, so you don't even understand what you posted, then, you dummy. This happens all the time, Eli. It's just so funny. It's like easy to be where we are now because they don't have any depth on what they're talking about. Super surface level, if barely at all. Bro posted Eratosthenes and doesn't even know what he's posting. Doesn't understand it. No, they're not parallel. Oh, welcome to Flat Earth, you ding dong, dude.
Dude, I feel like these guys are like, they studied like on the bus on the way to school before the test. Mm-hmm. Right? They're cramming on the bus. It's like a 5-minute bus ride to school, and they're trying to study for the test at the first period. Nah, dude. You got a D. No, actually, in that case of the diver, you got an F minus, man.
Yeah, it's like when the teacher goes around the class to have you turn in your homework, and they start on one side of the room, and you're on the other side, so you get an extra few minutes. Yeah, they're doing it last minute, like you said. They don't understand it at all. I mean, I completely dunked on bro in the chat with the parallel rays thing, but I'm sure that's exactly how Elijah was feeling like when he said, who claims it's at 1.22 miles? You idiot. You're not ready for this. Now I have to teach you. That's the saddest part, is like, you don't even get to really work on your craft. You have to teach them their own worldview before you debunk it. Isn't that crazy? Like, that's, oh man. They think they're doing that with us. Well, you see, on a flat earth, you'd see it in China, and because you can't. No, dude, it's the other way around. On a globe, you'd see the curve at 1.22 miles, and you don't. Therefore, it's not. No, but whose math is that? That's your math, you idiot. The thing you believe to be true.
That's flat earther math, man.
So sad.
I remember years ago, man, because, we've used the globe geometry and be like, oh, and then they would be like, that math is wrong, right? So there's a video by a YouTuber named Buy Red Pears. It's got 5 different ways to calculate the distance to the horizon, and the guy's a Glober. So I would just post that video. This guy's a Glober. He thinks flat Earth is stupid. He makes anti-flat Earth videos. Here's 5 different ways to calculate the distance to the horizon. The distance to the horizon, I said, is correct, dude. Like, there's no way around it. I'm sorry. It ain't flat Earth math. Which is ironic that there's an anti-flat earther named Flat Earth Math. What a douche. Also named his kids after planets, so I should say a lot.
That's funny.
I'm actually not joking. I think he named his daughter Jupiter or something, his son.
Oh my.
Mars.
Oh my goodness, really?
Yeah, for real. Well, if you look at this dude, you'd be shocked like any woman would procreate with him, but whatever.
I mean, Mars is not a bad name.
Yeah, it is. Come on, man.
Still, it's kind of weird.
If your parents named you Mars, would you be happy about that?
You know you're gonna change that.
Yeah, probably would. It'd probably drag too much attention.
Mars.
I hate my parents.
I think I like Mike. Pretty sure I like Mike.
Oh my. Oh my.
I never changed it either. I've kept that name, my little short version of it, since childhood. Throughout all the games and accounts, it always would be Mike Powell.
You know, the other thing is funny that they come in here to troll, and they think, oh, this is the low-hanging fruit, right? This is the one place in the world I can go and look smart, because flat earthers are retarded. Now I'm going to go tell them all about the globe and prove them wrong. God damn it. They're so out of their league. It's just so, like, it's like a Little League football team, or a Pee Wee football team, not even Pop Warner level, Pee Wee football, against, like, NFL All-Stars. Like, yo, you don't have a chance. Like, we already know your questions before you even ask them.
Yep. And the answers to those questions as well.
Yeah, and the answers, right? And, like, and they don't know the answer to their own question, right? They actually get it wrong.
Yeah, sometimes they'll be saying the answer in their question and not noticing. Or the whole room won't be noticing. I'll notice.
But how can they? Like, what is it? Like, the brainwashing. It's kind of scary to me, because it's one thing for me to be brainwashed and then someone show me and I'm like, oh, okay, thank you, man. It's another thing for someone to show you the truth, and because you're so brainwashed, you're so confused. Because number one, because you're a bigot, you're looking at, for example, a flat earther, and a flat earther is trying to tell you something, and you're like, look, man, I already knew that at the beginning of this conversation, you wasn't going to prove anything to me. Now we're having a conversation. You're saying some shit, and it makes sense, but it can't be as simple as what you're saying. So I don't understand what you're saying. No, fam. I mean, what? And the crazy thing is, what they don't understand is what we're all supposed to know geometrically speaking. Like that. This is one of the first that you live on a geometric shape. Therefore, it has consequences. And they're like, I don't know what that has to do with anything. I don't know what to do with those people. I don't know where to go from there, other than to say, take care and God bless.
So I didn't think this was possible, but you're actually underestimating their brainwashing. It isn't like typical brainwashing, like, oh, I'm going to brainwash you to join the Jim Jones cult. It's not that kind of brainwashing. This is brainwashing that started when they were infants, right? And there's never was any pushback, right? So you can go. Well, think before, like, you know, before the let's call it the flat Earth resurgence, right? People went their whole life without ever hearing anything, let's call it pro flat Earth, right? To give any validity to flat Earth. It's like, say you went to a Muslim country and you were raised Muslim from birth, right? And there's no other contrary viewpoint that even comes in. It's never even considered for a second that, you know,
right.
Muhammad's not the prophet, even for a second. This is the environment they're in. Like, the brainwashing is way deeper than just like changing it, being brainwashed later in life. Their brainwashing is in the fiber of their being. Yeah. It's like how they like, yeah, it's deep, man. It's deep in there, man.
I remember as a child going through my thinking process, even at 10, about all that. And that word, brainwashed. So
look, I mean, to be serious, man, if YouTube, if like this topic didn't like resurge, I'd probably not be a flat earther. Seriously, I probably wouldn't be, and neither probably would anybody else in this chat, because like,
I don't know. I don't know if I totally agree.
No. I remember every single year of my lived life. Let me tell you something. I was into space. I was into all this shit. Never once did it cross my mind to question it. Not one. It never touched.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, something like.
Yep, opposite effect for me. Very opposite experience.
Look, I mean, it's the Chicago skyline which got me looking into it, but you have to think, even that Chicago skyline, that video was put on YouTube by a flat earther. It's not like that news station put it on there, right? A flat earther put it on there and was like, look, Chicago from this far away. So, you know, it's always been around, but it's been under the radar. You know what I mean? So, like I said, it's kind of like a resurgence. I mean, I guess there's always a possibility I could have been a flat earther. I can come across the right material. I just don't think on my own, without like alerting me to the fact.
He's probably too busy during that time in your life.
I was doing a lot of other shit other than flat Earth. Like, yeah, because the globe is just one of those things. You have to go blah blah blah. You just go about your life.
Yeah, that mentality. Think
right, just like we just accept there's 7 continents, right? There's 7 continents. Yeah, okay. Right, we all just accept that. It's not.
Yep.
It's not something that's really. It's not something that's really consequential. It's more like. You know how you play a video game? You have like.
Let me say this, Elijah. At first glance, it's not consequential.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't mean it's not. To the person who is unaware, nothing about the globe or space really has anything to do with their life. So it's more like a badge, or more, not even a badge. It's more like an avatar, more like like you play a game and you get to wear different clothes. It's something that comes with who you are. It's not even, something that's separate from you. That's why it's you don't even have to think about it. You just accept it as, yeah, that's me. This is home. This is what it is. Because you would never be in your house like, is this my home? is this my house? There's no reason to question the home of Earth, right? Until somebody comes along and says, hey, look at that eclipse. How could the Earth be doing that? This weird shit. Like,
I'm looking in the archives because I'm getting all the tiny snippets of like the moments of people being in here and saying dumb things. Check this moment out.
I trust the experts.
Oh, that's not the one. Hang on. That is a dumb thing to say, but that's not the one I was going to show you. Give me a second here.
Expert in what? Hey, you know what? If Matthew trusts the experts, why the fuck doesn't he know anything? No. Matter of fact, I think I'm saying that wrong. If he trusts the experts, usually you say you trust an expert because you're not an expert and you're not knowledgeable on the expertise. So why is he always fucking talking if he trusts the experts?
That's a Velociraptor comment on a meme, dude. Like, that's what because he's just a big old conundrum, that guy. And let me play this one clip real quick.
You can also take samples of the elements of the sun, and also make process of elimination by making nuclear fusion.
You can't do that either.
You do know that the creation of the nuclear bomb did help so much to help figure out.
Not from you taking samples of the sun.
Play that again. I just missed it.
All right.
You can also take samples of the elements of the sun, and also make process of elimination by making nuclear fusion.
You can't do that either.
You do know that the creation of the nuclear bomb did help so much to help figure out.
Not from you taking samples of the sun.
Earth is globe because of nuclear bombs. Yo. Oh my god.
You can say anything when you live in clown world. Anything. It all
it's
makes
retarded. Sorry.
Pants on head, yeah, of course. Yeah, some of the great moments we had. This is P Drinker, by the way.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so. Oh.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, yeah, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
No, you don't remember when he's eaten. Or if he has.
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the.
Good shit, man. How much content does Discord store? Does it go all the way back to the server's creation? You guys know? That's a lot of stuff, man. A lot of links. Check this out. Found another. This is a good clip, actually.
Did you look up the server? Did you look it up? Did you look it up?
Did I look up the definition of horizon?
Yeah, go ahead and read it out to us.
The horizon is the apparent curve that separates the surface of a celestial body from its sky when viewed from the perspective of an observer on or near the surface of a relevant body.
Where the fuck did you get that definition?
Yeah, where's the
Oh my gosh, that's terrible.
You can... Here, I'll give you the link.
Yeah,
Wikipedia.org/wiki/horizon.
Oh my gosh.
Do you see celestial curve?
I can play it again.
The hell?
Did you look up the server? Did you look it up? Did you look it up?
Did I look up the definition of horizon?
Yeah, go ahead and read it out to us.
The horizon is the apparent curve that separates the surface of a celestial body from its sky when viewed from the perspective of an observer on or near the surface of a relevant body.
Where the fuck did you get that definition?
Yeah, where's the
Oh my gosh, that's terrible.
You can... Here, I'll give you the link.
Yeah,
Wikipedia.org/wiki/horizon.
Oh my gosh.
It's wild, bro. See what else we got.
According to that definition, there is no horizon.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Because when I look out, I don't see any apparent celestial bodies curving or anything like that. That's just nonsense.
Now, all these bad boys are going to go on my channel as content. Little snippets. This is great. Dude, we got so much content, man. Oh, Golden Ratio's back. All right, Golden Ratio, I just unmuted you once again. You have the ability to speak. Are you there? Don't be shy. I don't want to speak. I just want to come here to listen. That's all I want. Are you there, Golden Ratio? You can say hi.
Try to trigger him.
It's what normal people do. You know, when you see someone say, hey, how you doing? Hey, how's it going? Just saying, bro. It's okay to say hi. No one's going to be like, what are you saying hi for? What's going on here? Your name's Golden Ratio. I don't
Space
know.
is fake, dude. Space is fake, Golden Ratio. You're never going to space.
Ever. in your life, bro. It's not gonna happen. I just want to hear you talk about flat Earth. Okay, well, first of all, you're not going to space. Indio just said space is fake. So let's see. There's no curvature to be found on the Earth at all. Period. None whatsoever. So you can forget about the Earth being a globe. Oh, and it's not moving anywhere. It's not spinning around. There's no measured spin. So we're not moving. There's no curve, and there's no space. Have a nice day. Just dropped the truth bomb on his lap. Like, oh shit. Well, then again, if you are someone who thinks the Earth is not a globe, then you'll be all right. Either way, we won't know because you haven't unmuted your mic. But it's cool. Keep your secrets.
Voice text right above live stream. Golden ratio if you want to text into there.
Oh, you can't do that. You don't got an Earth determining role. You don't have anything. You don't even have VC verified.
Okay.
And once he does have VC verified, he could do that, but not right now. He might be typing in lobby. It's the only room that he's got to type in. Perhaps.
Scanning. No, I don't see any text from him in lobby at all. Secret.
Somebody just joined. Red Rari. Red Rari joined. Let me unmute Red Rari. Ah, Red Rari, are you there?
He wants to know if Earth is the only flat planet.
Oh, what'd you say, Red Rari? Can you say that again? I heard you say something, but try again. Red Rari, are you there?
Red Rory asks in library, do flat earthers think Earth is the only flat planet in our solar system?
No, is that what you asked, Red Rari? I just need confirmation if that was you or not. What Indio just said. Hello?
Said 1 second in lobby.
1 second?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they can speak. So.
Hopefully he's getting
I'll
the
tell you
mic
what,
up.
let me give you... I heard you say something, so I'll give you VC verified. That way we can...
No, I was watching him. He hasn't said anything yet.
Well, it sounded like a woman's voice, to be honest.
The smack. I heard a sound. That was Indio. He was finished talking. He might have hit something.
Probably typing.
That was
Hello?
Oh,
there
no,
he is,
dude.
I was speaking to my sister.
Oh, okay. So go ahead and ask your question, Red Rari. Go ahead.
Do you guys believe Earth is a planet?
No.
All right.
I'll answer directly a few questions, and then we can go into other things. But go ahead. You got any more questions?
No. Wait. Actually, how do you why do you guys believe it's not a planet? Can you explain it to me?
Doesn't look like a planet.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Fuck it.
No, well, I mean, if you think about it, right? So why would it be in that category? So you get a telescope, you look at planets through the telescope, and then you point your telescope at Earth, and you're not like, yeah, dude, let's let me finish the sentence. Then you take your telescope and you look at the Earth, and you're like, none of that looks the same. Why would you think it's the same?
No, I mean, I guess that's just what we're told to believe, or what we're taught to think. Brainwashed.
Hey, Red Rari, real quick, how did you hear about this subject? TikTok, YouTube?
Somebody invited me to this server, and I just wanted to check it out.
Oh, sure, yeah. Because we're getting pretty popular on the internet, so again, there's a resurgence of information going out there. So we're getting a lot of influx of people coming in like yourself. People asking questions.
Yeah. No, I don't have
you
any
have
more
more?
questions. Like,
That's it. Come
me.
on, man. You got to give us some better ones than that. Give us a whopper. Come on. We got to know something else.
Do you think
Nah.
Earth is in the sky, man?
No, I've got like some work to do right now. And like
right.
I'm gonna come back later.
Come back later.
We're only open 24/7.
Yeah. As for golden ratio, you can unmute your mic. Go ahead,
Earth
Golden.
is flat.
Earth is flat? Wow. Yeah, you might say that, but I don't know if you're being funny or if you actually know. So. Do you know that it is, Golden? Hello? Yes, no, maybe?
Wait, I think we lost him. Wait, I don't see him
No,
anymore.
Indio just dropped out. Golden ratio didn't. He said the Earth is flat and he muted himself.
No, the red guy. It's gone.
Yeah, he said he was gonna come back later. Oh, you went and did something when he was opening his mic, huh? You missed him.
Oh, started daydreaming or something. Thinking about something.
Yeah, he was talking. He only had like one question though. Let's see.
Hey, Mayhem, my robot.
No, you're not. You're not, sir.
Did you really just tell somebody that hadn't spoken on here yet that there's no measured curvature, no detection of spin, and that space does not exist as they think? Did you? I agree. Back to you.
Yeah, definitely. But it seems as if everybody just is a bit reluctant to say anything. They're just coming in here, not saying too much. Like, all right. So if you guys are listening out there in YouTube land, you can come in here and ask some questions. I'll answer you directly. No worries. But then, of course, if we do say anything, then we'll probably tell you a bit more information afterwards. So you can ask your questions, and we'll ask you a few questions, and then you'll get to know whether or not you know what you know. Pretty simple. It is pretty simple.
Exactly, Mayhem. Do you really know what you think you already know? That's what we're going to ask you about. Do you really know that?
I need a real catchy thumbnail to put on these videos, these short clip videos. And most of these can actually be YouTube shorts for the channel.
What, you looking for catchy names or something?
Well, just the thumbnail that kind of is the bait for the video. Because I was thinking of like maybe like an emoji, like the smile emoji or whatever, and then getting the confused one, like with the eyes crossed or something, with the tongue sticking out, and then something like that, and then putting like people are confused about reality, like in bold letters, like real huge, and then that crazy looking emoji like right next to it, and then question marks on his head or something.
Oh yeah.
But something eye-catching that you'd want to click on. You're like, what does this mean? Then you hear like a 30-second clip of somebody not knowing their own reality.
Think about words too that you can like break down into funny little humors, like like pursuit. There's a bunch of words like that. The word pursuit, you break it down. You got any purr in your suit? There's a lot of little stuff like that. A lot of words you can. Of course, it has to relate to the topic and, of course, what we're talking about. It can't just be any word. You just throw it in there. It's got to make sense. Be catching and all that, like you said.
Yep. Golden Ratio's back. You can't speak right now, Golden Ratio, but I can give you the ability to speak. Let me know if you want to, and I'll unmute you. Yeah, when you leave and come back, if you don't have a tag, then you can't speak. So just talk in lobby and say, hey, can you unmute me? And I'll do that. Otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, internet's been weird. Or from what I'm hearing from everybody. Well, maybe not everybody, but a lot of people. Gaming world, internet's messing up. Dropping in, dropping out, disconnect. I'm getting lag spikes more often. Period of years that I've been here.
We got Mewtwo Gaming that just joined. What's up, Mewtwo?
Hey, what's up?
What's going on, man?
Not much. I have a question.
Ask your question.
Is there a measurement experiment that we could do to confirm the flatness?
Why would you do an experiment to confirm a shape or the convexity or lack thereof of a shape?
I've seen a couple
Wouldn't you measure it instead?
It's a question. Think about how you phrase that question, Mewtwo. Is what Elijah's putting.
Why you do that, Mickey?
So
I'm coming in clear, right? I asked him a question.
And these guys, man, like he said it that way because he thinks that actually speaks to what he's talking about, and it doesn't.
Yeah, but I jumped in and asked him a question because of what he said. I know we both want to talk to him, but what's the problem?
Oh, that's
did I jump in at the wrong time? I don't know.
No, I'm just elucidating to him so he can rephrase it, or at least think about it and then rephrase it, because he didn't mean that.
That's why I said what I said. I got my methods, you got yours. I don't step on your shit.
All right, go ahead, man. My bad.
I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm not trying to be.
Yeah, go on. I'm not gonna interrupt you. Go.
Why would you think you need science to measure something?
I just want to know. Is it something that we can do? Is it like, obviously I understand that we can measure things.
We can definitely measure
Is it going to be different if it's curved, or is it going to be different if it's flat? Is the measurement between, say you have 3 different points on Earth that you choose, whether it's small or large, 50 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, your viewing radius, I don't know what that is actually, honestly. But if you have 3 points, and then you have 1 point in the middle between those 3 points, you know all the distances because you measured it by hand, or however you measured it. You've confirmed the distance is whatever it is. So you have the distance between these 3 points, and then the 4 points, I guess you'd call it. So the one in the middle, and then you measure the elevation angle to that point in the middle from all these 3 points. Is it going to be different if it's flat, and is it going to be different if it's spherical?
Who told? Look, why would that be a method that proves the look? Because here's the thing: you don't have to do this by yourself. You don't have to come up with different ways or different things. If the Earth is a globe, and they claim it is, they also claim that there's specific geometry to it, which means that there would be specific consequences to that. So you would have to focus on what that would be. What you're talking about is not that. But if we're talking about elevation angles, you can only get an elevation angle off of a flat plane anyway. But I don't want to flood you with too much stuff. The bottom line is, you asked if we could find out, and the fastest way to find out is to figure out what their claim is and then test it, right? We can't go around just doing, everything willy-nilly. The easiest thing to do would be to figure out, hey, what is the claim? Okay, Grant, we got the claim. We understand the claim. Hey, how do I verify that that's the case? Isn't that a reasonable way to go about things?
Yep.
Has anybody spoken to you about their claim? The horizon being a physical geometric edge? No, and I don't mean edge like edge of a table or edge of. If you think about a sphere, so take a basketball, you lift a basketball up, you can't see the entire surface of the sphere, right? Because it's curving away from you. We call that the horizon. People think that they live on a globe that's so big that the horizon is flat, but in essence, it's just like the basketball. You can't see the rest of the basketball. So that's at a specific distance. Has anybody spoken to you about the horizon being at a specific distance yet?
I hear it all the time. I hear it. I hear you guys, man. I listen a lot. I'm just going through my own thing.
That's good, but what are you not understanding about? Like,
so they claim,
we talk about it all the time.
Can I finish what I'm going to say? Can I finish what I'm going to say? Okay, I get it. I get both sides. Okay, because I come from the. We all come from the globe side, right? We all come from the globe side. I'm voting. I'm rooting for the flat side, man. Honestly, just from my own story and where I'm coming from, I'm rooting for the flat side. I'm with you.
I thought you asked me a question. Could we? That was how the question began. Yeah, I was answering it. So what do you have a rebuttal to that, or?
My question is what I just asked. That's all. It's just I don't like getting in questions with questions. Answering questions with questions.
Well, I answered you. I said an elevation angle starts off with a flat plane to reference the vertical off of. So
yeah. Let me know when you're done with your point, Elijah, so I can come in.
So what's the problem? You're gonna use flat planes to figure out if you live on a curved surface. How do you do that? Does that make sense?
Yep. No, I've looked through the supplement to the almanac, and I've seen what they're trying to portray in their books and where their numbers come from. So,
where do their numbers come from? That's interesting.
So you can look it up. It's the supplement to the ephemerides or the almanac.
Yeah, it's from the minimum. It's from the minimum angle that you can get to Polaris. That's why we have an equator. And everything else is measured on the surface of the Earth, and with the celestial bodies and these ways that we can measure an elevation angle, which requires a flat surface or a flat plane. This is how we built the model to begin with. I think that's the part that you're missing.
Yep. So my problem is wouldn't the distances be different on a curved surface than a flat surface? So if they say 60 miles per per degree of their sextant,
We can talk about that on the side if you really care about that. It's a deeper conversation. I know Miggy wants to get in. Definitely hit me up on a personal note, and we can have an hour, 2 hour long conversation about exactly that. Because I know everybody else doesn't want to hear it, and I'm not going to hog the mic. So go ahead, Miggy.
Mewtwo, first let me ask, did you really want to talk about that? Because if it's a disconnect in your logic, then I think you should go through it with Elijah. Mewtwo, are you there?
So there's no way to measure either side. So you can't measure a curve, you can't measure flat.
No, did you hear what I said though? Mewtwo, did you hear what I said? If it's a disconnect in your logic, do you want to have that conversation with Elijah? Because he's happy to have it as long as you're able to go through it. Like,
oh yeah, for sure. Like I'd love to have the conversation.
Okay.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, that's up to Elijah. If you got time, you might want to. Because if you've been listening, dude, then you obviously know what we say in here. But he's gonna actually go through some. What I mean to say is, like, he's not gonna just be in here talking if you're gonna ignore him. You know, so just.
Yeah, that's an hour long conversation because the guy, you know.
You guys are gonna go through.
I have to have patience to not cut him off when he's saying something if it's going to be a learning process, I need to take time with him, man. And I can't do it now. If you really want to get this mystery unsolved, because there's nobody that knows about navigation more than the people in here. And I got buttloads of citations. I don't know what you've seen, but I'd be happy to break out, a few books. And we can go over it together. So I'm not lying because I would love to see everything that you have to show me that proves what you think it proves. Now, I've heard the argument that you just stated, and I know that comes from Sly Sparkane and all of these people, but that doesn't come from a source. That comes from secondhand understanding of people who have a bias anyway. So I'd like to look at the source with you, and I'd like for you to tell me exactly how that matches up with what you claim. Because the 60 nautical miles per degree thing, that's interesting. Again, if you want to talk about that, my name is Elijah Freeman. Send me a message and we can chop it up about that. Because I'm not trying to win an argument. I'm not trying to waste my time. If this is something you really want, let me know. I'm not going to sit here and dig through all of my stuff to try to show you something that you really just joking and don't give a fuck about. You know what I'm saying? I care about everybody that comes in here, and if you want the time, I got it.
It's crazy. I'm not religious or anything, but I just asked. I needed I was getting to the bottom of this hole I've been in, and I was just asking. I'm like, man, give me something, give me fucking something, because I just the way the world's going, starting 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. And I got this given to me, and I'm just like, wow, there's got to be somebody looking out for me, because it's quite deep, the trip.
I mean, if you actually expound on like what the implications are for you to understand creation in a way that it's a real way to look at the earth and not just a way that you've been told. That separates that idea that, it is what they're telling you that it is, right? This narrative, whatever the claim is, everybody doesn't have like a empirical way to go about testing and looking at the world. They're just accepting it from what they've been told, which is probably how you've been handling the information thus far. But you also probably, it sounds like, being that skeptical as you are, you want to hear all the sides of like everything to make sure that you're not just going to blindly go after something that you think is right. That's probably why you're hearing, like Elijah was mentioning, these other guys who have a bias towards the globe and consider them like anti-flat earthers, because their agenda is to like thwart any efforts of anybody learn. And they'll contradict themselves. They don't care. So on the other hand, we don't do that. That's not what we do here. Contradictions and things like that is not what we, place where we like to be. We like people to understand that when we say things, it's thorough. You can check it out for yourself. So does that make any sense to you, Mew?
Yep, for sure.
So what, I mean, you're back here again, but like that's also sparked your interest to like, think about it more. So there's a lot, stuff gets pretty deep in here. And like Elijah was saying, like, so any direction you go to, like just examining the different things that you were told about the globe, like, are we spinning out in the vacuum of space? How do we know the curvature is actually there or not? So if they tell you that they've gotten the Earth's measurements of the metrics, how do you think they've done that, Mewtwo? Just based on your knowledge, how do you think they've done that?
Sticks and shadows.
Well, don't you feel like there should be some more information? In your mind?
and when I look into it, right, when I pick up these books and they're like big and daunting, and you start going through them, and you see things like geocentricity pop up. You go, well, that's not what they believe. Why are they using a geocentric model in their almanac book, and at the beginning and the base of everything? Shouldn't they be just sticking to what they know in the globe and that? And this is like, and they use a lot of like flattening the Earth and stuff like that.
So you do know a little more than you were letting on. Yeah, man. They're not using the globe. They're using a not moving flat plane. And if you think about what do you call that? Shit, why is my brain farting? What is that thing called? the flat piece with the curve on it. It's like a ruler. No, I sound dumb as hell right now. Protractor. Yes. The protractor.
The dingleberry?
Right? So the protractor is really the angle to the stars. It's not like actually a dome. It's just the angle at which they are. But if you were to like draw a line on those different angles, it would look like an arc, right? That's exactly what they use. They use the flat plane and they use the angles off of that. That's exactly what you're looking at. That's exactly the model they use. Has nothing to do with the globe. That's why I don't understand why people are confused. They're like, I know what it looks like, but isn't there like some other shit? No, not really.
That's what I'm saying. Like I've seen that, and I've looked in their books, and I've seen that they say they're flattening the plane, and you wouldn't believe how many times it's come up in their book where it says flattening the plane and flat, and all the models that they use, it has this flat surface with a little dingleberry underneath, right? And
and the thing is, like, we're actually getting people to realize that the truth has always been there this whole time. It's in flight manuals. It's in like how people learn to navigate across this earth, with the sextant and across bodies of waters. So if we're practically using this earth as flat and stationary, then why is it too far of a stretch of an imagination that it is flat and stationary? You know what I mean? Because it starts off that way. You don't start off thinking that you're traveling over a globe. Nowhere does it say that you're actually doing that. It actually tells you that you have to assume the Earth that you're traveling on is flat and stationary. Mewtwo, can you understand that? It's like the the base axiom that everybody starts from is the fact that you're traveling over something that isn't assumed as a globe. It's assumed as flat and stationary to begin with. So why would it be so? If people have like this real bad time thinking about it like that way. Well, yeah, I could see that. It's just we know now because we have advanced technology that it's not that. But when was that leap to that? Like what? That's
so that my thing I'm hung up on is the distance. So on a curved surface, there'll be a difference in, like if you assume the globe, whatever, that's fine. Then your prediction will be this way. If you assume a flat surface and that your prediction to the angle will be this, and the distance will be this. It'll be different. That's the devil. The devil's in the details. That's what I'm trying to get at. I have to see it. I have to physically measure it. I have to know. It can't just.
Check this out. We were talking yesterday, and I brought up a video by Taboo Conspiracy 3. And there's a Frenchman, I think he's French. He goes over maps and how they inflate distances.
Yeah,
that you would never really be able to know, because when it comes to sky and water travel, it's different from ground travel. So they get away with things here and there. Not that you're not going the distances that you set out to go. You go there and you're like, oh yeah, I'm at the location. But if you want to understand where the confusion is, maybe you should start at that video then.
Well, I was gonna say, so if I had a lake, because there's this really clear lake where I live, and it's about 100 kilometers long, or 150 kilometers long, and it's actually a U shape. So you can physically point your arms out in a triangle shape to each side of the lake. It's massive, and then you have a point in the middle. So if it's a globe, well, the predictions of angles to the center point, and you can figure out what you're going to point your sextant at, or whatever you want to measure with, theodolite or whatever, doesn't matter. But it's going to be different if it's a flat. It's going to be different if it's a globe, right? That's what I'm saying. You can measure it. I'm pretty sure you can measure it. I'm pretty sure you can see it. I can see that it's flat.
I don't get what you mean. I don't get what you mean by if it's flat, it would be a different difference. Look, check it out. You're taking one measurement. You only have one measurement. You only have one Earth to work with. So how do you know that one would be different from the other anyway?
Yeah, I'm confused about that too. You need to kind of elucidate what you mean by that. Why are you making this distinction? Give us the example in your head that you're using for this example.
Okay, so
I don't know what you mean.
If you take a piece of paper and you put 3 dots on the paper, put them anywhere, it doesn't matter. 3 points. Now put a point in the middle of those 3 points. Okay? You're going to take... Now, you could do this with whatever. You could use a star in the middle. You could use a mountain in the middle. You could use a building in the middle. Whatever it is, from those 3 points to that point in the middle, you take a measurement of an elevation angle. So, on a globe, the distance between those points and the middle point is going to be different on a globe, and it's going to be different if it's flat. The angle is going to be different on a globe with a distance, and so it's going to be different when it's flat. That's what I mean. It's not going to be the same, right? So if you have...
I'm trying to see, go on. Finish your example. But yeah.
So, right, you have the 3 points on your paper, and you put a point in the middle of those 3 points, and you're taking an elevation angle to the point in the middle from each of those outer points. But you know that one. So you measure. So what I'm saying is, you measure the distance from each of those points to the point in the middle physically. You go out there and whatever you have to do, you measure that distance to the inch if you have to, if it makes you happy.
Yeah, but are you are you using triangles to measure? Like you said, the angles that you're using. So are we talking about
exactly? So if you have to use their spherical trigonometry to predict that angle, or to predict that elevation angle, right? Then it's you should be able to just use a regular Pythagorean theorem. Pythagorean theorem.
You don't. What do you mean by predicting an angle? You don't. You measure an angle. There's no angle predicting.
Did you say predicting?
Unless you're trying to do some shit that nobody could really check, because there are arguments where they're just how would you word it? It only works within the argument itself.
Okay, so if you have, say you know the point in the middle is 90 degrees to whatever you're getting an elevation angle to, right? And you have the distance between the point in the middle and your position where you're taking the elevation angle. Well, you can use that distance and just knowing Pythagorean theorem, what that angle you're measuring to that point in the middle is, right? Just using Pythagoras theorem, you can get that elevation angle. You don't even have to take the measurement, right? As long as you have the distance from you to that point in the middle and it's 90 degrees to the thing you're measuring to or going to measure to, you shouldn't even need to actually take the elevation angle.
That what you just described is an elevation angle. That's what I'm confused about. Because you just described something with a circle, that would be the star. The 90-degree angle would be directly underneath the star.
Yep.
And then your line of sight would be directly to that ground position and then 90 degrees up above to the star. So the elevation angle would be within that. What do you mean? I don't get.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like the other way that you're trying to explain it wouldn't make sense. On a curved surface, you couldn't measure straight lines if the surface is curved. Like the adjacent of that triangle is curved. Think about that for just one.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Exactly. It wouldn't work.
It wouldn't work on a globe, not the flat Earth. I think you were trying to pit it as it was not working for a flat Earth, but it's actually the opposite. Right. It doesn't work for a globe.
Exactly. So if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. That's what I'm saying. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
It actually does work, but it doesn't work for the globe. Do you understand what I'm saying here? Like it works.
You have to do one way. You have to do Pythagorean theorem, and the other way you have to do spherical trigonometry. That's the way it works. That's the way that the experiment works. Is if you do your measuring, you know the distances, you know the elevation angle. Well, that's all fine and dandy. But the one way you have to use a triangle or spherical trigonometry, and then to get the answer, and the other way you just have to do Pythagorean theorem. That's how you know it's one way or the other.
And
what's your conclusion? You just undecided which one is right? Is that what you're saying? Because they both.
Well, I just want to know if that's a like something that would hold up.
No, because there's no measured curvature.
Well, first of all, you can't. You're talking about the Pythagorean theorem, but the problem with that is there is no height. So celestial navigation is a entirely different method on its own. Even though
but I said you could use a mountain.
Yeah, a mountain would be using Pythagorean. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Mountain, skyscraper, boat, lighthouse, terrestrial objects. That's perfectly fine. The sun, the moon, stars, not fine. Cannot use that method. Period. It's not me saying it. It's just that, I mean, how many navigation books have you read? Why
the one that matters?
So we're understood then. Then you agree with me, right? Because I know that book is not saying the opposite of what I'm saying. Okay, so what's the problem?
I just want to know if that's something that would be.
No, you're not going to use. No, you're not going to use pi. You're not going to use that. I just like you're saying. I just want to know. Well, we read the same book, right? You just agreed with me, so there should be no more wonderment. At least not in that regard. I don't get when people say I'm confused when they have the answer to the thing that they wanted to address. It's like, and it's not. I'm frustrated, but it's not at you. It's coming from because what you're saying right now is like the globe earthers are trying to force, I guess, trying to force triangles on celestial navigation in the same way that they would with the mountain. telling us, look, you can't do it. It's wrong. Therefore, Earth not flat. And I'm like, no shit. Who told you you could do that? Not a flat earther, not I. Celestial navigation is celestial navigation. Using a lighthouse is using a lighthouse. Two different methods.
All right, so you've examined
And then
that
people
much.
say, well, I just want to use the method that celestial navigation can't use because that's what I want to do to figure things out. All right, well, well, shit, go against academia and everybody else that's doing this. And I'm not saying that to commit an appeal to authority fallacy, but I'm saying you don't need to appeal to an authority. You just need to appeal to the method. And you know damn well they're not trying to figure out the height to stars. There's nothing about that in the entire method.
Mewtwo, do we have a response to what he just said?
But that's why I said, yo, let's talk for an out, because like it's not. I mean, you're gonna fight it every step of the way. But I would like to read
Yeah, I mean, measurement. That's all I'm looking for is a measurement, right?
Right,
I'm looking for confirmation in a measurement.
Yeah, but you're looking at, like, you have two ideas right now. It sounds like you're weighing them out, right? And that's what you're telling Elijah, and he just made it very clear to you that it can be only one because even the information exclaims it that way. And I mean, I just want to know, did you comprehend all of that so that can be understood, or is there still some?
I'm just like you, man. I have to see it on paper. I kind of have to see it on paper. That's where I'm at.
Well, isn't that the paper that you guys are from the book of where you look at how navigation is done? Like, that's the paper you're talking about, right? Or no? Am I misunderstanding you?
Well, what he's saying about measuring and whatnot. I would just have to sit down with him, I guess, and we'll have to have a chat.
He said he'd be happy to do
Right now, I'm not satisfied at all. Just
all right. Well,
all I was looking for is, can we measure it? Is it measurable? Right. Can we use this to measure?
Can I just say one thing, Mewtwo, real quick?
Can we confirm?
Mewtwo, can I just tell you something, bro?
Yeah.
So if you're looking over the surface of the Earth, what is the thing that you want to confirm that if it's an actual surface that's curving, like they say it is, what would you have to do? Like, that's great that you want to, practically use it as flat and whatnot, but like, what would you have to do to find out if there actually is any drop over distance on a geometric shape that you're standing on? What would you have to do to figure that out?
I'd have to see that horizon here.
Okay.
I'd have to see that physical horizon. I don't see it, but at the same time.
I know, right? That's the question, though. If this was indeed a globe, it wouldn't be a question as to, like, the horizon would be the limitation of your view due to the surface of the Earth curving away and becoming, not things past that would not be visible because of it would be the physical leading edge of the sphere. You agree on that, right?
Absolutely.
Like, that much you do know.
Absolutely.
Okay. That much you
Absolutely.
do know.
But it's deeper than. But it's simpler than that. You brought up navigation, and one of the things that is simplest to understand is that the baseline is zero. It's a zero angle. Everybody knows what a zero angle is. It's a line. You can't have a line thousands of miles away that is maintaining zero up to the 90-degree point that is going to... At that point, you should know there's no curve between you and that 1,000 miles. Like, there is no other question. Before you even get into the rest of celestial navigation, the first thing you understand is what you're measuring to is straight out, whether you can see it or not. Straight out, zero angle, line, radius to the GP, line, right?
Right.
Right.
I am gonna take you up on that offer to talk. I got it. I'm just loading here. I'm a truck driver, so I do have to jump out of the truck.
No doubt. You
But
guys will be
gonna
happy
take-
to know that
it's
someone
Elijah,
just
right?
stole my headphones.
Elijah?
Yeah, Elijah.
So I can't even talk to you on the bad headphones now because somebody fucking stole them. But you know what? It's all right. I'll get them back.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, anytime you two come back in if you want to discuss some more.
Right on.
What's up, man? We're having conversations this morning. If you're in America, with different people asking questions. If you have any questions, if you think the Earth is a globe, if you're on the fence, or if you know the Earth is flat, come on in. Let's have a chat. I got a shit ton of clips, y'all. About to put them up on my channel. Flat Lord, what's up, bro? Got Grim in the house. How's everybody doing this morning?
Pretty good. What's up?
Chilling, bro.
Not much. Working, designing,
Oh, yeah?
inventing, living.
You must have been working pretty hard, man, because I hardly hear you on the mic anymore these days.
Yeah.
You must got
especially
your nose
with
to the grindstone.
the newborn takes most of my time. So sometimes I'm just listening in and, rocking her to sleep.
Yeah, I bet, man.
But yeah, I always like listening in and, especially in the mornings, just because there's kind of a lot of time. I'm just sitting there working on the computer and somebody will come in. Hey, is there anybody here? And, yeah, what's up? I really didn't expect anybody there. That's how I talked to Dean that one time. When eventually, Creation Bear had to step in because it was just like, what is this guy on? Like,
Oh, Dean? Yeah, Dean's a piece of work, for sure.
Comes in the mornings. Because, sometimes I'll be in at like just 6 a.m. It's kind of after, I guess, Australia's starting to go to bed, or somebody's side of the earth is going to bed. But
Yeah, we got Paul V in the chat. What's up, Paul? We got Resolve in the house. Ethergrass. Miguel Sosa. What's up, Miguel?
Hello. Good afternoon. Good evening.
What's going on, brother?
I was eating. Then I'm listening.
Hopefully on a flat table, not a round one.
Awesome.
That'd be hard. That'd be a hard dinner to have on a round table.
Yeah.
All curved and whatnot.
Any proof of curvature?
Nah. I have people thinking about traveling over the Earth as flat and stationary, then they can't seem to reconcile the fact that when they start saying the thing that they're talking about, it's all using geometry that could only happen on a flat surface. That's interesting. And they're just like, well, it's up in the air. I still don't know. You're like, bro, you're using a triangle with straight lines. How does that work on a curved surface? Just think about it for a second.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, I hear what you're saying. It still doesn't make any sense. Like, what doesn't make sense, dude? We're talking about straight lines.
I think they don't like straight lines.
Well, it's the information coming from the other side, right?
Yeah.
It's obviously a globe. Duh. If anybody tells you that it's not, then you got issues, Maybe you're doing something wrong.
Trust the government.
Well, it's coming from that mindset. you don't really think about stuff like in a way where you're like, well, yeah, a triangle has straight lines. If I'm applying it to the earth, then how can it be curving? Because then I wouldn't be able to get an angle 90 degrees to, what I'm looking at in the far distance in the sky. That wouldn't work. But that seems to like, they want to have an argument to that to say that it's possible. It's like, it's not possible, man.
They like to navigate in Narnia.
That's the only place it exists?
Yeah.
Yeah, when they bring up, that kind of question, I kind of refer them to like, well, take a look at your pixelated screen, right? There's a Cartesian plane of an X and a Y value, right? It's a very small grid. When you see a curve on your screen, do you really see a curve? Or is it simply a drop over distance calculation, really, of squares?
Let me think about that, man. I have to apply spherical trigonometry to it.
Yeah, that's another thing. The whole right triangle on a sphere, spherical trigonometry. It's like, who is out there? Like, hold on, I gotta know where we're going real quick. Hold on. And you'd think they'd have like an awesome calculator by now. Yeah, let me just punch that in.
Nope.
Nothing.
You have to go deep into your imagination. Imagine the Earth being a globe.
There would, I mean, I know this is highly speculative, but there would have to be just like, devices everywhere, little gyroscopes that are clear and, awesome designs everywhere of like, every time you travel, you kind of see the change of it and everything. And I don't know, I just feel like as humans, we would definitely exploit it a lot more, marketize it quite a bit, They probably wouldn't even be able to stop us. It'd be like air travel, space travel. I like how CB's saying all the time. There'd be like, space insurance. And none of it. Just none of it.
Nope.
CGI cartoons. Why would they make anything more?
In these guys' heads, man. Like, and then you try to tell them to, apply it to the Earth. If this is actually a reality, then out in the Earth would be representative of like everything you're saying. But that's not the case.
But I saw it on TV, I was in this theta wave state, and I was hypnotized quite literally, and they put that ball at the very beginning, Universal Studios, for a reason, or they zoom into the Earth and go into the movie, right?
Exactly. It's indoctrination, man. Simple. That's all it is. They don't know it.
My 8-year-old's hilarious, though. She laughs every time now, It's like, why do they do that? I'm like, yeah, why? I don't know. We'll have to ask him.
People be crazy.
And they love it. Whole conventions of this stuff. At my university that I teach at, like, they have an observatory, right? And they even have, a little dome. They, oh my God, what's it called? Projection. Look at stars. Oh my God. The name skips me. But anyway, the hype that they give, at these places to come learn about the stars and the planets and the alignment right now, and let's look at the telescope and look at the sun, and it's just like this blacked out ring, and it's like, yeah, I guess you're looking at the sun, but what part of that means 93 million miles away? And it's daunting, it's a gigantic telescope. It looks real. I mean, it's real. It's there. It has presence, but, the story, every single time they just go, look, that's what you're looking at. And that's where they do that little switch. They do the same thing in physics class when you add g, right? You add gravity. Oh, wait. You need to get the mass of that first. Oh, okay, the weight. Yeah, sure. Oh, wait. When you move it actually across, there's no work being done because that would mean we don't need this g for our calculation. Turns out you can take it out all the time.
Miguel also put it in there. It's a planetarium. Is that what you're talking about?
Planetarium. Thank you, Miguel. But yeah, one of the oldest ones in my city, and they get kids involved. All these children. I just want to stand out there with a sign. Think about it though.
Yeah, it's interesting, man.
And then the old people that teach it here. Oh, it's cringeworthy.
Years of indoctrination, man, just continuing. But it's not even like the fact that that's being taught. It's like the mind that actually receives that. It can't even critically think about the information. I think that's the worst part about it.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter, like in this world, what's being told to you. It's how you're processing that. Whether you're actually looking at it with a critical eye or you're just like, yeah, I guess so. You don't have there's no defense to like what you're learning. It's all just based on whatever somebody says and they're qualified to teach it and memorization, regurgitation, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you say that. My 8-year-old just came back yesterday saying they're teaching the solar system. I go, yeah, what did they teach you? And they're like, well, they said the planet is ours is the third from the sun. I go, well, what's a planet? They're like, I don't know. They didn't say.
Wow.
And she goes, well, I was actually really confused about it because I know that it's no planet because you've told me, but is it okay if I, don't do so well on these quizzes or whatever? And I was like, yeah, that's fine. But at the same time, it's kind of good to understand the story because that's what it is. And that's the way I tell it to her. But even when I'm trying to teach her the globe or just our realm, there's this like, well, just tell me what it is. Like, kids just kind of naturally, they either think about it critically, sort of I would say a certain age. I don't actually know. But you can tell when they're sort of not ready for sure, right? It's just kind of going in. You can tell that it's not really, they don't really understand that consequence yet.
Right.
So, I mean, it's definitely interesting that they pinpoint a time to indoctrinate the people, right? And it's at a critical age like that. And they hype it up with colors and juices and all sorts of toys.
Yeah, so I think like it shouldn't matter where your kids are, so long as they can understand like that the thing that you teach them is to look through everything through a critical eye.
Right.
So they don't just accept anything, because obviously you can teach them, certain things about the earth, but then they're going to have to discern for themselves. How they get that discernment is what you can show them, how to do it. And that's, I think, the best. Arming them with that is probably stronger than just telling them straight out certain things about, logic and just your way of like telling them this is what the earth displays itself as, because you want them to think about it too. You want them to be able
she
to
has, she loves the beach. We went to Corpus Christi, got my camera out. We did the whole thing. And she was just like, that's when she's thought about it, so having that realization and then going, oh, here's a solar system. She's like, what? Like, what are you guys talking about? But it's hard because, she's 8, she can't she can't even process that their teacher is not lying to her, that she just doesn't know. And of course, kids, they're like, well, should we tell them? Should we help them out? I'm like, maybe later. That's can't do that. I don't want you to be ostracized or, even taught the globe harder because they know that you know about the earth, But I don't know. I think that's why it's important to have these conversations here too, because I know a lot of people have families and kind of are in the same situations that it, like you said, doesn't matter where you go. It's about teaching your child that critical thought and not just teaching them how to fish, but showing them how to fish every day.
So they'll be able to like whatever, because there's so much stuff that comes at them.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you know, it isn't even just flat Earth pertaining information. So you'd want them to actually be someone who can battle against that every day.
Absolutely.
It's disheartening, man, because you want people to come in here and have the ability to have that discernment, but it never feels like people are wanting that. They're like, well, I got two things. I got flat Earth, I got globe Earth, and I'm just weighing both of them out. It's like you can see that they're thinking about it, but they don't know how to like rationalize it. It always seems like, well, the globe has pretty good ideas. You know, they got good information. It's like, well, it doesn't matter how pretty it sounds. It's like, is it real or not? That's the important thing.
Exactly.
We had a guy that came in last night. He was real jittery because he was smoking weed. And so I don't know if he was paranoid or what, but yeah, he was on edge, bro. Like just, well, I just come in here to listen. I'm like, all right, man, but I'm asking if there's anything you want to know about. Like, oh, I'm just here to listen. And I was like, he said something like a little back-ended comment, something about, I've already argued with you guys. I don't want to argue with you guys anymore. I've argued with flat earthers a year ago. I was like, okay.
Okay.
And he was really just on edge, bro. Just everything.
Yeah, I've just been catching up on some of the clips, and I'll listen on YouTube. That Dogs for Cats or whatever his name is, just hilarious.
He's another guy that would say that he's only 99% sure.
Yeah. Oh, I had actually a student the other day. I was bringing that up, objective and subjective reality, and they were kind of a 99%er. And I go, okay, so if there was a fire in this room, you telling me? Because they were like, I'm only 99% sure I'm here right now. And I'm like, really?
Oh man.
I was like, you got some cojones. I like it. All right, let's talk about it. And kind of made a spectacle of it. If there's a fire in the room right now, you gonna sit in that chair and be like, 1%, it's probably just not a fire.
Nothing's going on. Yeah.
He's like, no, I get it. I get what you're saying. I go, right, objective and subjective. Now you can have feelings about that fire. You can be like, I don't like this fire. I'm cool with it. Yeah, exactly, Miguel.
It's fine. It's fine.
But don't lie to me. Don't lie to everybody in this room.
And I think when it really counts, they start to realize it, don't they?
They do.
You can't keep saying that 99.999% because when it counts, you ain't going to be saying that shit. You're going to be running out of that building because it's fire. Like even the moment you start seeing flames everywhere, you're going to be like, I'm out.
Just smell smoke. Yeah, you're like, oh, I'm gone.
You're not going to stick around to find out how big the fire is or if it is fire or whatever. What? Yeah. All bets are off when life's at stake and it really counts for you to have that discernment, whether you know or not. That's important, man. Super important to have that mindset.
It really is. But at the same time, it's like a loss of innocence too. I was just thinking back to my children, and I'm just like, I don't even want to tell you about all this stuff. And it's not like bad things, but it's just like, yeah, people are crazy. There's a human construct. And it comes up when we talk about the Bible at night. We'll go over a Bible story or two. It's kind of this children's Bible I have, but we'll ask questions at the end and things like that. And so it kind of starts to come up like, well, why would they do that?
Bro, I had the coolest conversation last night with Timbo with the Bible. But yeah, go on.
Oh, nice. It really does come back to God, the Creator, however you want to call it. But I mean, especially in this topic of flat Earth, it's just the design. To me, I'm like, look at it. How can you not talk about it? It's beautiful. It makes this balance every day, this homeostasis that you just get to thrive in, or some people let it destroy them, I guess. But
yeah. Oh,
yeah,
I'm looking at the.
Out.
Yeah, go on, Flatlight.
Oh, sorry. Keep going, man.
No, I was gonna say I'm looking at the live stream voice text, and I'm seeing Paraplegic Coffee saying, "Is this recorded or live?" It's live, brother. We be live today. But yeah, I'm waiting to see if there's anybody else that's got a pulse out there. If you guys are listening, 15 are watching, it seems, at the moment. If you have any questions, come on in. There's a bunch of people. I was talking about this, Flat Lloyd, that the information seems to be permeating now.
Yeah.
TikTok's been like good with the algorithm, and like just different people it's getting everywhere now. And it's like another, I guess you could say, spike in the algorithm, as if we're getting a little nudge for this to get more popular in the social medias. So,
I definitely, we were having that conversation earlier too, that how many closet flat earthers are really out there. I wasn't sure if I told you, but my 8-year-old came back saying that she has 2 friends, even in her class, that know about the flat earth. And I was just like, wow, and she was so excited. They all 3 were excited. And she was saying like, yeah, their parents said not to really talk about it at school. And I was just like, man, we got to have a family meeting here.
Yep.
What's up?
Indeed.
But yeah, it's permeating, to say the least. If you're a college student listening right now and you're doing finals, take a break, come on in, get inspired, go back, get to work.
Let's freaking go, man. Yeah.
It's a new day.
I'm going to switch over to my phone because I got to do some stuff. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right, it switched over.
Does this mic work? Well, then, that mic.
What up, CB?
What up? What up?
Keeping it fresh. Just chilling.
I heard that. Fresh and flat. You heard?
Yeah, I like all these events coming up.
Can't wait for that Fresh and Flat podcast today. Are you gonna have one today too,
with
CB?
NDO.
Hey, you never know, man. It's all about the panel. So I tried it out this morning just to see if people would engage, but maybe I need better questions. But you said all the events, Flat Lloyd. Yeah, I've just been making events galore, just celebrating the server a little bit and the people that come and hang with us. So no pressure if you see your name on there. It's not a requirement, but just kind of homage to those who do good work here.
It's not a requirement, but get your ass in here.
Horizon help with Heretic.
Isn't that great?
That's so good.
And we got Morning Mayhem in there. We got Keeping Pace with Drace. We got On the Red Eye with Jedi. Late Night with AI. And a couple other little events. The Smoke Show. Hey, if it starts popping off, someone just start the Smoke Show up. Let people know. But, the usual, folks. Now, in terms of Fresh and Flat, man, it's all about the questions. I've been trying to up the engagement a little bit. Usually it's like Mayhem, myself, or somebody will just come in and monologue for 30 minutes to an hour. Sure you guys appreciate the content, but y'all come and hang out with us, so why not tune in or chime in? You know what I mean? So I'm trying to find ways to ask questions that would help people come off mute and add their 2 cents, just to get some practice on the mic and stuff. So I'm sure you don't want to just listen to me ramble.
Well, I know it's kind of a stretch, but when you guys kind of do those kind of shows, or it's kind of a particular person. I like when Mayhem comes on, and even if it is just him kind of sitting on the camera on Discord, but besides the latency, it'd be kind of cool if we integrated it. But that I think that video goes a long way. When the panel's just sort of popping up in there, keeps them engaged. And
it would be cool too if we had some faces too to go with the voices. To do a live, with video. I think video. If let's just say me and CB were on video and having a conversation, I think just a panel would be on the Fresh and Fit, those guys. Yeah. Just the video itself, seeing somebody interacting in the gestures.
Dude, I'd be making so many faces. You would see my face bro, what?
I'm just saying. Let me throw that out there. What do you think about that idea, though, CB?
I've heard you say it before. I was wondering when you were going to do it. I was going to say, let's go.
Would you be interested in that? Because then that changes the dynamic of how we. Because we can hear each other on the voice, and that's great. I think people. It's a little more if you heard Fresh and Fit on only just audio,
right? It's another different experience.
Yeah, because you can see people's facial expressions. You're oh, I know what he was thinking right there, because you could see them. It's.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, man. We could get a couple people and start do a little panel or something. That'd be fun. Yeah. You making faces like this the whole time. Someone says something crazy, bro. What?
I feel like my what's in my head of how you look is going to vastly differ from what you really look like.
Oh, that's always the case. That's always the case. I put my selfie in it before. You ain't seen my mug?
I think that you look like a Conan O'Brien version, iteration. In my head. I don't know if that's
Conan O'Brien. That's great.
Yeah, I've seen it, CB. I was there that one time in Chill Chat.
My hair's on my shoulders now.
I'll drop a little pic in the chat.
All right, let me see.
But I will admit, before I saw the pic, I was like, yeah, I didn't think CB was like that.
Yeah. Yep. It is cool because you do formulate mental images in your mind of what these people look like. I did that with Sonny, and then I saw what he looked like. I was like, oh my god, could not have been farther from what I thought. So yeah, I can only imagine.
Maybe it's not mental. Sure.
That does not. Is that really you for real? No, that's you, right?
No, not in the chat. No, that's not me.
Oh, I was gonna say
no, dude. That's the producer from Fresh and Fit. He's in the background who does the She belongs in the streets. He's the one clicking those buttons and stuff.
Because that guy's voice looks like it would go for, bro, what are you talking about? Like,
yeah, what the hell? I've put my picture before. I'll drop it again.
I was going to say, if that's you, it does not match the person I'm thinking about.
Well, it's honestly not too far off. Not going to lie. There you go. This was just after, dude, there was a big festival going on downtown, and there's a dude who set up this Our Moon Landing's fake station, and he was handing out these little discs, flat Earth discs.
What are those coasters you have in your hand?
No, those are the discs. Those are the little model, like flat Earth models that he was giving out.
Oh, those are reification fallacies?
Yeah, I was like, dude. I tried to help him out. He was new to the topic. He didn't know about some of the stuff that we knew here. It's like, dude, you need to join the Discord and come get educated.
Come get you some.
How old am I?
Yeah.
I just turned 29.
He's a young man in a big old world. Wow, man, what it must be like to be young again. Those were the days. Yeah. Just you look like you're a young man in the city. Like, so much stuff to do. 46.
Downtown Cincy. 46. Hey, but you still got that spunk, though, Miggy. You still got the spunk, dude.
I tried, bro.
So does Indio.
Yeah, he's 50, bro.
Yeah, he's still got the energy, so y'all got nothing to worry about. But dude, the guy was really funny.
60.
That dude must be a new creature.
What dude?
I say I believe 56 is middle aged.
Freaking 3 hours of sleep and all that crap. I don't know how he does that age.
Shoot, I'm going for at least 100.
Ancient Chinese secret.
Same. My great grandfather was 102.
Damn.
Although he used to tell me, Chris, if I knew I was going to live this long, I would have never stopped smoking and drinking.
The limiter seems to be somewhere around 120, and that seems fair. A very nice age to aim for.
And I think the experience is when they do cross over, it's a natural process. The body just ready releases, like it just doesn't live anymore. Like it's not like a cutting away of the life. Like you don't die of an illness. It's just like you slowly, gradually just go into death. It's just a process that you just go into. It's not like, you see it coming and it's scary. It's like, no, you feel like it's time.
Yep.
I see people log out of the body.
Yeah, they just like, oh, I'm really tired, and they just go to sleep and they die. Like there's no like struggle for death. It's like a natural way into it. Like that's the only way to go, right? If you're gonna die, it should just be that natural way where you just
There are cases though where some folks, I've heard stories from like nursing homes where some folks, their deaths they seem to be peaceful, and then it goes horrific. Like their faces get contorted and they start saying disturbing things, and then they just die. I think it depends on the person. I just pray that everybody I know and love has a peaceful one. Another weird phenomenon is the confession of ancient sins. Like a lot of elders, just the day before, they'll just start saying some weird stuff and spouting it off, and then they're gone.
Just gonna ask that. Similar.
I think those want to go in peace, and they know what they must do in order to go in peace. They have to. They got to get that burden off of their mind first.
Yeah, but who else can we recruit to get on this little panel? That'd be fun. I think you brought it up like a week or two ago.
Everyone.
Yeah, everybody. That'd be fun, though, just to kind of put some faces to names.
Whoever can speak, and because I think we're going to have more fun doing it, and we're going to want to do it again. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Well, at least some sort of event, Like, yeah, we're all here.
I'm down, but I look kind of like a caveman, and I have Wi-Fi, so I would lag a lot. Like the video would suck. Well,
I
guess
hear
it could
excuses.
Yeah. But I look like a caveman.
No one cares, bro.
Oh my god. Sorry, someone heretic.
Didn't you post a picture one time, Ethergrass?
All right, a picture didn't happen.
Yeah, I'm just joking about the long hair and beard and stuff. That's all.
A picture didn't happen.
It's in the locker room, I think.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna be out in the public eye, you might as well just go ahead and put it in live stream voice text.
Yeah.
Might as well.
What's funny is I can take a picture right now. I'm wearing my Aethergris shirt that looks like one of the cards.
You don't got an older one? You can put up.
I don't like selfies. I don't take pictures of myself very often.
I'm the same way. Then every once in a while, my wife gets me.
This can smile. You're on candid camera.
I'll do it, but I don't like surprises. You gotta plan the whole set, makeup and all.
Set up the studio. Yeah, the candid shots are more realistic, though.
Yes.
I just took a selfie of me right now. I'll put it in live stream. Oh.
Catch someone in a giggly spiral. Not just any type, not any bad spiral, but like a giggly one. Actually film it. And then they wouldn't know it either. Then you tell.
That's me.
Let me get back to the chat. Hey, let's go.
That's my kitchen. Right now, I'm in my kitchen.
Yeah, awesome, clean shaved folks, man.
This handsome lad. Save some for the rest of us, dude.
I told, I know, right? Meat eater. Dude, bacon. Oh my god! Like I will tell you, because meat eater. But I got this box of bacon from where I work, and it's like 24 packages of like 1 pound bacon for like $60, bro. Because each one at retail is like, I don't know, $5 or something. And on the sheet where I could buy it at work, it's like $2.
Damn.
How old are you again?
46.
Oh yeah, you're looking healthy, bro.
I have last 2 years.
Skin is usually a good sign of health too. Extreme amount of stuff going on in the skin. Not in total. I can't even say that word now. Altered. Whatever.
I'm eating some of these strawberries that right now, because they're in season and whatnot. Oh, they're so good. And I got that Ready Whip. You guys know what Ready Whip is? That whipped cream stuff?
Yeah.
No.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Use a little Ready Whip on these strawberries. Woo-wee.
They sweet or sour. Strawberries.
Well, I like the little bit of sour with the cream, the sweetness of the cream, and then it meshes real well when you're eating it. Like it's just, I don't know.
That means they're sour then. If they're tasting sour, they're sour. At any degree.
You have to kind of let them set there for a while, right, to actually get sweeter. The sweetness comes for the.
You want to eat it when they're sour. That's where the antioxidants are at their best. That's what I've heard. If I remember correctly.
Now that I think about it, they're kind of sweet and
I remember going to the fields and picking them. That'd be something fun to go do. Like some places they'll have a little field set up and you can go and pick a whole bunch and then weigh them. And then children will like eat their entire like weight in strawberries before going up there and then weighing just a little box and paying for that. Strawberry fields are fun.
Are you guys down to go live like tomorrow or something? Or do you want to go live?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to recruit some others in here too. Indio or whoever, anyone really. Doesn't matter.
I'm interested to see what Indio looks like, bro. What do you think he looks like?
I know.
I picture he
looks like his profile pic.
I know. I can only imagine the profile picture.
Yeah.
You think he's buff? Because he's always down or whatnot.
He's buff, I bet. He's always talking about muscle stuff.
What? What?
Indio, yeah. Does he work out?
I think his life worked him out. But yeah, he's worked out. Freaking 3 to 5 hours of sleep. I mean, you hear his story, man. I don't know how he does that. That old, he's still got that energy. He's getting up on the clock. He's got some big strawberries, man.
Where does he work? Indio, where do you work? You're listening.
Indio, take a picture of yourself and dox yourself. Show us where you work and where you live and everything. No, I'm picking. I really do think that would be a great idea, though. You could, like, the way that the video chats work on here and how that OBS software functions, you could just stream that.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
It'd be a cool stream.
Got 8 acres out here to show y'all. And beyond that, a lot of stuff to show you. It's animal stuff.
Yeah. But it has those little windows, kind of like where the icons are. But I think it would look cool.
That got us big strawberries, man. That baby's eating. I mean, I've seen them that big too, but that one eating right now is really big.
Oh, shoot. Those are the type that they'll dip in chocolate and stuff and then sell for fancy prices. The giant ones.
They need to try to go grow them in Alaska, in that soil, inside of an enclosed environment, but yet use the ground still. Get like a really huge strawberry.
That would be interesting.
5-foot strawberry.
I had kind of theory, somewhere between a theory and a hypothesis about going to Alaska. You could easily build a tiny town, but you'd have to set certain things so that they're built by digging underground.
It sounds
You
cool.
could
But I don't
interconnect certain things.
Aren't you there?
The reason why I said that is so that you don't have to deal with the cold. It gets damn cold. And if you could like just go down the stairs or something and walk up through this tunnel that's warm to go to another place that's right there in your town, like ride a golf cart or something. I don't know. You never have to deal with the cold though. Thus making Alaska more comfortable.
I almost put a picture of looking sort of like that. No longer beard.
You ever seen any of those Earthship builds? They pretty much build like they do a construct. They build kind of like a house or in a boat, but it's into the earth, made out of earthy materials.
Oh yeah, very popular in New Mexico.
Yeah, something like that, but in Alaska with, you know, a little bit of modern features added to it for extra support and insulation from the cold.
Yeah, there's a lot you can do with those Earth ships. I mean, really, all you need is,
and then the entire it'd be a tiny town. Yeah, and then the whole thing would be like an Earthship. Then the components of it would be more like individual
that would be
people's
cool.
Locations.
Earthship.
That'd be their own house.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Then everybody gets snowed in. Nobody's stuck anywhere. Everybody can still hang out. You don't have to worry about facing the blizzard. And you don't have to go into the tundra just to go and hang out with somebody.
Yeah, you already planned for it. It's already.
There's also a way to use, like, well, there's thermoelectric paneling, and I'm certain that you can use cold to generate energy in the same way that you can use heat. Slightly different, but relatively the same. Of course, thermoelectric paneling is super expensive. A little tiny bit of it is, like $5-10. I don't even know what the price is now. It used to be like $250 a piece. But they're still really tiny.
CB, you're gonna give the panel a name? Or have you thought
I do like names. We'll have to come up with something good. Yeah, I'm a big fan of good, like creative and catchy names. So we'll have to think of something.
Ah, someone dropped their marbles.
Oh, you heard that? My bad.
Headphones?
I was trying to type in the chat and I knocked over some stuff. Dude in the chat's trying to say, he's like, "What are you holding in your hand? That's a model. You're presenting a flat Earth model." I'm like, no, dude, no, I didn't. He's saying, "Well, you're running away from your positive claim." Like, the only claim is that this is what I look like, dude. Like, you're trying to make it seem like I'm claiming a bunch of stuff that I never said. That's annoying. I mean, I guess even OB was a little out of the loop on the context as well. He thought I like made those and was giving them out. No, someone gave those to me, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" I threw them away. I'm not claiming this is the model of the Earth, and I'm going around handing these out. I don't know why I have to explain this to someone who isn't even really listening to the chat.
Yo, I like
to grill me on the picture.
Strapped on you. I need one of those in my life.
Oh, what?
That bag that you got, was it like a
oh yeah
fanny pack / I don't know, backpack, or I don't know. What is that?
Yeah, it's like a Patagonia. They call it a hip bag. I guess the old days it was a fanny pack. Well, yeah, hip bag.
But you're wearing it across your chest, so it looks different. It's not a fanny pack.
You already know.
Yeah.
Swaggy CB over here. All right, so.
It's functional too, isn't it? Especially if you're an inner city person.
Oh yeah, bro. Wallets, phones, keys.
Worst case.
Chapstick. It's my purse, all right? Shit.
That's pretty dope. It's khaki too.
What I mean is, like, if somebody's trying to take your stuff, you have to take that. They wouldn't be like pickpocketing you.
Oh yeah, you'd have to literally like
unzip
jack me. Yeah, I have to jack my shit, and that's not happening.
If someone were to go for your chest, blunt weapon or knife or anything like that, in the worst case scenario, that is, you have something there that could potentially help.
How tall are you, CB?
6 foot.
Oh yeah.
Whew. Yeah, just across the mark.
Yeah, it's different when if you're below that. Yeah,
it's a wrap. Yeah,
it is.
You have Patagonia on your bag.
Yep. Swag.
How much that set you back though?
45, 50.
That's not bad. Where'd you get it off of Temu?
There's a shop right down the street from me that's like an outdoors type shop, and they had one in there. I was lucky. You can find one at like REI or something like that if you have one of those nearby.
True. That does look cool though. I like the style of it.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get this guy to join the panel. Wesley interviews.
And then we should get some people coming in like the Fresh and Fit have the women who like disagree or men who disagree or whatever. I just talk to them.
Yeah, my thing right now is to try to formulate the best questions possible. I think it's all about the questions. The panel, obviously, the way they do it is like you'll bring in new guests all the time. It's not the guests, it's about like the content that you can derive from them. So it's the same thing here. We have people that join the panel all day, every day. Some people just kind of sit and listen. But like, how can I ask questions that will increase the engagement, not just from flat earthers, but also from the other guys? So that's kind of what the aim is. When I'm watching the shows, I'm taking notes like, how is this question asked, and then what's the follow up? So one thing that I did come up with by watching recently, they'll ask the girls like, so what was your impression before you got here? Like before you came to this podcast, what was your impression of it? And typically it's bad. Like, oh, I heard it was mean, you bash people, blah, blah, blah. Well, how does that apply to flat earth? People hear flat earth and they go, oh, you know, that must be really stupid, blah, blah, blah. So they have these like preconceived notions before actually going, you know, onto the show. And then when they get there, that might change. And so that happens here all the time as well. People come here, oh, flat earth must be really stupid. Let's go talk to them. They're probably lower than kindergartners. And then they get here and it's not that at all. So asking people like, what was your first impression of a flat earth or flat earthers before coming here? Is something I might try to ask more, see how that goes.
It's actually the other way around. It turns out that they have the kindergarten mentality.
Every time.
Earth globe, how? Earth globe, how? Earth. That's all they say.
Yeah.
They came out of like science, earth science, like
physics.
Yeah. How do we know the Earth is a globe? Well, you go outside and you look up and find out what. Like when they do that, it used to be the go-to move back in the day, where you'd be like, "How do you know that gravity is holding the air in, like on Earth?" Well, just go outside and look up. Yeah, what am I gonna see when I do that? Like I'm looking up right now. What I see? I don't see anything. There's nothing that's gonna tell me. Oh yeah, you're right, dude. Look at all that gravity. Wow, that's holding all that air in. It's great. Endless content.
That's Krilling. NASA says they found Krilling. The name Krilling, it's actually from the Krilling, the origin of the Dragon Ball names.
You mean like Krillins? Well, I was talking about that yesterday.
Yeah, the origin of this character of the Dragon Ball is from that Krill.
Grill. Well, a lot of the characters are like that, right? They're all like vegetables, carrot
dishes. Some Chinese dishes, I think. Japanese, I don't know.
No, but I think you have a good point, CB, about like it's got to be that it's about the questions, and sort of that heightened response from sometimes, that creates the content, like the Globers in our situation. But it reminds me of like precious metals, because like sometimes the questions would be really good, and the conversation would go on for hours, super engaging, everybody's in it, and it was always the ones that like really had to pertain to flat Earth. Like ask a flat earther, which is essentially what we do here. But
yeah, another question I came up with is like, what advice would you give to someone new entering the topic?
Oh, that's a good one.
So not just a flat earther getting in, but someone who's maybe on the other side of the fence that's new to the topic as well. So we actually did this. I asked this question earlier. Dave Hinkle gave a lot of good answers. Ethergris gave some good answers. But yeah, just questions like this that are hopefully engaging, that would, stir people to want to chime in. Another question like, what are you actively doing to test your worldview? And if so, how? How would you go about that? Or what are you doing? Or what have you done in the past? And this question should be effective for both sides as well. So yeah, I'm just trying out new stuff.
That's great. Yeah, those are perfect.
That's all I got so far. The other ones are more like dating related, because I was trying to do like dating or like a flat earth ladies night 2.0 type of stuff. So I was having questions that are more based around like having women in the panels, but now I'm trying to have like a separate list that's not so like dating focused.
How about something like, would you date a flat earth guy?
Yeah, that's exactly what I wrote down. I love that. Are you? And then for the flat Earth panel, are you willing to date an anti-flat earther?
Oh,
that would be crazy, huh? I don't want to talk about the flat Earth. Can we not talk about the flat Earth for once?
Like, let's say you have a really good relationship with someone, but that's the only issue. Is like, you guys have amazing relationships, good in the bedroom, good in the great conversations, all that stuff. But when it comes to flat Earth, it's just no. It's like it's a big problem. So
she's a 10, but a flat.
Yeah, she's a 10, but she's anti-flat Earth.
No, I'm like, okay, so many of the guys in this channel experience this, at some level, right? Like, women think differently than guys do. That's just apparent, right? We all know this. At least we should all know this. But like, when in relationships, like when you're trying to deal with stuff, it's hard to get like to the when guys are in here and we're talking about flat Earth. Like, we're always thinking of things logically and trying to get people to see the point and all that kind of stuff. But it's a bit more. It's a different dynamic when women are doing it. You know what I mean? It's effective in that, but like they have their own way of like being able to bring people around. Because like, if you hear a woman on here and her voice is very dainty and it's like, a guy can simp to that. He might think logically in one way, but when he hears a woman's voice that way, he starts to, maybe, yeah, okay, I'll go with that, instead of it being like combative and, no, I think you're wrong. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's, you're a bit more kind of like relaxed, and, it takes the defenses down a bit different, I would say. Because it vice versa for us, like, if we know that, like, I know a few of the women who come in here who are Globers, and they're not very combative and they're very soft-spoken, and the guys in here are like, no, that's cool. Like, they're not combative. They're like, no, you're wrong. They think a different dynamic. It's like, bro, why are you doing that, man? Like, I can treat every Glober the same. Well, we know why, because that's how guys are. Like, we're okay. That's cool. Yeah, yep. And there's one of the chicks that I know that come in here. Her name is Fresco, and she's a Glober. And there's another one. Let me see. And it's just like the way they're very dainty and how they sound. They're soft spoken, and guys are just like they don't they don't get like snarky, or they, you know what I mean. And I just like that's the real way that we admit like there's a different dynamic. But in a relationship, when you have somebody like if you're husband and wife and you're in a house and she's not like fully on board with you, it's like not a struggle, but it's always like, oh, why are you talking on Discord so much? Or what is this matter? Why is it so important for you to be talking about it? You're like, honey, this is my thing. This is what I do. And you have to like explain it. But it feels like there should be no explanation to this because how important it is. But in the sense, like they come at you logically, right? They'll say things like, is this making you any money? Because when you go to your work or your job, that makes you money. And I can see how that's important. But what you're doing now is just fun time. It's your hobby. Like, why is that important? Like, it's not doing anything for us. And they'll try to justify it being that. And then you being a rational thinking person, you're like, yeah, I see your point. I guess I'll just limit my, like an hour? Like, what's my time limit? So we won't have this like discussion, and you try to, in the relationship, you try to figure out a way to kind of keep that balance. So it's different when you're like married and you have somebody versus you're trying to get somebody, because maybe at the beginning of the relationship you could work it out or something, but then as the time progresses, your time in here seems to be taking time away from her. So any time away is like you're neglecting, and you know what I'm saying? Like it gets into that thing.
Yeah,
oh, definitely, mate.
None of us ever want to do that ever. Like, we all always want to make it seem like there's some kind of balance we can get to, but I don't know, man. Like, what do you guys think? Because for me, it's different because I work nights and she works days, so we're never seeing each other. So the time that I'm on, like, she's not here, so we're not. There's no clashing. Like, it'd be different dynamic if she was always here and then I was on. Then it was like, well, I could be with her or I could be on here. And then now it's the dynamic. It's like, what am I going to choose? And, left up to a guy, we want to have our boys time, what I mean? Boys. So, and then you're like, you can't play with your friends because you're not spending time. Anyway, what do you guys think about that? Like, that's.
Yeah, I'm reflecting on how I kind of did things in my last relationship. Because the question, it's kind of funny. The question is based around my previous experience. Really good relationship. She just was a bit of a normie. Like, wasn't down for the 7-Eleven being a part-time job or any of those things. So, like, when you find out something new, you typically want to share it. So I think that was my mistake early. I was excited and I wanted to share that information with everyone around me. So I probably wouldn't do that again. But you were describing like being home on Discord. Yeah, I definitely wasn't on Discord calls like while we're like, hanging out and stuff. So I definitely made that separate for sure, even though I made plenty of time to come and do precious metals and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. In the future, I probably would keep it separate from my relationship unless she came out and said, look, I'm a flat earther or whatever. I mean, that'd be a whole nother ball game. But I would just probably in the future not even bring it up unless it came up from her.
Yeah, for the husbands in here, the Saturday morning you get up, you're just like, honey, since we're not doing anything and there's nothing, go ahead and talk to your flat. Okay, fine. Like, because they know they can read you. They know what you want to ask for. Because the thing that you're passionate about, like you want to say, like, are you gonna be like mad about it? But see, we guys, we're focused on one thing. So once we get it, we don't think about like she just said that so that when you come back off of like you're done or whatever, like an hour or 2 hours or whatever it is time you spend, and you come back, she's like, oh, so you got time for them, but you got no time for me. I'm just like your extra time. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God. Like, I thought you said it was okay. And she's like, well, you should have known better. Like, what? Like, fellas, if you're not in marriage, this is some of the things you like. The guys, like, we're very direct, like, just tell me if you don't want me to go. Let's say, like, no, you should already know. You should already know what I like. Oh, this is kind of, it's one of those things though, man. But I'm just saying, they're usually, I feel like if they like what you're doing, they would like, hey, let's talk about but I don't know. That's why I say, like, with women, I think it's different. I don't think they really want flat earth. Like, they'll talk about it, and that's fine. flat Earth is great, but they're not like into it like we are. Like guys are like, dude, super into figuring this whole thing out. You know.
My wife is the exact same way. I mean, not so much in the time stuff because I'm in a kind of different situation. I have my own business, so sometimes I'm just like, well, I'm going to go work, honey, and I'm just on the Discord or doing something, so I kind of have an alibi, if you will. But there's definitely a balance, to that irrational. It's beautiful, and yet it doesn't make any sense to us.
Yeah, that's exactly the way I feel. Like, you hit it right on the head, Flatlord. 100%, bro. Because then if you were to say something like, if she was to ask you and you were to be honest, right? If she was to say, like, were you spending the whole time working? And you're like, well, half of it was online. And she'd be like, oh, so half of it was not spending time with me. Can't say things like that.
You don't answer those questions.
Yeah, you don't answer. Say,
What's funny about my wife is that she, like, when we first dated, she wasn't a flat earther. I mean, she was definitely, she knew about 9/11 and stuff like that. Okay. Definitely, she liked to read a lot, which was, of course, a green flag for me. And she hated space. Like, she never watched Star Wars. She just didn't know for any reason she hated space. And I was like, you're the one. You don't even know it.
Nice. Jealous.
But I got to teach her, the whole journey. And it took years, to really, like, I was pretty closet about it with her, even though I had known, since 2014. But I'd lost so many relationships on the way that I was like, man, this girl's like, I want to make it last. So, I waited to about a year to really kind of tell her, and, she listened to me. She was already my best friend and everything like that. So it was like, well, tell me about it. Like, what's it about? And like, are you for real? It was like, is there like something to fear? I was like, no, there's nothing to fear. It's actually a really beautiful earth still. It's just not what they're telling you it is. Right. And, they're doing it to our kids, so it became a thing to where you have to connect with that person. Like, well, how do you want to teach your kids? Well, I want to teach my kids like this. And yeah. And it, it kind of works out. I just got really lucky. I've kind of always been lucky in life, but, she learned it, once I told her about 200 proofs and I was like, hey, let's watch this together and, stuff like that. And she ate it all up, but, Mayhem is absolutely right. They're not like this driving force like we are. We want to help others. We want to engage our communities, and they're just kind of like, I just want to survive and protect my family. There's two different mindsets, absolutely. But I would say once you because we recognize our parts and what we're good at. She's good at cutting hair. She's good at talking to people. I'm super introverted, and I like designing stuff in my own time and making stuff and fixing the house and doing all that thing. So we don't see each other during a lot of the weekdays, but on weekends, that's kind of why I'm not here, is because I'm just spending it with her and the baby and our 8-year-old.
Nice.
So it's a balance,
I feel like I want to ask.
Yeah, weekdays.
What does it feel like to be a young man looking for somebody that you can actually relate this truth to? Like, is it the struggle? Is it real? Like, I mean, because
oh god,
a whole different world for you to. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, because how hard is it for looking for love in all the wrong places? Like, you think that's the one. This is the one right here. This is the one who is going to hear truth. And all of a sudden, you're like, you start revealing who you are, and all of a sudden, she's just not able to handle it.
It's the ultimate test.
That was the saddest part of it all. It's because, lately the these podcasts, dating and stuff, what's so popular is we're starting to reveal certain things that maybe haven't been spoken about. So now all these girls are admitting, yeah, I want a top guy. And so they've got this delusional calculator they came out with, showing people that, look, you statistically want a 1% type of person. So now I'm reflecting on that. Okay, if I start setting requirements, I need to be with a flat earther. Now I'm maybe not delusional. I don't think that makes me delusional, but I'm also now looking for a very, very rare person. So it is a tough thing. Not only has the market been difficult just without flat Earth. Just throw that stuff in there. Now it's even more difficult. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm not really in the sauce. I'm more like out observing, kind of like a sage taking notes on the outside. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't feel. I feel for anybody out there that's like trying to really find a wife and do all this stuff. Like, it's got to be tough, man. It's got to be tough. Things ain't the same as they were just 3 years ago. That's what's so crazy too. Like when I was dating pre-2020, pre-Coco, things were way, way different. It's not even the same as it was just 3 years ago. So, like, it's a different world we live in. So I don't know. I don't envy anybody out here, unless you have like.
But you guys are exactly right. No, but I was just saying on to that point, like, do you look for another flat earther, or maybe look at it this way, like, find somebody that's honest. You wouldn't want to be with somebody who's not honest with you anyway, right? Yeah. So when this topic comes up, you kind of tell them like, hey, I just need you to be honest with me, so I want to be honest with you. And that's the way I kind of brought it up. But it was just kind of this, our foundation was truth and honesty. So, and don't get me wrong, that's what's rare. I think that's why that's rare that there are flat earthers or people that wake up, because it's hard to find somebody that's honest with himself. And like you said, after these past 3 years, I don't know, it's kind of 50-50 now. Kind of weeds itself out. But yeah, the dating world's got to be hard. My dad is kind of in that moment right now. He's about 7 years divorced from my mom, and me and my dad are really close, so he's kind of in this dating world, and he can't even get past some people that are just so say democratic, right? And he's kind of just no politics himself. He hates politics, and he's pretty, he's not quite on board with flat Earth, but he's definitely awake in many aspects. So for him, he's just like, I'm screwed. I'll never find somebody my age, because he's 57 up there. But I was just like, just look for somebody who's honest. That's it. You can always teach them about all this stuff,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we're getting into this territory of like, would you do something if you knew it was going to fail? Like, that's a question that will come up on Fresh and Fit. They'll ask girls, typically when it comes to marriage, because they'll say like guys take a lot of risk in marriage, and girls go like, what? No, that's not true, blah, blah, blah. So the question will be like, so would you say jump out of an airplane if you knew that your parachute wasn't going to deploy? Oh, of course not. Okay, so if you knew that there was a very high chance of your marriage failing, over 80%, I think that's kind of the number that's circulating around. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do things if you knew they were going to fail? So that's kind of the situation we're in. It's a little tough. But
it's definitely hard. But like on that question of like, do you do something even though you're going to fail? I would say yes, because I can't tell you how many times that I failed at something, but if I was being honest with myself, I learned more than I ever would if I had been successful at something. Mm-hmm. I can't tell you how many inventions I put together and they don't work, and I get frustrated. I throw it across the room. So, like, this is take 45 and it's not working. And I get to take 87 and it finally works, and it's just like, man, I learned so freaking much. Yeah. But yeah, in a life and death situation. Definitely not.
Well, the sad thing is that marriages are falling into that camp of like, well, keep trying and trying and trying. Like, it's like, well, dude, what? Right. I thought this was like a do or die type of thing, ride or die. Like, no, these like they'll just leave you for any reason. So I don't know. I get what you're saying. The failure is important in life to grow and be successful. But
in terms of dating, I do think it's location. Yeah. So like where you find that person, I think is really important, and it speaks to how you want to find somebody as well. Like for instance, like these dating apps and things like that. So, psychologically, I would say women get on it for a different reason than men do. Like men get on it to actually find a mate and sort of kind of have that honest integrity about it. Like, here I am, pick me, right? It's sort of like a nature thing. Unfortunately, I think with women who even get on there, because I would say the women that you want don't even get on that app. are insecure about how they look, or they want the attention, they want likes, and they just want sort of confirmation, if you will, about something that's probably not going so great in their life, unfortunately. So you find a lot of crazies, I would say, really, and I would say it changes per generation, just because I know my dad's stories. There's a lot of emotional baggage at his age, so there's man, it's complex for sure. But I'm glad we're diving into it, just because it's, for flat earthers, you feel like you get sort of chopped off at 50%, like even more, like, oh man, there's even less potential mates out there, when not to, don't bring yourself down. You still have a lot to offer naturally. Your knowledge is, let's face it, the more manly you are, the more women truly go after you. It's definitely kind of a thing. If you're working out and you're feeling good, you're pulsating that vibe, if you will. The honest people come to you, and it's not so rare anymore. Suddenly you got 50% chance sitting all around you.
They've also made it difficult to get to know the other individual before actually jumping in and getting serious. Dating has turned into fling, and then you're getting very selfish in the way that you want your counterpart to be, and you lose track on actually finding somebody who's going to have a no-quit attitude. And then at the same time, you also have to have a no-quit attitude. And a lot of people start this down. They start off with the people that they end up meeting and failing with. That takes away their. It's either going to take away or it's going to improve their no-quit.
Yeah. I know that's kind of where the failure thing comes in. Like, would you freaking jump out of a plane if you knew there was an 80% chance your parachute wasn't going to deploy? Probably wouldn't take that risk, but yeah. I know what you mean, though. You said flings and stuff like that. I'm hearing like situationships and stuff, like, whoa. I don't even know what that is, man. That wasn't even a thing back when I was dating, but anyway, I'm just trying to find ways to intermingle these. This is an intersection. Right now, this red pill philosophy type manosphere stuff is really popular. It seems to be trending. So now I'm like, well, can we cross-section this with Flat Earth? How can we mix those two somehow? It doesn't have to be every day, but it is interesting. And people do have things to say about it. Everyone has experiences in relationships. And you guys have been Flat Earthers for some years, so I'm curious. Do you date other Flat Earthers? Have you met other Flat Earther chicks? Guys, if you're a girl. Is your wife, I know Wave Mixer's talked about, like, his wife is not a big fan of Flat Earth and he's been dealing with that. I can definitely relate. So like, everybody has experience with this, I think. So, if you guys want to chime in, you're welcome to do so. But it's just kind of what this is all coming from.
Well, I definitely have stories of horrible exes that I told the Flat Earth to. Suddenly I was out of computer because, I was watching an Eric Dubay video one time in my kitchen, and my ex comes in and pours water on my laptop because she didn't like what he was saying. And I was just like, wow, get the hell out of here. Are you crazy?
You stupid.
Wow. She poured water on your computer.
She just poured water on your laptop just like that?
Oh, yeah. I was like, you owe me $400. Still hasn't paid me $400 to this day. I mean, it was a crappy laptop. It wasn't like what I have now, but it was still just like
that's pretty tough, dude, for somebody to do that. Like, wow, man.
And I was already being kind of quiet. It was like you said, Saturday morning. I was just like, she was still asleep, so I was like, I'm gonna go in the kitchen, I'm gonna make some tortillas, and I'm gonna watch some Flat Earth videos. So next thing I know, she's out the door that day. We broke up and never saw her again.
That's what I'm bruh. Oh my!
I was just like, damn.
Hell of a reaction.
Holy smokes!
I'm not even joking you.
Yo, that's got to be another thing that we put in her. How Eric DeBay broke up my marriage. Like,
That's funny, but not funny, man. I can't believe she did that. Wow.
But see, I learned later, that sucked. But I learned, months later, I was like, I didn't want that person in my life anyway, And it's really hard to go through that, but weed them out,
Yeah. Damn, that's savage. That's so savage. I can't imagine doing anything. That's how salty these people are. They don't have any arguments. It's just, you're not allowed to talk about this. Yeah, they don't. That's just weak sauce, man.
Oh, yeah.
Quick question for Flat Lloyd.
What's up?
Do all your exes live in Texas? Somebody had to say.
Most of them. Not sure where they're all at. I don't keep track. But
oh, we know where they're at.
She belongs to the streets.
No, I'm just kidding, dude. They can pour water on someone else's laptop. Some other sucker. But yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm sure. See, we just learned something new. Flat Lloyd. That's crazy, bro. So I'm sure.
See, that's what I mean.
Well,
I knew how to go about it when I actually did find the one that I really cared about.
Yeah.
Because don't get me wrong, I think men, if you're honest, you date to go all the way, but you find red flags on the way that you're like, this parachute doesn't look so safe anymore.
Well, yeah, we are, as men, we're the guardians of commitment, and they're the guardians of the box, just to put it lightly. All right.
Yeah.
So you're right. We are the ones.
Procreation.
Typically. Yeah.
Well, I met my wife, and then got into a committed relationship with her, and then I discovered Flat Earth. And at the beginning, she wasn't here.
Jimmy, you sound really low, brother. I can barely hear you, bro.
Yeah, I had to boost you to 200, Jim. Can you turn up a little bit?
It's my phone. I have to yell at my phone for you to hear me.
Gotcha. All right, go ahead. Continue.
We got in a serious relationship, and then I discovered Flat Earth, and then it was about 4 years of her saying, "Nah, I don't think so," and then I got very accurate with the way I wanted to describe the way I see reality, and then it turned into why would it be important to know this rather than it being a globe? And then after a couple years, she started to warm up to it, actually, because I think it was like 3 or 4 months ago. She's like, "I'm sorry, I'm late to the party."
Oh, that must have felt good to hear.
Yeah, because like between I'd say 20 and 21, it was like total discussion, like stop, and it was more along the lines of, I'll keep my investigations and conversations on the internet about it to like the sidelines. And then earlier this year, late last year, she started getting into more questions with it, and it was just a matter of feeling the situation and then not pressing too many buttons.
Yeah.
So it was more about relationship rather than like, well, this is a key thing for me, which is what I said around the 2019 time. Was, look, this is a part of me, and this is the way I've chosen to scale my morality and the way I interact with people. So if you want me to stop this, you're wanting me to change who I am, and that's not going to happen. And she accepted it, and then we just didn't talk about it for a while. But we're still married.
How long is it? What's the total time? How long you guys been together?
7 going on 8 years.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well done. Yeah, that must have been a crucial moment. That 2019, I'm putting myself in your shoes. I was kind of in the same boat. Relationship had formed, was solid. Flat Earth really started picking up steam about 18, 19. And it was the same for me. I feel like I had already said that in a future relationship, I probably would be less inclined to bring up Flat Earth. But that's the beauty of actually bringing it up, Jimmy. Like you said, this is a part of who you were. That's being vulnerable, being honest. And I think that's very beautiful. And I kind of felt the same way. I was like, well, I want to be open. I want to be honest. I'm not going to hide this. But I'm sure you guys all have experienced being open and honest and vulnerable about Flat Earth with friends, family, loved ones, and how that's resulted. So it wasn't an immediate, like, we didn't break up immediately. It actually went on maybe 1 or 2 years past that. But that was definitely the Flat Earth was not she was not happy about that. Put it that way. So, but that's good to hear, Jim. Congrats, buddy. Solid work, man.
But I don't know. I'm gonna get some more to it. Every job I've had, I've talked about it with the coworkers, and I get to the job that I'm currently at, and I talk about how the topic ended up being about space in the sky, and then I was like, well, space, like they say on TV, ain't real. And then I got into the conversation about how the stars work, and then I had I started using my hands and trying to explain how the I forget what it's called. The planets, they travel in a forward motion and then they retrograde. I started talking about how retrograde motion patterned over a long period of time start making star-shaped patterns and such. And then they were like, oh, so you don't think the Earth is a globe? And I was like, nah, that shit's flat. We're in a container. And then they were like, well, you should talk to so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so, and so-and-so, because they're also on the same boat. And then I ended up going to a different building, and I met another flurf at my workplace. So I think I got like 5 flurfs that I work with. Whereas in my last job, I was the one making everyone a flurf.
Yeah, that's actually another question I have on the list is like, would you or do you talk about Flat Earth at work?
Yeah.
I have and I haven't. I know Miggy does. I hear you got buddies. You pulled a dude on the mic with you one time. That was cool. So you're not afraid to just spread that through work. I honestly respect that a lot. I did that before. There was like 1 or 2 of my subordinates that were interested in what I had to say. They would come up and like, oh, ask me more questions and stuff. So that's why I think I was more inclined to be open about it. But of course, you know how that results. They tell their friend, oh, he's a flat earther, blah, blah, blah. And the next thing you know, there's other people that have silly ideas about you. So it can be a double-edged sword bringing it up at work and your relationship, as we've shown. So I don't know. I've had jobs where I haven't brought it up, and then I've had jobs where like I met 1 or 2 people on the staff. They were also flat earthers, and that was a surprise. And that was the only time I've really met a flat earther in the wild, if you will. It was a girl and a guy, gay dude and a girl, and yeah, they were both like, yeah, I mean, flat Earth. I don't believe in what they say, blah blah blah. So that was surprising. That was the only job that I don't even know if I brought it up. I forget how it came up during that one, but I can see how it'd be a mixed bag. Why some people would want to avoid talking about it, and some people it just doesn't matter. I think there was a guy named it's kind of like Flatterday's cousin in my mind. I can't remember, an Apocryphon or something like that. He would come on and he'd be walking around work like, "Yo, what do you think, Flat Earth? Here, talk to the Flat Earthers on Discord." That was really funny. So some people really don't care. What do you guys think? Do you guys talk about Flat Earth on your job?
Yeah. Last conversation I had where Flat Earth came up, I have to get in a confined space, so I got to have somebody watching me. And the guy I was working with was putting me in the confined space. And he was talking about how one of his previous coworkers at a different job was so stupid, and he thought the Earth was flat and all of that. And I was like, okay, well, what were some of his points? Do you remember anything? He was like, no. I said, can you tell me something that he said that was stupid? And he was like, no, I don't remember much of the conversation. I was like, so then how can you say he was stupid if you don't remember or you can't recall what he said? And then I started laying into, well, what was something else that he said? He was like, well, he didn't believe in gravity. I was like, well, what is gravity? What's the cause of gravity? And he was like, well, I don't know. And I was like, nobody else knows either. So if he's saying gravity is not what they're saying on the mainstream, then is he really being dumb, or is he thinking about what is gravity? And then he went silent. And then see. There was the other guy that I met that was a flurf. He came in and he was like, yeah, man, if you actually look into it, you're going to find a bunch of things that you can't explain, and it doesn't actually make sense. So it's like, talk about Flat Earth. Flat Earth family shows up.
Yeah, I know Dave Hinkle's on the road, stuff like that, and Mayhem's talked about it before. Anybody else want to chime in? Their experience on the job talking about Flat Earth?
Oh, dang. I wouldn't dare.
Yeah, well, especially in your field, those kids would probably roast you, wouldn't they?
Well, not the kids wouldn't. They'd believe anything I said, honestly, which is scary too. But like my coworkers or other professors, and they are so far up their own butt. Like, I mean, especially like I bring up climate change sometimes because in architecture we talk about climate change all the time, and just based on what they say there, like if I talked about flat Earth like outright, I'd probably be looking at my way at the door, But back when I worked at like Carl's Jr., man, it'd be a different story. Because you'd be surprised how susceptible, like, that buddy relationship that you have at work, especially if it's built strong, you're kind of working at the task at hand together and you build a friendship. It can be really powerful when you bring up, hey, the horizon is always flat, right? I always think about it, or water's always level, or we're breathing air pressure right now. Usually does the trick.
Anybody else want to talk about their experiences at work, bringing up the topic of Flat Earth?
You don't say. What's going on, CB? How you been, man?
Kiwi, and so welcome
back, Kiwi.
Hey! It's fun. I was in a training course this morning, actually, via Zoom, and I splashed in with street light wallpaper. So I just had a background with street lights going down behind me, And then at the coffee break, or the break, if you will, I flipped to a horizon picture with water and just the word flat, period, as my background. And my head would hide the word flat. And every once in a while, I would move around and reveal the word flat behind me.
Nice.
Yeah. Again, for what I do for a living, we were talking about structural stuff related to the house, like how you build your house and handrails and steps and all these different things. So I was 100% ready if anybody came at me with the aspect of observing levels. So I'm just happy and blessed to be here, walking in literally on that question being asked with that move I made today. So thanks for that shout out, CB. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, you as you were saying it, you reminded me of a like a YouTube short I've seen recently. The guy goes into a Zoom call for a job, and when they unmute his mic, he goes, "Hey everyone, just want to let you all know this is a scam company. Like you'll be working for a scam company." And like you can see the guy's kind of freaking out in the background. The guy who was hosting the call was like, didn't know what to do, didn't know how to mute him. I thought that was really funny. You kind of just reminded me of that. But yeah, it's good to drop those subtle hints, isn't it? Without just like coming out and directly saying it. I do like that style, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, what I did, I just went on to Google and I searched flat Earth, and I just looked through images that popped up, and I was like, "Hey, that one's really cool. I'm going to use that." And I threw it up in my background, and it, as you said, it made a statement, flat, period, and that's a wrap.
I was like, just put it the Black Swan, man. Hey, what's those 2 oil rigs about? Well, I'm glad you asked.
Yeah.
Flat Lloyd, I hope all's well with you, Chris. Shout out to you, my friend.
Dude, it's great, man. Good to hear from you, Kiwi. Couldn't complain.
Good stuff. What's happening otherwise, gentlemen? How have things been? Everybody kosher? Any new friends in the chat wondering about this place that we're hanging up upon? Like, can you really have gas without containment? I wonder. A barometer? Yes, my folks, this is how you measure gas pressure. You use a barometer. It's a tool.
Just juggling the chat. What else do we got? Anyone else want to talk about their FE/work? Or why you wouldn't do that or anything like that?
Well, I would say if you ever are talking to somebody at work and you don't know what to say, link them up here.
The points I've been kind of thinking about myself, how we get to kind of observe this stuff daily without really even thinking about it. There's so many little proofs that relate to the work. Your cup of coffee, as an example. You pour it in. Again, you take a medium, you pour it into a containment unit, the cup. And as you pour it, you start to realize that once the coffee settles, it develops this curve around the very inside of the cup where the liquid meets the containment unit. And that's called the meniscus. And that's a curve. It really is. Which is weird because that little part of the medium, if you will, the water, is the part that seems to defy gravity, which I find interesting on a local observation, of course. Then I think about going to lunch, maybe you decide to have a piece of pizza and you get a pop on the side, $2.99 deal, whatever it happens to be, and you open that can of pop. And holy crap, you observe the second law of thermodynamics, right? Entropy. You open a containment device, right? And it releases the pressure. And that gas that was once held within that can escapes, right? It goes out. But yeah, just 2 little things. And hey, maybe in the afternoon you decide you're going to build a deck and you go and grab an 8-foot level capital Level, from the tool shop, and you throw it on your deck. And as you start to build this deck structure, you observe level the whole entire way. So I mean, I don't know. Those are like 3 points that totally fly in the face on a continual basis of the globe perspective, which I find interesting. But thanks for allowing me to be long in the tooth on that one.
How dare you?
It's almost like I'm talking for entertainment. Go figure.
Take notes, folks. We need more of y'all to go long-winded mode. Ain't nothing wrong with that. We got a lot of hours to fill here, folks, so don't be shy.
Yeah, it's I don't know. We willingly, it's, to me, we all drink some kind of medium, whether it's water, coffee, whatever. I hope everybody's drinking their water daily. But we engage with these things daily, and we still seem to put our hand into the cookie jar of it's a globe. I don't understand. Because in order for those simple things that you enjoy daily to exist, those things only exist if this place is based on these certain design parameters. I don't even know how you'd be able to build a big deck on a curvy surface. You would have a whole lot of long struts, different size struts, posts, if you will, to hold up the deck level. Because then you would be like building on top of a ball, which would be kind of weird.
No, I'm just kidding.
Or like 30, what is it, a 39, 59 claimed radius? You look at that and you apply that on a smaller scale, break it down. Because sometimes you're handed something you can't totally comprehend or totally understand what it actually all means. But if you break it down into a little bitty bite, realize like over 100-mile distance, you need a 1.25 mile drop to make that 39 to 59 radius, claimed radius work. That's concerning. And that's an exponential drop. That means for the longer that you go, that 1.25 mile drop exponentially increases. It's a little crazy.
You're absolutely right, though, Kiwi. It's one of those things that you can just look around, even at your basic daily task, and go, honestly, how does this work on a ball? Oh, yeah. They said I can't feel or measure any of it. I'm good, right? And that's the end of that. So clearly, when it comes to flat Earth, it's all over the place, which is why it's so. I mean, you can make 1,000 proofs about flat Earth if you really wanted to, because you can make a lot of proofs about truth, you know.
Bro. Sorry, people in the chat are so annoying. The guy says, how do eclipses work? Don't ping me, just give me proof. Bro,
Those are just lily pad questions because your little itty bitty brain is not comprehending the small bites we're attempting to hand to you. Just because we present solid things to you does not give you the right to, I believe it would be, obfuscate with different sets of questions because you can't hang on to the little small points that we're presenting to you. Okay? You don't get to go, what about this? No. Let's leave the tail on the wall. No, actually, let's put it on the floor, and let's just hang the evidence that we actually can observe on the wall and start to look at that versus the stupid tales that they tell you and write to you, like the chick online that claims she looks like a supermodel, but when she shows up, she's flat as a dartboard. Sorry to be real about it, but the Earth is indeed flat as compared to round. Thanks for coming out. Appreciate it.
It's just the double standard that I noticed. They are so quick to apply a whole bunch of rigor to a flat Earth, but they'll never do that to the globe. I find that funny.
Exactly.
Well stated. Rigor. Great use of the word, man. Well done. I'm going to put your flat model through the washing machine and put it on extra rinse to make sure it's really true. But this globe over here, no. It's free from criticism, let me tell you.
Well, in their mind, it's already solved. But then you ask them, okay, well, if that orbit and that revolution around the Earth is happening with the Moon in order to have this synergy of alignment, and you can get very complex with it, where's the curvature of that globe? Right? It always comes back to curvature. Like, I just honestly restate their question. I go, okay, that's great, but how does that even work on the globe? If there's no curve, where's the curve? I'm like, see, you can't answer the question. Go right. You can't answer the question.
I have a question. How do clouds work in an open system?
Gravity.
That's awesome. Because I thought gravity would pull down the weight equivalent of an elephant because mass attracts mass, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because
you see with the bending and warping of space-time.
Well, I look at clouds and I watch them float by on those days where it's like partly cloudy. And I think to myself, are clouds just literally a visual, let's call it dew point, where you can actually see the gas formed with the condensation all made together in this perfect little space where low pressure has met with the high pressure and a dew point is formed, calling it a cloud. And we watched this thing float by, and then we were taught grade school at some point in time that I think it's through I forget what the cycle is called, but at some point that precipitation or that water inside of that cloud will release, generally over a big mass of water. And then that's how the cycle works in terms of you get the dew on the grass and that vaporizes and goes up and it becomes a cloud, and then it goes back over a mass of water and it releases itself. I just don't understand how that can work in an open system. That I'm befuddled. It's amazing to me. Open system, right? Mm-hmm.
No, you're exactly right, Kiwi. To me, I kind of explain the clouds like, okay, we have the cylinder filled with different materials of different densities, right? And we layer them all up, and they create this line in between those two materials, right? That line is where the water vapor, if you will, is too dense to keep, or not dense enough to continue falling, When it does become too dense, however, like it is today, it rains. Of course, evaporates, goes right back up. And again, it's not buoyancy, but it's relative density again. Strikes again. Because I think about it, I'm like, dang, there's probably tons of water up there. Like, what's sort of just keeping it there? And it's of course the density. Well, then of course the air surrounding it as well. So, and that's why you get all this pressure, hot, cold, and it obviously fluctuates that line of where the clouds are. When we see it, we see the clouds sometimes very high, we see them very low. Sometimes you see both. All three of them. So it really depends on what else is in that quote unquote air. Because I think a lot of Globers too, when they come in here, they're like, well, what is air? The air is air. And they're like, well, there's actually a lot of stuff in air, But then you've got like, well, there's even more oxygen towards the ground than not up there. Well, there you go. Density again. But yeah, easily explained. No gravity necessary. Honestly, it's been a great afternoon talking to you guys. I got to split. I'll be back later, though. Peace, guys.
Take care, Flat Lloyd. Be well, man.
Sorry, I've just been in the chat dealing with someone who's trying to present eclipses, just the claim of eclipses, as a debunk of flat Earth. It's like, dude, we're just dealing with this type of ridiculousness right now. Nobody can disprove me. Disprove what? You just said eclipses. Like, what is your claim? What are you trying to say? How they work? and then they're confused. They were like, I didn't claim I know how it works. And then 7 minutes later, I know how it works. And then when I pointed that out, they were like, well, I said it earlier, and I changed my mind.
I think the moon proves the Earth might be like an M&M shape because it looks like an M&M, and the M&Ms usually have like an M in front of it. So it might be like an M&M shape.
That makes complete sense, yeah.
And it might be Rahu that is eating it through the month, eating piece by piece. So you see like getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And then it's Ketu cooking it and making the M&M again whole. I mean, that's as valid as the globe logic. I'm gonna use the globe logic. And look at the moon. Looks like an M&M. Therefore, the ground I'm standing on is shaped like an M&M. That sounds like a globe logic.
That's world hunger solved.
Right. In cases of diabetes, it's gonna go through the roof too. I mean, that's probably why.
We're getting there, James. We're cracking it.
Maybe it is M&M. Therefore, diabetes.
Flawless.
Wait a minute. Aren't M&Ms curved, gentlemen?
Yeah, when you look at the moon and look at the M&M, the ones that are kind of like round, you see them round? I mean, maybe in your country, you people have different M&Ms than us people.
When I look at an M&M from the top, I agree it's round, but when I turn it, it has a curve to it in profile.
It's like a lid on top of a lid.
Whoa! You just blew my mind.
So it's a lid on top of a lid, and that's the shape of the ground that I'm standing on. It's a lid on top of a lid because the moon looks like that. I mean, to me, that's what I mean, it's not speculation Sundays, but
you know what's cool about an M&M?
Glovers do speculation Sundays every day of the week.
Every day.
Why can't I do it?
Just now. But you know what's cool about an M&M? I just realized too, Jumsy. It has an edge.
Yeah, when I eat a lot of M&Ms, it puts me on the edge. Yeah, on the edge of a diabetic coma.
I like that one. That was good.
I mean, you can pull up pictures of M&Ms, and you can argue this, bro. If you following the globe logic, if you can do the math work. If you ask me, someone posted a terrarium. To me, the world looks more like a terrarium, function more like a terrarium, man. What's the shape of that terrarium? I don't know how to go outside of it and maybe look from God's perspective. The terrarium can have many shapes. Could have 2 layers of glass, 1, 3 layers of gas. The light that is going into the terrarium could have layers of glass. That light could have, glass, and it could be a gas light. Gas light. I'm making stuff up. Forgive me, guys.
Aren't all terrariums closed systems though, or are they open, Gemsy?
I will describe it as close but dynamic, right? Because they change heat and cold.
Fair enough. I like that.
Because you could seal it, you could air seal it. It could be airtight sealed, but still have the heat and cold that kind of the temperature changes during the day, goes up a little bit and then down a little bit, up and down. So there is you have like a high humidity as well, and lower humidity. All those things happen inside the terrarium.
So when you say dynamic, there is a definite exchange of energy.
Oh, we could describe it as energy because it's the light bulb that you put in. It's probably, I don't know, on the roof of your house. The terrarium is on the table on the floor. With that light above it, it's serving a function which is exciting the molecules inside the terrarium and doing things.
Nice.
What's that world record terrarium? It's like 60 years, and I think the guy only opened it once.
Before he died.
Yeah.
It worked all of my life. Therefore. Yeah, that's interesting. 60 years. I heard like 20 years, but 60, that's another one that I probably gonna.
I'm not sure. I'm just spitballing.
Yeah. I've seen. There's many people that have had terrariums. Imagine the ones that we haven't seen in the Googles. Like, there's no photograph, right? I mean, there's many examples of this stuff.
Yeah. Here we go. 50-year-old terrarium breaks records.
There you go. Yep, it worked.
50 years later, the plants would still be growing with zero input from the outside world except sun and a small water in 1972. So he watered it once. Or twice. Maybe when he began it, and then once more. The world being a giant terrarium seems the most sensible to me, to be honest. I mean, what we got to choose from? Terrarium or spinning water rock in a vacuum? Choices.
I mean, some people like terrariums, other people like balls, other like both. It's your choice.
Yeah, but to go with what OB's saying, it's the idea of trying to have if you're going to sit down and actually have an intellectually honest conversation with somebody, that's what's going to separate a good conversation based on truth versus lies.
Look, I have an example recently. I'm in other chats, right? And some chats are pretty small, it's probably like a few people, maybe 10 people, whatever. And this guy, they post links, and then someone posts a link of someone recording other people doing things, let's say on a public park or whatever, right? And sometimes you can say, hey, they're acting, it's fake, and there might be disclosures. They say, hey, it's fake or whatever. But a lot of these videos is actually people recording other people doing things, right? It's not like all of it is fake. There might be some actors doing some things, but you're recording plants, air, structures, people, real people doing stuff. And some of those videos might be acting, some of those videos might be real, right? Then people post that video and immediately they say fake. That's the reply for the video. Fake. And then they talk about the globe.
Like a Flyers video.
Yeah, it's fake. It's fake. It's fake. That's the label. Fake. And then you put a picture of the globe. Oh, that's reality. The globe is reality. Post a picture where there's people doing things, hours of, I don't know, they're doing laser tests, they're doing this and that, they're doing a bunch of things, right? Recording long distance observations, fake. That's the mentality for some people. And
I don't think they believe it when they say it, to be honest. I think it's just a total cope.
Yeah. But then it's not just fake. They say other stuff. They question what There are definitely globers that are labeling the fake video fake, right? But you see how there's many topics that are touched and people are okay, this and that. They have their opinions about, Black Lives Matter or whatever, right? Guns, no guns, or Obama or whatever. They have different opinions, subjective stuff mixed with objective reality, of objective things, but they don't see the difference between the actual reality and how things work, how you step by step accomplish something like, I don't know, a building based on the sea level, right?
Yeah, the practical nature of things, yeah.
Yeah.
And everything involved. I always say this, like, they have this fantasy notion of going to Mars, and it's simple. You just land there, you blow up your inflatable fucking domes, and you live in them, and you plant potatoes, and, kumbaya. It's like, no. There's like 10,000 factors and variables that want to kill you at every step, if that paradigm was even real in the first place. But they don't consider any of that stuff.
Well, they actually, I think I kind of have that mindset in the past. Like, I can kind of think about it like, okay, I know someone figured it out. I know the day there is an open, I can go to the internet and buy a ticket to go to Mars. Let's say they have that in their back. One day I'm gonna be able to get in a rocket, pay the ticket, and go to Mars. Right? That's some people think that the space travel that's gonna come one day, right? And they just have it in their mind. They have that mentality, the future fallacy. One day, and they, there's engineers, NASA, there's all these people doing work. So Elon Musk, he has the Tesla. I see a Tesla right there. Look, Tesla is passing in front of me. Tesla, Elon Musk.
Here's an example, Jimsy. Like, most people don't even consider that they're physically and psychologically unfit completely for space travel and colonization. Look what happened in 2020 when people had to stay in their house for, a little bit of time. It was like 2 weeks for some countries, a month, 2 months for others. It was varied, but still, it was a minimal amount of time in the grand scheme, and they all fucking lost their shit. They think they're going to live in isolation with just a few other people on a dead world.
Rockets can only carry so much toilet paper.
And if the bathroom's occupied, you've got to wait your turn.
Yeah, when someone's in the bathroom, you're on the coffee machine. It's a two-man system.
Chugga chugga.
Why do you
Oh
want to
yeah,
go to outer space? I want to get away from planet Earth. But planet Earth is an imaginary thing in your mind, bro. But I want to get away from it, you know? I don't like this planet. We can, you know,
yeah.
like,
Back on that thing you were saying, Jamesy, about Globus just calling fake on stuff. They do that because the anti-flat earthers that they follow and listen to, they just claim that flat earthers just say Earth images from space are fake and the ISS is fake, and they don't give any reasoning to why flat earthers say that. We say the images are fake, and then we point out why we're coming to that conclusion. CGI clouds, incorrect sizes, all this type of stuff. And with the ISS, we show the shenanigans, you know, the CGI shenanigans. But the anti-flats never bring up them points because, of course, they don't want to point that stuff out to their audience because that risks doubt creeping into their audience's minds. So they just paint this picture that flat earthers just run around pointing fake, fake, fake to everything that disagrees with our paradigm. And then the globalists just do the same thing. But when we show them observations or footage and they just say fake, they never provide any reasoning as to why they think it's fake. Which is the big difference. You ask us why we think the images are fake, why we think the ISS footage is fake, all the space missions are fake. We'll give you all the reasoning in the world that we came to them conclusions. But they've got it in their head that we just hand wave dismiss with fake.
and the irony is that they label fake stuff real. And it's amazing, huh?
Well, they've inverted the world. I think, can't remember who it was. He posted the Lake Pontchartrain nonsense curve image. And then we posted to him other observations of Lake Pontchartrain where it's completely level, you know? There's no curvature in sight, no illusion of curvature in sight. And he's like, oh, I've never seen it from like that angle or, you know, that day in that conditions. This seems fake to me. But the one that depicts a tiny Earth, that's real, you know?
Like at any time, let's say a huge lake like that, like you will ever see it from every angle, every position, like, you're gonna do that sometime, right? You're gonna see the lake from every angle.
Yeah, here it is. I've still got the image that he claimed was fake. It was this one. It was like, oh, the power poles don't look right, like they don't look spaced correctly. I think this is fake.
It looks like a screenshot from a bigger data image or photograph. Looks like a cut screenshot from it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's fake.
Yeah, it looks like it's kind of out of focus a bit.
Mic check if it's working.
Yeah, you're good, Dave.
Sounds clear.
This looks like a job for Dead Air Dave, but my mic's not going to cooperate, so back to you guys. Did you know the Earth is not a spinning globe in a vacuum of space?
What? What you talking about, bro?
That's what I'm hearing, man. These last
What's up,
7 8
Pink?
years.
Hope all is well, man. Been a minute. On my end, of course. Blessings to you, man. Blessings to OB. Blessings to Gems. Shout out to the 24/7 crew, guys.
– 24/7, 32 days a month. Oh, wait, let me check that again. It's 28 days a month or something, 29 by the moon cycles. I think it's. I just saw it the other day. For some reason, I can't remember. I think it's 28 days makes 13 months based on the moon cycles. I don't know why I brought that up, but yesterday I was looking at the sunset and looking through the sky maps with it. And I saw a lot of the constellations, so I went to the roof with my brother. I have a twin brother, and we saw Venus towards the direction of the sunset, right? Going towards that direction, towards the sunset. When we pull out the app, between it, we were able to see that it was Venus or Mars. They were like near the same area of the sky, but we were able only to see one because it was a lot of chemtrails in the sky, a lot of dirty air. And when we pull up the app, it showed that we were looking directly at the constellation called Gemini. And it was me and my brother, identical twins, just looking at that, and it was Gemini that we were looking at that moment, towards Venus and Mars.
Problem there, Jimsy. I think you proved the globe somehow, talking about stuff in the sky. Somehow. You proved the ground is curving.
Wait. Nah. Looking at the sky has nothing to do with the globe, bro.
Didn't you measure your shadow? I thought you measured your shadow.
Problem is that in the city there's so many lights perspective that you sometimes have 1, 2, 3 shadows at the same time. And if you start doing the math for that, it's pretty crazy.
Well, speaking of doing the math, I've been hearing about this spherical excess that has been showing up with these calculations these globers use. Interesting. Spherical excess.
Spherical access? It's like you have access to this sphere?
Nah, excess, like leftover, EXCESS, excess. Why would you have leftover when you're dealing with something that is real life? Like, you need to have a certain amount. It needs to be real.
It's just another. It's really like a means nothing term. Well, it means something in the globe fantasy, or what if you're doing something with a globe in your hands, or devising a globe drone that can fly or something. I mean, that will be dependent on this dynamic system that is set up in with certain laws, a construct, dynamics, pressurized dynamic system, level, stationary or motionless from the ground, because the sky is moving. It's not the system is just it's not just motionless. The ground, I would say, is motionless. There is resonance on the ground, so there's vibration. You can measure some of that, but that doesn't mean it's going somewhere or moving. It might be moving, but it might be pretty slow. Not like the globe claims. Not as the sky is moving. There is movement. You just gotta look up, or the flow, heat and cold in the system, in the medium that we're in. We feel movement over there. Water flows, air flows. All the stuff is flowing in the system.
1,000 miles per hour at the equator, though. That's hella fast.
That's when it gets confusing, right? When I start like thinking about that globe. Okay, have you thought about the globe kind of cuts? You know how the globe gives you limitations. So we've been looking through some of the explorers' records or whatever what we got from the explorers, right? Who knows? But they talk about how they follow some of the grid maps in the past or whatever, and they reach certain points, and that's the limitation of the globe, right? The South Pole. You reach that pole. Oh, look, the map brought me right here. The globe map brought me here to these converging lines, longitudes or whatever, and I put a flag right here. But then after they reach that point, they talk about thousands of miles and hundreds of miles of flat plains, right? But from the north to North Pole, what they call the North Pole and the South Pole, in the maps that we get presented, it's like they grab a spot of the world, they wrapped it over there, and they cut the other sections and made it a globe. Wrapped it around the globe to a certain dimensions, a certain limitation. That's why the globe is a limitation of the mind.
The way I understood it, it's almost like they took the flat profile, if you will, and they put it right on top, wrapped it around the globe like a toque. You put a toque on your hat, on your head, pull it down nice and tight. That to me is how they did it. Now the northern hemisphere is somewhat maintains its shape, but the southern hemisphere gets all messed up.
Yeah. Even in the explorers' descriptions, they explained themselves that they couldn't follow. It was very confusing trying to follow whatever grid they brought with them of mapping, and try to make sense of that on the terrain. Then they describe we put that on the side, and we use references from the positions that we've been, or positions known as the bases or other bases or spot that they have marked. We reference from there, and the simplicity of the terrain, and they describe the terrain between mountains or a bunch of mountains behind mountains, but they describe the plateau, the high plateau, and then hundreds of miles of flatness between the mountain ranges. Think about that. No globe. Can I receive the call? They trying to tell me about my insurance. The extended guarantee. And some of these guys that call, they speak multiple languages. I can't tell. Flat earthers are so boring. Especially today. I'm gonna go watch some globe content since you guys not providing the flat earth content. Fresh and flat podcast. So funny.
It was somebody said something yesterday on here. It was funny. Something that I know about, but I haven't thought about it in a while. So like when I when you hear like globies talk, they say what they think that when you look at the horizon, that's basically like the edge, right? And they say like so basically that would be like that would be space, that would be part of space. So every time you're looking at the horizon, they think that they're looking out, towards like they think the ground where the sky meets the ground is, which is the horizon. They think that that's part of space, but it's not. It's just like, the farthest you can see, the distance, and
Yeah, something that if they make a straight line towards the horizon, eventually it's gonna go towards space, away from the ball. Right?
Yeah, like they think that that's because that's curvature. Like they think that that's the edge, like curves. It curves down, so they think that that's why it's a ball, but it's not, because the horizon is way farther than that. They just can't see it, and they think that that's like the curve, and then they think, oh, because if you look at the ball, the curve, like because like if you look down right now, like they think that you're looking down at the other end of the ball, which is the opposite side, and below that is space as well. So they think space is everywhere, and it's not.
Well, there's a lot of space between you and I, or everybody in here.
Yeah, they think like that space is like far outside, like but meanwhile, everywhere you are in the world, like wherever you are, space or the sky is, you have to look up. There's no way you can look down or side. I mean, you can look to the side, but it's 360 degrees all around you. Is all level, so and they can't even see that.
Well, people practically see it, and everything you do practically, like airplanes, everything that is done, it's done on this reality. But you have this section that promotes. It's like a circus that is promoting an idea, and so people want to go and watch the circus. There's a bunch of clowns and actors.
A bunch of clowns jumping around there, pretending that they know, and they don't know anything. Like they don't know that they're being lied to.
I'm Mitchell from Australia, and this is the number one flat earth proof. The premise to this starts with the sextant and how we use the sextant in celestial navigation. We look directly through the sextant at the horizon. But if you live on a globe, what horizon are you actually looking at, Globers? Is it the Earth horizon? The water horizon? The horizontal reference plane? The visible horizon? How about the sensible horizon? The geodal horizon? Or the celestial horizon? Well, it's certainly not the geometric horizon, you know, Earth curve. No, that was debunked by the Black Swan over 18 months ago. But now the globe-believing zealots tell us that their horizon is refracted. It's not an actual horizon. So how do we have a tangent to a refracted horizon? When you're viewing a star on a globe, how are we measuring an angle to the horizon if it's refracted? You will never ever get an angle to a refracted horizon. This is a major problem if you think you live on a globe, because celestial navigation would be impossible. So what have you done to keep your religion of a sphere Earth semi-plausible? You've presupposed that that line, 90 degrees above your head, the zenith, actually runs to the center of your presupposed spherical Earth. And 90 degrees from that, you've made up a new horizon, the celestial horizon, which you say is a horizontal plane passing through the Earth's center, perpendicular to the zenith. So, after presupposing all these things, you can now use your sextant. But globe believers, realizing that their visual horizon is refracted, can't yet look at the horizon through the sextant. So yet another horizon is needed to be fabricated. They use the bubble level in the sextant to create the artificial horizon, which we are then told is parallel to the celestial horizon, essentially taking away the curvature of the Earth. Because even globe believers know you cannot measure an angle to a curved surface you think's beneath your feet. Look at this. You're pretending you're living on a globe, but in order to measure angles, you need to pretend you're living on a flat plane. This is cognitive dissonance, globers. You can't have it both ways. So now they can actually start and take a measurement from their 0 point of the artificial horizon to the celestial body. Look at what the globe believers are doing. They must treat what they see as flat in order to achieve an angle. But there's one more step, and this is where it all falls apart for the globe. They then have to measure from the artificial horizon a dip angle down to the visual horizon, the only actual horizon that we have. Remember that horizon that you said was Earth curve that is now refracted? Do you all realise now how devastating the black swan actually is to the globe? It has taken away your R value, the radius of your globe, and then it took away the curvature of the Earth altogether when it forced you to say that the horizon was refracted. And together with the sextant, it's now taken away your ability to navigate. Since January 1, 2020, the globe has been dead. So now it's time to prove where we actually live. May I present to you the number one flat Earth proof. Here in reality, we live on a flat plane. And this may be news to people. We also have a flat sky plane above us where the celestial bodies exist. From the vantage point of our flat plane, when viewing the celestial bodies, we perceive their position and movement as a dome. This is purely our perception from this vantage point on our flat plane. It's not actually a dome above the Earth. All celestial bodies rise in the east, move in an apparent semicircular motion above the sky, and set in the west. Now don't get me wrong, our Earth is measurably, observably, and obviously contained. But it just doesn't have to be a dome shape, or any shape for that matter. But I digress. Looking at this flat celestial plane above our heads, we can see that everything rises in the east, moves across the sky, and sets in the west. We just perceive a motion of a dome shape. So let me give you a real-world example of how this works. This is Lake Wollumboolra, quite fittingly the breeding ground to black swans, and, I kid you not, located on Black Swan Way. Now, relative to the horizon, if you look up, straight up above your head, 90 degrees, to where my drone is sitting, right there, 90 degrees, what will happen when that drone moves straight ahead in its own flat plane? It's not going to change altitude, it's just going to move straight ahead. From my observer point, what's going to happen? The angle is going to change. The drone has not changed altitude at all. It's just changed the distance from where I'm observing it. If it moves again, the angle changes again down to 25 degrees there. As it continues to move away, or if I move away from it, it'll travel towards the horizon, lowering in its angle, and eventually it'll get so far away that the angle will be too small for me to see, and it will appear as if the drone has set. This is all relative to the observer point. This is all apparent. It's not actually lowering. It's just getting too far away and the angle is decreasing. This creates that dome motion and movement that we see in the flat plane of the celestial bodies. Now that we understand that the flat celestial plane above us presents itself as a dome to our perspective point down here on the plane that we exist, we can understand how the celestial navigation actually works. Every star in the flat celestial plane has a position relative to our flat plane where it will be 90 degrees. This is called the geographical position, or the GP, of that star relative to our flat plane here on Earth. When the observer is at the GP of the star, it appears 90 degrees above their head. Celestial navigation works by using a sextant to measure the angle of that known star and using its relative GP, geographical position, to know where you are. And I'll continue to point out that measuring angles to celestial bodies only works if we are on a flat plane. Now, if one observer measures 30 degrees to a star and another observer measures 30 degrees to that same star, we can conclude that they are both on what's called a circle of equal altitude. And this is another killer blow to the globe right here. Everything on that circle of equal altitude is exactly that, equal altitude. No matter where you are on that circle, you're going to measure 30 degrees. And through being able to measure an angle to that star relative to the horizon, everything on that circle, in between that circle, in the area of that circle, is absolutely flat and level. By doing this once with a sextant, you know you are somewhere on that circle of equal altitude. To triangulate your actual position, you need to repeat these steps with other stars. Your position is where all these areas of equal altitude meet. This is how celestial navigation works and has always worked on our flat level plane, using the celestial flat level plane. Let's use this small scale example on Lake Wollumboolra. Instead of a drone, we're going to use a star. So if observer A measures an angle to the star, and observer B measures an angle to the star, the same star, both angles are the same, 30 degrees. Knowing the GP of that star, they can conclude that they are on the same circle of equal altitude. Distance between observer A and B and the area inside that circle is all in the circle of equal altitude. It is all flat. It is all the same level. This is the killer blow to the globe. Not only is our world observably and obviously flat, it is measurably flat, as I'm about to show you in this next large-scale example. The rule of thumb with celestial navigation is to use stars over 15 degrees in elevation, because under 15 degrees we start getting a lot of refraction, as you can see in these moon images. And this is real refraction, where something moves relative to the horizon, not the actual horizon itself being refracted, as anti-flat earthers would like to tell us after seeing the black swan images. So, if an observer was looking at Polaris from 15 degrees latitude, negative 60 degrees longitude, here near Dominica, they would measure 15 degrees to Polaris. And if another observer was on 15 degrees north latitude and 120 degrees longitude, they would also observe an angle to Polaris of 15 degrees, because we know the distance between these 2 points are absolutely flat on the same circle of altitude. We can measure between them and we get 10,375 miles.